combo से, summer chill out से.
Come off the top speed of the back straight and over Coverny, you're braking, you're turning through 13, and you carry a bit more speed, then you have to brake again harder into 14, and the rear decides to overtake the front, and really bad luck for Evo. We were actually on him at the time, because that's not, you know, he actually got caught live spinning off the track.
Well, it happens. It happens. It's a tricky part of the circuit. It's caught many drivers out. It's just coming down through 13 into 14, just trying to get the car slowed down. The rear comes around and backs it into the gravel, and he's well into the gravel, and I think that will require assistance from the circuit team here.
Normally it'd be quicker.
He's made it into fuel, so he has got out.
Yeah, normally they'd be quicker than that. They'd be in the countdown already.
Okay, so
I mean,
go 60 then.
It's not. It's interesting because to my mind, this trail braking, fast trail braking in sharp corners is not the strength of a Porsche anyway, because of its low engine location. I know the racing cars are better than the road.
Well, actually, now one other thing is as well, Ajith Kumar Racing, run by Red Ant, they've got that gearbox change done.
Oh,
They've been out for 10 minutes. So that's maybe one for Diana to go and chat to the Red Ant team, because and just understand the amount of work they had to do, because that's quite
seems
remarkable.
Quick for a gearbox.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Quick, not so quick if it was something like the diff or a drive shaft.
Well, we'll find out.
But I can find out, because the whole gearbox drop out, I mean, it's not, you know, it's like any car, you've got to take an awful lot of stuff, ancillary stuff around to get a gearbox out.
Yeah.
It's Diana.
About Red Camel Jordan, the 909 there, just as I came out of the garage.
The Ajith Kumar car, they're back out on track. Did they do a whole gearbox change, Dan?
Yes, they
did.
Yes, they did. Because I don't know if you remember that earlier I did speak to Fabian, I think it was one of the drivers, and he said, I don't think we'll get the car out, it needs a gearbox, but then they decided to do it. And we got some shots about an hour ago where they were just completely, you know, changing the gearbox.
Okay, well done then.
So that has done, and they've been working on it.
That's excellent work.
Amazing.
Red Camel Jordan that you was talking about, you saw Evo go off, just had a quick word with the team to see what happened. Basically, the car was on quite old tyres, so it's just that situation where they haven't been able to keep it on the track, but they've gone. He's in refueling now. They're going to do a driver change when that car comes up to the garage slot.
The last pit stop for the Fabian Differ Ajith Kumar Racing Machine was 3 minutes. I don't think you can do a gearbox in 53 minutes.
Well,
there were some drive line parts, yes, some drivetrain parts you can do in 53 minutes, but you can't change a gearbox in a Porsche in 53 minutes, can you?
Well,
no, my written mechanic says you can.
They definitely said they had a gearbox issue, so. Okay, right, Red Camel Jordan is on the pit apron now, and Evo is getting out of the car. And it's quite a frantic stop here. Obviously, it was a little bit unexpected, because I saw Rick rushing to get ready and get his helmet on to get back on the car. So a little bit of unexpected drama here, but they're still talking to each other while he gets into the car, so that'll be another slight delay for them.
They've forgotten the seat insert, so there's a seat insert change required. If there's drivers of different sizes in a car, they will have a quite a significant seat insert that will be specific to each driver, so they can do a quick driver change. One of the best ones with driver combinations was Patrick Long and Jörg Bergmeister. Patrick Long was very much jockey size.
He's not long.
No, jockey size, and Jörg Bergmeister was incredibly tall. But actually they managed to do it just by pulling the seat on a roller, actually, but they fitted in the same seat amazingly. But a lot of others will have an actual insert that they chuck in the seat, and then in they go, and it had been forgotten there. So Rick Breukers was asking for it to be brought out, but Paul Truswell, who was watching the pit stop, he tapped on his arm, basically saying, I need an armband, and there's only a certain number of armbands, i.e. mechanics, that can be on working, so that did just delayed them a little bit. But where they are running right now, not such a problem.
Now, obviously, they're on a recovery.
The tyres they've just taken off the car, yeah, you can see that they are pretty well, one. If you go around that side, you can sort of get a bit more of an idea of why that situation occurred.
Yeah, they're 52 laps old when they were taken off. So yeah, that's totally understandable. Of course, they're pretty mucky after going through the gravel as well.
Gravel muck. Yeah, it's interesting. Obviously, Red Camel Jordan's on a recovery drive, and they're looking to pick up points by, despite being an hour and a half behind, by picking up, going past other people who've had trouble. What's the, not necessarily Red Camel Jordan, but Jenny, what's the rules about drive time if you've missed a chunk of the time of the race? So, say you're in AM and you have to theoretically have 6 hours of AM driver and 6 hours of pro driver, and you miss 2 hours of the race but you can still gain, because it's been an absolute muckfest. Everyone's fallen off, so you can get past people just by carrying on going. Does it then mean you need to do 5 hours of AM driving, or do you still need to do 6 hours?
I think you still need to do the time, and then
even though you haven't run the.
Yeah, and I think, to be honest, your result's gone by then anyway if you're losing that.
But I know we're talking about here. Obviously, you're not going to win, but if it's this thing where you're trying to get a few points here and there by getting past other stragglers.
The good thing is, in this particular case, Red Camel Jordans, all of their drivers have no minimum or maximum.
Even preface what I said about that. I was just trying to see. You're the man with the big book and the things written down. So
in this particular case, yeah. But for example, if that happened to ERA, for example, they would be in a bit more trouble. Yes, it's a very good point.
I realise it's only scraping for points here and points there, but at some point that becomes important.
I guarantee it will be important when we get to Barcelona, as Rick Broiker's coming back into the pits. So is something else afoot here for...
something else wrong with the car, surely?
Yeah, so has Rick gone out and gone, oh no, something's not right here at all. So this is the first that Rick will have driven the car before both of the incidents.
Yes.
He hasn't been in the car.
Since his brother and his father loused it up.
That's one way of describing it, but whether he'll see it that way. So into the pits again for Rick Broikers.
Blimey.
So cameraman is making a rapid route to
big work from the cameraman.
Yes, to get the pictures for our viewers on Creventic Motorsport TV. For those listening on RS1, it might have been something that happened because of... is it because of the gravel that's still in the car?
No, the nose strip fell off.
Oh dear.
The several $100 nose strip fell off, the rubber front splitter, and that is going to give you instant understeer. So sticking that back on again will probably give you about 3/4 of a second a lap, and will keep your tyres in position. It's a tiny bit of rubber, but it's incredibly important to the front of the 992.
Amazing. So they had to come in and get it.
And it is effectively what keeps most of Stuttgart in coffee for the whole year, just selling those.
Red Camel Jordan, there was quite a lot of gravel in the front tyre. I can see it, but I asked the team, did he go off at all, and they said no. But clearly he was on a quick getaway when he did come in and finally go back out again.
I get the impression that when they write down in their notes about this event, the Red Camel team are going to put next to the World Circuit Marcus and Michelin Misano, they're going to put down character building.
Yes, I think it has been a character, or shift in momentum of the season, because they've been on cloud 9 so far this year. Of course, win in Dubai, win in Mugello, win in Spa. They've been totally dominant in the 992 category in 2025. So yeah, they've had a good season. This will be one that's one to forget for sure. But they will be back for sure.
Oh yeah, they'll be but yeah. Every now and again, you win 2 races. You might expect to win the 3rd, but at some point, your luck's going to run out. And in fairness, it wasn't really bad luck. They've had a couple of little mistakes, which are going to creep into any team.
It would be boring otherwise.
Well, metronomic.
Race, Red Ant Racing, they've just they are in the pits at the moment. They have been for 3 minutes. They have a 20-second penalty hanging over them for that incident with the Red Camel Jordan's 909 car. So I would imagine they will serve that while they're in the pits. They'll come to the penalty box at the end of the pit lane, serve that 20-second penalty, and then get back going again. It's Kobe de Broiker who brought the car in. They'd probably do a driver change, I would think.
Yeah.
But we'll confirm that when the car exits the pits.
Yeah.
So we're nearly up to 2/3 distance.
Yeah.
As the
Is that the Herbert? Not the,
no, the
11,
Viper Niza car
okay.
is exiting the pits incredibly slowly, too slowly, and has got back going again.
It's Melvin Moa in the car.
Yeah, strange one there. As Redan on the way as well. We'll be able to confirm if there's been a driver change there or not in just a second. And indeed, if that penalty has been served for the number 93 Mercedes AMG. There again, they've had good speed, just getting used to this Mercedes AMG package. It's a brand new car to them this year, and they just haven't quite had the results, unfortunately. But speed-wise, they're looking good. It is Ayrton Redon who's taken over that car, but they have not served the penalty.
Right.
Oh dear, there is. So car number 65 has been leaking oil quite considerably in its pit box, and that is the same car that drove past our commentary position at pit out quite slowly indeed.
To the Viper car.
So hopefully, let's really hope that is not
it could
an oil leak.
It may well be overspill, because they top stuff up, don't they? You often see them topping up, a litre of oil into these cars towards the back end, and you just lob a litre in. Sometimes you get overspill, because it's falling out like that. It would be leaving a trail all around the track and should be off the track. I think it may. I'm hoping, in my positive spin, that is what's going on as a bit of a shake of the hand as they put the litre of Mobil 1 or equivalent high-quality engine oil into that green and grey Mercedes, which, from all intents and purposes, seems to now travelling along pretty nicely. So Manuel Lauk leads in the Proton Hobo competition Porsche. He's nominally got a 2 and a bit lap lead, but he is 1 hour 10 minutes into his stint, so he owes us a full stop and fuel. So those 2 laps will disappear with that fuel stop, and he'll be there or thereabouts with Peter. How are we pronouncing Peter's surname? Gwilix from the Haas RT and Ayrton Redon, who are within a few seconds of each other.
Viper Niza has had to come back into the pits. So.
My good vibes are unneeded. It has got an issue.
Well, I think we need all the vibes we can get here. Really hope that oil spill was only when the car was stationary, because if it's done 1 lap of the circuit with an oil leak, that's not what we want to see.
No.
But race control will be all on top of it.
Up, so the jollies, so they're pushing it round
when it goes in from where it's been. See if there's any.
Okay, I'm on the pit wall, so I'm not. I'm on the pit wall, so I need to.
We can see it. Okay, there doesn't seem to be too much. Perhaps a drop here and there.
What a shame for this Malaysian squad who they've had to do a power steering pump change. It was quite early on in the race, actually, and yeah, driving any race car that's meant to have power steering without it is not pleasant at all. So that was a lot of work. And
it's luckily the power steering pump is right at the top of the engine. You can see it right near that little bit of yellow you saw on the camera. So it was a remarkably easy thing to get off, because I've seen other teams and other cars lose their power steering. You're rummaging around the bottom of a very hot engine, often a mid-engine car with zero access to anything, and several hours later it might get replaced.
Now, interestingly, we're getting on our time screen fuel pump number 3 and 4 out of service right now. So if we get a code 60, that could get very busy at the fueling area. The mechanics actually checking the oil with a dipstick.
Excellent.
That should be done. I don't have a dipstick in my car.
You must do.
No.
What is your car?
It's a BMW, and it just has an electronic thing. You basically sit the car still, and you press a button, and it measures the oil. At this
point, I have actually no idea there's a dipstick on my car either, to be honest. I think there is.
You haven't checked it?
I've got there's a sight glass on my motorcycle. That's what you use on bikes. You have a sight glass.
Oh.
Put them flat and look in the level, and you can see where it is on that. There's certainly a dipstick in my Triumph TR4A, and that normally says this black cheap stuff. please don't put high quality oil in me. I don't like it.
Dipstick behind the wheel as well.
Some days depends how. But it's a very you actually shouldn't put super high quality modern oil in old cars.
Oh, why is that?
They don't like it.
Oh,
they want to because they want to burn a little bit of oil.
So do you put cheap stuff in there?
No, you put reformulated, old-fashioned 20W50 mineral oil.
Wow!
It's not actually. No, it's not cheap. It's just it emulates the oil of the period.
Okay, well, certainly very much up-to-date oil being studied in the Vipera garage, and Hannah Banks is doing some study of her own.
Yeah, just trying to find out what's going on. It's quite frantic inside the garage. Yes, they have got a leak. They're trying to find out what it is. They said it could potentially be the engine, but they're not 100% sure. But you can see, if you're watching it and if you're just listening to this, then obviously the car is inside the garage and they're working frantically underneath the car to resolve that issue. But I don't think it's going to be a quick fix here at the moment, despite the fact they're working quite hard to see what the situation is.
Just little drips on the garage floor.
I mean, the important thing, of course, is it's not gone out and dripped all over the track. There is certainly a little puddle, 3 or 4 drips forming. So they have got an issue, whether it's under pressure or it's still dripping, it's not under pressure. It's almost certainly, with a modern engine like this, it's going to be a union or a line somewhere that's gone slightly loose. You're not going to find a head gasket gone or a sump gasket not working, but it's all work you don't need, and it's all a bit of a panic, and for a team that's already had a couple of setbacks. Talk about teams with a couple of setbacks. Just saw the Red Camel Jordan trundle past us. That's gone back out again after another stop, and they've obviously decided they've now tried sorting out the various issues caused by that damage, and Rick's hopefully going to feel happier with the performance and the handling of the car.
Lots of kitchen roll or similar race-specific kitchen roll being and lots of oil being dried up at the moment, unfortunately, for the Vipera team. Yeah, that's trying to find that leak. That's really frustrating for them. Now it's coming out quite quickly, very quickly actually, at the moment. Well, while Vipera go to work trying to get their Mercedes sorted and try and fix this oil leak, let's consider where the standings are right now, with 8 hours done, 4 hours to go. On top of the shop right now, but has just come into the fueling area, is the Proton Huber competition Porsche. Then it's the number 21 Haas Audi. When in third place, it's Red Ant Racing, who they've just taken a pit stop, so they're looking quite good. But they have not served their 20-second penalty, choosing not to do that, so maybe letting it hang over to the end of the race. In fourth place, it's the number 11 Hofer Racing Mercedes, having yet another good performance here in the Michelin 12H Series. And rounding out the top 5 and second in AM, just 2 seconds between them at the last point, and fairly similar on strategy. It's Arunas Gekuskas for Juta Racing, chasing down the number 11 of Maxi Partel. Then in sixth, it's the Continental Racing Audi, making it 3 AM cars in the top 6. Scuderia Praha Ferrari, they sit in 7th, and then rounding out the top 8 and the front-running GT3s, it's Era Motorsport with Nico Verdon driving that Ferrari 296 at the moment. Your leader in the 992 class is Van Berlo Motorsport, who have a lead of a lap over the Home Guard Motorsport number 902 squad. Sitting in 11th and 3rd in the 992 class is the Krone Racing number 907, who have a significant advantage over the Sebleju Racing car in 992 AM, and indeed are on the overall podium in 992. Unfortunately, Vipera Racing sit on 258 laps at the moment, but they are not accumulating any more, unfortunately attending to an oil leak in the garage at this moment. The GTX leader, 14th place, is the Vortex. 15th place is the number 911 911 car, which sits in 15th. And Venture Engineering, they sit at leader in GT4 at the moment in 16th, and of course are running in a class of their own, so to speak. Milner Motorsport sit in 17th, then it's the Scuderia Farron, Ajith Kumar Racing, who have done a gearbox change and are still going there in 19th, and Red Camel Jordans round out the top 20. With E2P Racing, despite all of their trials and tribulations, they're still going with Pablo Berguera at the wheel, and that is the run of your 21 cars. Highlights, there have been many across this race. Let's have a look through. So then we all started in beautiful conditions, which indeed we continue on with here at the Misano World Circuit. Unfortunately, not a highlight for E2P Racing with their Aston Martin incident causing problems for them. And brake changes have been a big part of this one, particularly in the 992 class. Looking at this unique Misano circuit causing problems also. Turn 3 and 4 causing a bit of an issue for several drivers, looping it on the exit of that fast right-hander. The Audis have looked really, really strong here at Misano. That naturally aspirated V10 engine and mid-engine balance providing fantastic performance. Scuderia Praha have had moments of speed, particularly with Joseph Crowell on board, but one or two little slip-ups have just hampered their progress a little. But it's been Proton Huber competition who have been setting the absolute ultimate pace, with Klaus Bachler setting the fastest lap of the race with a 1:32.493. Sadly for fans of the Ajith Kumar racing car, a gearbox issue for them caused them to be pushed back into the garage. A whole gearbox change before they could get back out on track again. The 909, the red Cal Jordan's car, it's had its trials and tribulations as well. They're still moving on though, and sit in the overall top 20. So into the final third of the race we go then, and after that stop for Proton Huber competition, the gap is now 41 seconds. I would say that is as close to a real gap as we're going to get right now with the stints. The Haas RT car is about a third of the way into its stint, leads by 40 seconds or so from Peter Gwellings, and Proton Huber competition right now 40 seconds behind in second, but they've now just installed Jörg Dreisaw behind the wheel, who is the AM-graded driver in that car, so will not be able to necessarily match the pace of that Klaus Bachler and indeed Manuel Lauk have been setting, but that's all part of the ebb and flow of Pro-Am racing.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because the lead now, you say, is about 40 seconds. Peter Gwellings from the Haas RT team, he has been running for 22 minutes longer, 22 minutes of fuel. What's that? It's what, 14, 15 laps of fuel. That's probably at least half a minute of fill there, Peter. So the actual real gap is probably quite a bit less. It's probably only a few seconds. Yes, it's not, they haven't got to make an extra run down the pit lane, but it's extra fuel flowing in. Ayrton Red Out Racing Team, that's a further minute and 3 back. They've got about, well, they're also in deficit to your Dreslow and the Proton Huber competition as far as fuel is concerned. And then it's a lap further back to Maximilian Partel with the Hoffa Racing Machine, the leader in AM. So it's still all quite close. It's still waiting to kind of unwind on the various fuel staggers. And there is a lot of just turning laps at the moment. Some teams have got their hot shoes to put in. Some teams have actually burnt a lot of hot shoe time. And when you are talking about perhaps gaps of only 15 seconds or 20 seconds or 25 seconds, the difference between having even your second best Pro-Am against the AM could be the thing that changes it all for that last hour.
It could, yeah, it could, and I think we could well see Ayrton Redon run the gap down to second place as well. I would think that him and that Red Ant Mercedes AMG will close that gap down. In fact, it's at 39 seconds now, so there's only 39 seconds between second and third, and I would suspect that Ayrton Redon will put in some great pace there and really close that gap down over this following stint. Leader in AM is the Hoffa Racing car of Max Partel, who's been at the wheel for an hour and 13 minutes. So it shouldn't be too long at all before he jumps in. And actually, you know, we haven't seen Alexander Prinz at the wheel for a while.
No, I think he was on a couple of whiles ago. And then you've got the Utah Racing is in fifth. They're only 4 seconds behind Hoffa in this battle for AM, but they're both owing us a fuel-based pit stop with Arunus Gedisukas. He's been in there for an hour and 26. Diane, you have something for us?
Yes, Homeguard Motorsports. Patrick has just jumped out of the car. How hard are you having to work today?
Pretty hard. It's extremely hot outside, especially in the car. So it's definitely, I'm really sweaty, so it's harder than usual.
I mean, the team here run a great team, and I can see everyone all gels perfectly well to make things happen. Are you, as a team, satisfied as to what position you're in at the moment?
You probably want to top step. But we're working hard for it at the moment. Hopefully we can make it happen.
Well, there's still, a few hours to go yet, we know. But how satisfying is it driving here in Misano?
It's a really, really fun track. Really, really fun place to be. So can't complain.
Is it quite challenging and quite physical as you're driving on this circuit?
It is. And a lot of fast corners and heartbreaking. So it's pretty hard. Yeah.
Patrick, thank you so much. Look, you go and get a drink. I'm sure you need it more than I do.
Patrick Steen Rasmussen, tell you what, if he says it's hot in the car, he looks incredibly relaxed at the moment. Homeguard Motorsport, I always think, whenever I go into their garage, they're a very, very well turned out outfit. Looks factory in there with their Sonax sponsorship.
Sonax car care products. First came across them, I think, when they were sponsoring Heinz-Howard French in Formula One.
Okay. They were on some DTM cars.
Yeah, so this is back in the 90... He's back before you were born, almost, in that 97, 96.
I was watching F1 at that time.
How old would you be in 96?
6.
Yeah. Anyway, so... do you ever feel you're in the wrong generation to be in this pit box? No. You are old before your time, and let's be really honest about that, you've got the least hair.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, not the least weight.
No. I feel like I've got it all wrong. Sorry, I just have to take a moment. 3 hours and 50 minutes to go. Yeah, the gap is coming down fast between second and third place. Ayrton Redon last time by in third place. Chase took 5 seconds out of the second place Proton Huber competition Porsche. In fact, make that 7 seconds on the on another lap. So that gap's going to close very, very quickly as Redon Racing try to get on up into second position. Really, their battle is. I'd say their battle is with Haas RT in the lead of the race right now. That's where they're really wanting to compare themselves to. And Ayrton Redon 2 seconds quicker than the leader. So it's all just winding itself back together again.
It is
that sort of race, hasn't it?
This is great. One of the many people who listen to our broadcast is our very good friend Gaz Biburi, who works with us on the karting, and he's just sent me a text saying Sauber was on the side of the Sauber, Sonax was on the side of the Sauber in '94 with Heinz-Howard French entered F1. You are correct. So I'm being corrected by someone who's even spottier than we are about Formula One trivia, and more importantly, German advertising products.
Yes, of which there are many. If you were to pick one iconic sponsor of the past to put on your, if you've bought a historic car,
Yes.
what are you going to put on it, do you think?
So really, well, the problem is that you get the ones you want to put on, you can't put on anymore.
Yeah, fair point.
Going back to karting again, there's a class of the karting which we cover called the Bambino carts. It's 6 and 7 year old children in these tiny carts.
Okay.
Obviously, they are all living their father's dreams and their mother's dreams. And the carts are liveried up in all sorts of classic F1 liveries. So we have a black and gold one,
yes,
which of course is a certain thing. We have a blue and yellow Williams, which of course is something else. And so we were merrily saying, I suppose on this product we can probably say, we were merrily saying the name of the sponsors, which were obviously tobacco sponsors. And we got pulled up for it. We said you can't mention that. However, just to show you how it's fun, there's also one that's in martini colours, and that was fine.
Well, that was going to be my choice. Martini would be my choice.
Especially about a Martini Lancia.
Oh yes, or
you see, what you don't know about me is my ultimate fantasy car is a rally car.
We're going to come back to that because I need to pick up on that dive. What have you got for us?
I gave you a perfect exit there, didn't I?
I can't wait to hear this.
He doesn't need an exit.
No. Okay. I mean, I've come into RAFA Racing. Alex Prinz is just having he was trying to have a nap actually, and I woke him up. And then I wanted to speak to Chantal as well, and she's getting ready to get in the car. So it's your job. Alex, how hard are you all having to work this weekend?
Quite a lot. I think it was at the beginning we struggled a little bit. I got stuck behind an Audi. Then we had already a gap to the front guys. In the first stint also, I think Max struggled with the balance of the car because he was a little bit like over pushing. Then we controlled it again. And now we are back to pace. We can push really hard, give the front guys a hard time. And now we just try to get a little bit advantage over long distance. And let's see how it brings us forward.
How important is it in a race like this, where the heat conditions have changed this afternoon, to keep going till you get to sort of the final hour, so that you can then adjust your strategy to push as hard as you can?
I think it's in this kind of race, it's the most important. You really have to focus that you stay out of trouble, that you see that you have like not focus on the fastest lap. It's more like consistency. Also, how you manage the traffic with the strategy guys. They work really hard to find out where's the best spot for us to take fuel, take tires, and all this stuff. So yeah, we focus on all this. So yeah, let's see how it works out for the last stint, where we can position ourselves for the fight for the end.
Well, I'm sure it will be a bit of a battle to the end, but I'm guessing that's what you enjoy.
Yes, I love to fight. Like you maybe saw it also in the first hours with the Audi and also with the Ferrari. I like it quite a lot when it's hard but fair fighting. That's all about racing. That's what we love. If you just drive behind each other, it's like boring. It's like Formula One. So that's why we don't like Formula One. So here it is more like fighting, battling. Yeah, it's more like passion, all this stuff, what everybody loves here.
But it's always important, isn't it, to just keep pushing, to develop and push yourself to do the best that you can do.
Yeah, for sure. When you stop, you lose time and you become slow, because all the competitors, they work so hard that they get better. So we have to train, we focus. Also after the race, we see where did we lose time, how can we also prepare ourselves better for the next one. Yeah, that's how it goes. That's also the big challenge in this, especially endurance races. What we love, yeah, that's all about.
Enjoying the circuit here in Misano?
Yes, quite a lot. I love all the fast stuff. Also last year I've been here the first time. We loved it so much. Also today, especially with the nice weather, it's not so hot like last year, which is more comfortable for us inside the car. But it's just an amazing track, and then, like always, a really amazing event from Creventic.
Thank you very much, Alex.
Thank you very much.
Always a joy to have a chat with Alexander Prinz in the pits. Always smiling, and at the moment they're running really, really well. They had, just a dream weekend at Spa with an overall podium and a class win, pole position as well, their first pole position in Creventic competition. And well, where can they finish today? That's the question. With 3 hours and 44 minutes to go, it's a really tightly locked battle, with Maxi Bartel leading by just 9 seconds from the number 71 Jutta Audi, which at the moment, last lap by, was a couple of seconds slower, but that's swung back and forth. They're both very much due a pit stop soon, I would say. They're both on quite old tyres, yep, as well. So that is going to then bring the Continental Racing Audi more back into the mix, because they're only 18 minutes into their stint. So actually there are 3 cars in the AM class which you could throw a towel over them in terms of actual true closeness when you stagger everything in.
No, absolutely right, Peter. It's a case that both of those leading 2 AM cars, Max Bartel, hour and 23 into his stint. Only is going to get in the duty race is an hour and 33 into his, sorry, an hour and 36 into his stint. So they are both going to owe us a stop relatively soon for a full fuel, which takes a couple of minutes or 3 minutes actually in the tank, and they are 2 or 3 minutes ahead. So it's going to completely play David Pagosian and the Continental Racing by Simpson Audi back into the mix, and those 3 in amateur 1, 2 and 3. We've got a real close battle for the top 3 overall, with the Haas, the Proton and the Red Ant car. And they've now got a situation also where the second 3, now interestingly, the only class that's not particularly close is Pro-Am, because there's several laps between them, but the AM's all together. But the Pro-Am, the second place in Pro-Am, is some 4 laps behind the leader, who is Jorg Drezov in Proton Huber competition. And then you have the second one, which is in Pro-Am, which is, I can't read at the moment, Nico Verdon in Era Motorsport. Now, in fairness, Era have backed up for the last 4 hours nothing but super fast drivers. They need to find 3 laps.
Well, one way to do it is to rally, to relay between Nico Verdonk and Ryan DL between now and the flag.
Well, they will. That's all they'll be out there. They've got 4 hours of fast people. But can you make up 2 or 3 laps in that time? And that's, what, 4.5 minutes, isn't it, really? I don't quite know where we are on relative fuel spread. In fact, it's pretty even, so it's quite a lot of work to be done.
It is. It is. If they've, as Randy mentioned, they you know, when they play the strategy card, it normally works out well. They've won a lot of big races in the United States in LMP2 by playing strategy well and playing the right card at the right time. So you know, they've got quick drivers to put in and indeed some strategical cards to play if there are code 60s. Otherwise, it's kind of, you know, fairly much just Taz and fuel and change drivers and keep going, keep plugging away.
Yeah, obviously Jorg Dieselov and the Proton Huber competition team do have a bit of Klaus Bachler left.
They've got one more Klaus Bachler hour left. Yeah.
That'll be quite swift. No one's getting anything during that hour.
Yeah, and I would think you put him into the flag.
Yeah.
I think that's the best thing to do. They've also got to get, I'm pretty sure they need to get some of Konstantin Dressler's drive time done as well, and likewise Jorg Drysdale. They may actually, now we need to have a look at the driver time accumulation, because they have to do 6 hours combined between Konstantin Dressler and Jorg Drysdale. Now, I still think they're a way short of that, because Manuel Lauk and Klaus Bachler have done quite a bit between them. So it might be that they have an hour left of Klaus Bachler time, but they might not even be able to use it. So it's all about how you piece together the driver time.
We've currently got, we'll say you want to have an hour of Klaus, that's another 2.5 hours. I'm sure they've had more than 3.5 hours of the amateur drivers already.
Yeah, it'd be close. It'd be close. I'm sure they'll have all that worked out. It's not as if they get to this point in the race and go, oh dear, oh, we forgot about that.
It's happened.
True.
It has happened.
Yes, good point. Yes.
We've sat there going, you do realise that Barry's 11 minutes short. What?
Yes.
And the race is finished.
That's happened.
Oh.
That has happened. Yeah. But I doubt, for a team of that calibre, I doubt that that's an issue. They're properly professional.
Very good teams have made mistakes, and also they make assumptions. I know there was a big one was made when people were getting used to this series, is they thought the pit stop time was taken into account when it's not.
Yes, which it isn't. As soon as you enter, you click that.
Yeah, so they thought, oh well, that's fine. Yeah, he's done, and they then found they had like 6 more minutes to do, and they couldn't do them.
Some proper polishing going on of the windscreen of the 9 Elf car with some Worth cleaners, and so we've given Sonax they mentioned.
It's a very good point, really. Yeah,
we're very much impartial and fair. I
can't remember who Worth is sponsored, but I'm sure it's some quite big racing drivers.
Oh yeah, probably. Yeah, it's got to be Martini for me, with my favourite.
Also, Glim, who have they sponsored?
Oh, probably lots of people, I would think.
Let's go back to Martini. My favourite, the car I would take over all others.
Lancia, the rally car.
037, yeah.
So you're, of all the time that you slag off rallying, the car that you would have is a rally car.
I had a Lancia Beta Monte Carlo.
Did you?
Yes, and you could hear it rusting.
You could hear it.
I had it for 7 years.
And if you squinted at that, and it was a white one with a stripe up it, you think that's
a white one. It was a white one. It was Mark 1, which had the brakes, which were, it's a mid-engine car, and they, as Fiat will want to do, just slapped on a set of brakes out the parts department, not realising you kind of need to get the braking balance different for a mid-engine car than for a Punto, where it was at the time. So everybody, there were 2 things that happened to the Generation 1 Lancia Beta Monte Carlos. They either had a brake upgrade by a company called Tarax, or they ended up in a ditch, and those are your 2 options, because the thing just couldn't brake properly with the standard brakes.
And where did yours end up?
Tarax brake conversion.
Okay, good. Okay. So Ayrton Redan has moved up into 2nd position. He's got past Jorg Drysdale. He's on the move. Now he's trying to get back onto the lead lap. Now, unlike in IMSA WeatherTech or other championships that use a safety car, whether you're on the lead lap or not doesn't matter as such, but it's a good barometer to see where you are. And right now, Ayrton Redan is right on the back of Peter Gwelings. And is trying to get back onto that lead lap. So that means that there's just over a minute and a half between them in real terms. Stint-wise, they're fairly similar, I would say. Yeah, fairly similar. So this is, Haas RT are in a very, very good position right now. But Red Hunt Racing doing everything they can to try and run that gap down and put them under pressure. If you're the leading car and you see your rival go by you and pull away quickly, you might think, maybe we're not as safe as we think we are.
It's all you can do is to put some under pressure. When you are effectively not able to get past on a normal route, then if you put pressure on and induce mistakes or induce panic or induce an error, that's just as useful as going 10 seconds faster.
this is where team management is so important. You think Haas RT with Chris Donker on the pit wall or in the pit garage, he might just say to Peter Gwellant, saying, here, look, he's about 2 seconds a lap faster than you. Stay in your rhythm, let him go, and just stay in your rhythm. You're doing what we need you to do right now. Don't worry about it. We're fine. We're a minute and a half ahead with 3.5 hours to go. That's a good place to be. That doesn't appear to be what's going on right now, as Gwelling's just moves to the right, just to the middle of the straight, just to almost cheat the draft of the Mercedes behind, and also send a little bit of a psychological message saying, I'm not going to make this easy for you to make the pass.
The Dreslaw run has been expensive for Proton Huber competition. He's a couple of, being a gentleman driver, he's a couple of seconds off, and that's kind of eliminated some of the advantage they had over the past 10 or 15 laps. They have got Bacta up their sleeve, but they're getting this few last hour or so of the 6 hours the AM drivers is costing them. I think it's because they've actually saved it a lot. Most of the other teams already burnt most of it. And I think we've got a point where they've more evenly proportioned out the back. They've more easily portioned out than some of the other teams. They also have Pro-Am, so unlike the SRT and the Red Ant Racing, they do have more less quick driver to run. But I think they've also kind of back-ended it more than we've seen with other teams.
Yeah, they have. They have, and a little bit of that was to do with Manuel Lauk, who had to do his driver time earlier because he's getting a flight to the Nürburgring tonight, or to whatever the nearest airport is to the Nürburgring.
Bologna Airport, wouldn't it?
From Bologna Airport, yes, to probably either Cologne or Düsseldorf or Frankfurt.
I can't remember where we used to fly into all sorts of small airports. I can't remember where it was. We used the Nürburgring.
Yeah.
I know when we did it. It was called the Luxembourg Grand Prix, which was kind of weird.
Oh.
And then it was called the European Grand Prix in '99, the famous one which Johnny Herbert won.
There you go.
Down memory lane with Nick. At some point I'll talk about something in the last 10 years. It's unlikely, but I might do.
We could. Yeah.
Oh, I love these reminiscing with you, Peter. It's marvellous.
I'm glad you enjoy.
Like a biscuit.
Yes.
A cup of tea.
Yes. Also.
Can you do me word search?
No. No use there, I'm afraid. Van Berle Motorsport, they have definitely had a day in the sun today here at Misano.
Well, in fairness, we all have.
Literally speaking, yes, but metaphorically speaking, definitely Van Berlo have been the car to beat in the 992 category. Right now, they're pretty equal on strategy in terms of their battle with Homeguard Motorsport. So that gap is it's kind of staggered around, and the pace of the Van Berlo drivers has negated any strategy disadvantage they might have had, and the gap is now well over 2 laps anyway between them. So now Van Berlo Motorsport, the car being run by Bas Kutten Racing, they can be a bit more conservative with these brake changes. Here today at Misano, if you're only just joining us, the 992 class cars have been going through brake pads way more than you would think, and a lot of it's to do with particularly the front, the left-hand side, particularly as the Van Berlo cars coming round now through Carvone, 240 kilometers an hour at turn 11, then turn 12, 250 kilometers an hour. Then you start to scrub that speed off to 150 and then down to 65 for Curva del Caro, and those corners, along with a few others, are really wearing out one side more than the other.
Turning right as you are braking, which loads up the left-hand side of the car. With ABS, therefore, what it's doing is it's braking the left-hand side hard. But of course, the right-hand side doesn't need as much brake effect because it's unloaded, and so it's effectively unevenly wearing the tyres and unevenly wearing the brake pads, and as we saw earlier on. Diana, what do you have for us?
Viper Nisa, the number 65 racing car, unfortunately the Mercedes-AMG GT3, that car will be retired now. They damaged on the curbs the oil sump, so they're not. That's where we saw earlier that the car was leaking. They weren't sure what it was to start with, but yes, they'd had some problems going over the curbs, so that's put their race to an end, unfortunately.
Yeah, bad news. It's unlucky when you get that. You get that sort of major engine failure close to the end. I mean, I know we're third of the race to go, but you know,
damaging it on a curb. I mean, so
you would think they have enough ride height to get away with that, wouldn't you? Especially as we're at motorcycle circuit, and the curbs aren't particularly nasty.
Yeah, well, it's unlucky, but it was when they removed the sun guard. It was dripping like a broken fridge, unfortunately. They do drip, don't they, when they're broken?
I don't know, really. I haven't broken a fridge recently.
Yes, or a knackered fridge, if you prefer.
There we go. I don't know. I mean, I suppose the icebox might drip, where it defrosts.
Yeah. So
But the actual fridge itself isn't going to drip, because there's no water in a fridge. It's got like liquid coolant, which is a bit nasty. Well, it used to be nasty, now less nasty. That's where old CFCs all came from. They were just running the back as the coolant.
Right.
There wasn't actually any water in there. There was liquid in there. But that's it. So if you have, if you anyone you're listening on YouTube or who can WhatsApp any of us knows a better idea. Personally, I rather liked it, to be honest, dripping than a broken fridge. But you know, do broken fridges drip?
I think the broken freezers definitely drip.
Yes, and other existential questions.
Yes. Oh, we're ask us anything to speak.
Yes. Who knows? Some of the answers might be vaguely correct. Vortex V8 leading the GTX class, and in fairness to them, has been running well for virtually the whole race. I don't think it's had any particularly long pit stops at any point.
No,
they managed to get themselves a long, clean run. There's a couple of little bits and bobs. That's just part of the course for all these cars.
Bodywork flying off on the pit straight.
Yeah, I've had a bit of that.
Apart from that, but apart from that, I mean, this Vortex 2.0 has been such a step on from the first car. The first car became a little bit of a rolling meme at one point because it just they had so many issues, but the new car's so much better. Hoffer in, yes.
And is it just a slow stop with brake change? Is it rear brake change, or is it just we caught it at a point where nothing was happening?
I think they're having a bit of gun.
No, they're doing brakes. They're going to do brakes, which is interesting because the GT3 cars didn't think they needed to do brakes.
Well, Kyle Tilley told you they didn't need to do brakes. Whether that's going to be the case, the Mercedes with that big engine at the front, that's sure they always have front tyre wear problems. And
now
I guess
front brakes.
Front brake problem, yeah, our problem. Front brake wear with 3.5 hours to go. And the thing is, will the Audis, which of course it's Hoffer are battling with two Audis, are the Audis going to have that same problem? Engine in the middle, of course.
Of course, the thing we don't know is because of those differences, are they already on a harder pad? For the Mercedes anyway, is it a different pad entirely?
Yeah, good question. That's a
different
very
compound.
Good point.
You know, so, and of course there are elements where you can choose a different compound to give yourself better braking effect. But or you can sacrifice that for longer life. Whatever it is, it's taking some time. It's a very, very difficult job changing brake pads and discs and rotors. They're going for the whole thing. Just because of the huge amount of heat involved. You're looking at those that they're touching there was a minimum of 1,000 degrees not that long ago, and it's now probably still 600 degrees centigrade. And you look at it and it burns you.
Yes, that's very. You'll feel the heat coming off that, won't you?
And even with multi-layer, you know, I know it's not asbestos, but it was asbestos type gloves. You still will overheat your hands very quickly using the spreaders. Now, what we see in some of the slightly, GT3 has slightly other regulations. What we used to see in GT and we see in P2 and we can see in Hypercar is they use dry brake systems. So you can actually unplug the whole thing as one unit and plug it back in again into the brake lines without any need to bleed the brakes.
Is it me or is this brake change taking a bit longer than...
Yeah, it's not going well at the moment.
No, RAFA Racing that's running close to the podium positions. They've now got it done. They've they're going to put a new tyre on, of course, and then get that all sealed up and ready to go. I think it was Chantal Prinz who was going to be getting into the car. Car is off the air jacks now, and off she goes. Oh, quite a lot of time gone there for the number 11 Hoffer car. Yeah, they're in the pits for just coming up to 6.25 minutes. A normal pit stop taking 4.5 minutes or so. So yeah, that's a little bit on the long side, unfortunately. We'll see if any of the rivals decide to do a brake change, or and if they do, does that take the same amount of time? But that's our first GT3 brake change that we've seen anyway for Hoffer Racing. So they come to the end of the pit lane, they'll be able to get right up to full racing speed. And indeed it is Chantal Prinz who has jumped on board.
That's what the delay there was, and they just changed this sort of front pad, to be honest, only that once. They were having a bit of an issue with it, so they've changed that, and that was the delay getting back out.
Yeah, so front left pad, that is definitely yeah, that is the wheel and indeed the tyre that's getting the real punishment. As your Dreiser tries to fit up the inside there on Chantal Prinz. So they're now side by side going up the hill towards turn 9 and 10 in Tramoto. Chantal on the inside now, Dreiser backs out of it. So on the out lap, already getting busy there for Chantal Prinz, but manages to break away there from the 73 Porsche and push on. But they've dropped down to 7th position overall after that pit stop and 3rd in the AM class. But the Duta Racing Audi is due a pit stop in the next 6 minutes, and I think we've gone code 60 because 2 cars have just come by very, very slowly. Indeed, we have code 60. Code 60. So, no, this is disaster for Hofer because they've just done a brake change. This would give a great opportunity for the Duta Audi. The Duta Audi is due a pit stop right now, 1 hour and 53 minutes. And being an AM car, they could put 50% fuel in, but more critically, they could try and get their brake change done while the field is under code 60. Not sure exactly why we've gone code 60, apart from a note on our timing screen saying there's debris on the track at the exit of turn 6, which is just out of Curva del Rio. So perhaps in the path of the car. So if that is the case, if it is just debris, that won't take long to clear up, so that could well go to green flag very soon. The top 4 have all come into fuel. Peter Gwellings for Haas RT, Redon Racing, Ayrton Redon, then your Drysdale for Proton Huber competition, and critically, Arunas Kuskas for Duta Racing gets in just before his maximum stint time comes up, and he'll be able to get out of that car and do a driver change. Nico Verdon has also brought in the Aero Motorsport Ferrari after, well, I would have been progressing towards a full stint, 35 laps, so yeah, maybe three-quarters of a stint there. So down to die.
On the pit apron now, they've taken the opportunity to make the changes, and they're having a driver change and tyre change to the car. Full service all around the car, I can see. Oh, they're having a slight delay with the rear, but that was just for a second there.
So Haas RT deciding not to do brake change. So we've got to keep a watch on the GT3s now, if anybody's going to do a brake change here, because the code 60 is out.
Okay, we'll keep an eye.
You're on brake pad watch. Joe Bradley rejoins us.
In spirit.
Nick Damon is on his way with his arms open. He's going to be on brake watch for you.
We've got the. I've just had a message.
The Era Motorsport number 81 is also in a driver change for them and tyres. No brake changes for that one. So that Ferrari GT3 is not making a brake change, just a driver change and tyres.
Ryan DL jumping in for Nico Verdon. And just tyres for Aero Motorsport, as Diana mentioned. Back to green flag racing, so that did not take long at all.
It's very quick code 60, wasn't it?
Very quick. It was just for a bit of debris, and that must have been on. Turn 6 is quite quick, and it's a little bit blind coming in. So, you know, they were just maybe in an awkward position, but gave a bit of an opportunity for some pit work to be done. It's better than under full green. And the only thing is depending on how much you've got fuel in the tank. Of course, the Pro and Pro-Am class cars can only take 25% of whatever their fuel allowance is, but the AM class cars can take 50%. That code 60 though, Joe, that has really hurt Hofer, really hurt them a lot, because they had a brake change and a needed delay, and it was all done under green, and then they went out, bang, code 60. They were really unlucky there. And that's how they've lost that place, isn't it? And we're already seeing the influence of the Ryan DL and Nico Verdon driver lineup in that era Ferrari. It's already moving up the ranks and up to 6th now from it. Let's head down to Nick. Nick, you've made your way down to the pit lane.
As if by magic, you mentioned the words Nico Verdon, and Nico Verdon is about to come and talk to me. Nico, it was a long wait for you to get in the car, wasn't it?
Yes, absolutely. I was almost falling asleep. No, I was looking forward to finally be back in a proper car. The 296, especially with ERA, who know what they're doing, and it's just a pleasure to be back. And yeah, as I said, all the guys at ERA, they know what they're doing, and it's really enjoying from the first to the last lap.
They've saved yours and Ryan's drive time for the end, so you've got the faster driver to finish the race. How far up the field do you feel you can get with you and Ryan alternating?
Well, I think the leaders in our class, the Porsche, is just out of reach at the moment, unless something would happen. But you know, normally it's all, let's say, to play for P2. But I think there's still about 3 hours and a bit more to remaining. So yeah, we just have to drive a clean race till the end.
The last hour of the race is going to be a lot cooler, and the last half hour is going to be dark. Have you had any experience in the car with the setup in that area?
Not yet.
I mean, but did you often? We know that often that teams will set cars up to be better as it cools off. Was that in your thoughts? Or there's just not enough darkness to make it worthwhile?
We have to wait and see. I mean, the dark I don't mind at all, and the car is performing well. So if we can continue like that, it's looking positive.
Thanks, Nico.
Welcome.
So, there's just while we were speaking to Nico Verdon, the Red Ant crew, something happened for them at the fueling area. Bert Red Ant, the team owner, looked absolutely livid about something. Whether they came to fueling, and actually no, not the fueling, it's at the other end of pit lane.
The penalty box.
The penalty box, and their penalty times have gone up again. So have they got a penalty for something else?
Did they not serve their penalty adequately?
Right, so there is definitely a story there for that. I'm sure Nick will follow up for us. I'm just checking the penalty screen at the moment. So with 3 hours and 20 minutes to go, this could make a real impact to the outcome of the race. So the track, they've just got a track limit infringement penalty of 10 seconds. That's just come in, but causing a collision, which they'd had a 20-second penalty, that indicates to me, Joe, that they were actually going to serve that penalty, or were in serving it, and it hasn't been served. There's something not right there at all.
It needs Nick to make some investigations down at Red Ant to see why Bert was so annoyed. Have they missed the penalty? Are you at Red Ant by any chance, Nick?
Is my name Nick?
Yes, it is.
Do I know what I'm doing?
Yes, you do.
Where am
I?
Ant. Obviously. Not quite sure what's going on. There's a lot of consternation and pointing about what's going on. We've got Ayrton here. We've got they're all having a bit of a what's going on. There's a waving. There's a looking at me accusatively. Oh no. So lots of commotion, Ayrton, in the team. What's going on?
At the moment we took our penalty, but apparently the penalty area was not working, something like that. The timing, I don't know exactly what happened.
So you drove the car in, you stopped for 20 seconds, but it's not registered because the penalty area wasn't working.
Yeah, something like that. I think we have 30 seconds. I took one track limit as well. So apparently they took them, but apparently something wrong with it, but we won't take it again, I think. Can
you argue that point with the stewards, I take it, and they'll go, oh, fair enough, yeah, you were sitting there, because they've got a camera there, haven't they?
They have cameras over there, so I think they can re-watch it and see that we were there.
So who's got the job of going upstairs to the stewards then?
I think that would be for Mark or my dad.
Thanks, mate. Thank you indeed. There we are. So penalty didn't register because penalty box wasn't working, which does sound a bit odd.
I think maybe that might be a job for Mark Goossens, because I think Bert might need a moment to cool down after that. I think that'll sort itself out. I think that if they've gone in and they've served the penalty and they can prove as such, I'm sure that will be corrected in time. So we'll keep a watch on that as we back at Green Flag Racing. 3 hours and 17 minutes on the clock. RPM Racing kind of doing what RPM Racing do. They're sitting third in the 992 category at the moment, leading in the AM class by a good margin, and they just got to click off the laps now, stay out of trouble, because they are well in line to get another AM class win with over 5 laps in order. So they just want to technically keep the car going and not make any driving mistakes. And indeed, their overall performances in 992 have been amazing, given that they're an AM car. Just remarkable. And if they finish in this position, this will likely put them into the lead of the championship overall in 992, not just in AM, of course. So that's very much on the cards for RPM Racing, who run the car in a Krone as the name above the door, so to speak, with long-standing Krone Racing driver Nick Jonsson on board at the moment. The highly experienced, originally Swedish driver, but spent so much of his career in life in the United States. A double former Swedish Formula 3 champion, a Swedish Group N touring car champion as well, and class winner at the Nürburgring as well, in the Nürburgring Langstrecken series. There's not much he hasn't seen or done in a racing car, and is now actually managing a group of drivers too out in America. So keeps himself very busy. He's actually just in a little bit of a kind of mini battle at the moment with Marcel van Berlo in the overall 992 leading 925 car, which is 4 laps ahead. Would be 3 and 9/10 if he got by, and Marcel van Berlo, I think, Joe, is just saying, after you, Nick, I'll just follow behind you.
Yeah, Marcel is the AM driver, isn't he? And he's quite happy. He's got a massive cushion. He doesn't have to do anything silly. He's just has to drive the car the way that he does, not make any mistakes, keep the focus. And if he needs to let that car through, then, you know, just let it happen and just maintain that cushion. You know, we've still got over 3 hours of racing, Peter, but you know what? That clock has just ticked away so fast today. And before we know it, we're going to have run out of time to gain any kind of regain if you lose anything. And that's what I mean about keep the focus. You've got to keep the focus. You can't make mistakes. You can't cost the team anything now going into this last 3 hours. Everything is exacerbated. Everything is exaggerated. Time in the pits is going to be, you know, even more costly because you haven't got time to claw it back. And now we get to the important part of any race, which is towards the checkered flag. And out of 12 hours of racing, the last 3 hours, you know, you're going into the final quarter, aren't you? You're inside the final quarter. So yeah, it all gets pretty serious now.
It does. It does. Venture Engineering, of course, running in their own class of 1, basically, in GT4. They're in the overall top 15 right now. And Neville Jones and his son Chris have done a big amount of the heavy lifting in this GT4 cars. Oh, no problem for Home Guard. Second place in 992. Home Guard are parked up at the side of the road on the run towards turn 9. So it looks more like a technical problem than a spin or an incident, but it's in a weird position. I don't know if there's any cut through there to actually get the car out without going code 60. The driver at the moment is Martin Vedel Mortensen. He's cycling through. You can see the headlights just switching on and off, just trying to get the car going again. But oh, this is heartbreak for Home Guard Motorsport, who've had a couple of good results so far. They were on course for a podium, but if this requires a tow back to pit lane, this would be a disaster.
This is a massive disaster. This sport can be so cruel.
Yeah, it's
so cruel.
Endurance racing particularly, because and I think it's why it's the agony and the joy, isn't it? The agony is so much because there's so long goes into it, but the joy of winning an endurance race is so much more than, say, winning a half-an-hour sprint race. The joy of winning any race is made what it is because of the agony. Yes. Because of the disappointment. You know, you've got to learn how to lose to learn how to win, and it's possibly my fault. What have I just been saying? Now is the time for nothing to go wrong, because you can't make it back up. With only 3 hours of racing left, you can't make it back up. And this time, that is just ebbing away from the Home Guard car. It's soon going to drop another place in the 992 category. You know, it had 1 lap advantage on the car that's in third. That's the RPM Racing, who've had a cracking race, by the way. They are first in the AM subclass. But to get a 992 on that overall podium is soon going to be, would you believe, Peter, Sebelju Racing. How out of it were they? I mean, they've got they're 5 or 6 laps down from that Home Guard car, but that 6 laps is going to fly by. It will. That 6 laps is about 9 minutes. So maybe a little bit longer, maybe call it 10 minutes. But it will require that the car will need towed back to pit lane, which up to now, the brilliant track crew here at Misano have been towing the car basically along the circuit to the pit lane rather than going through an access road. So it's hooked to the back of what looks like an Isuzu pickup truck right now to tow it back as Vortex into the pits for a full service for tyres and a driver change as Nick Damon's down there.
It's all going on now. We've got Alex Prinz has come in. I think it's Alex. It says Prinz. We shan't tell. I think it's Alex Prinz has come in on the Hoffa car. They are going to change the front right now. Haas RT are doing a brake change as well. So the GT3, oh no, they were looking at doing a brake change on the right. They decided against it, but they are doing a brake pad change on the left. This is our leader. So they're changing the left-hand side pads, which we know are the pads that take the wear. Again, with the manual splitters. I've lost my cameraman. This isn't the first time. So there is a chance for some of these GT3 teams to take a relatively cheap stop. There's a full-on stop going on there for Vortex as well, and you can see the RPM Racing are also again looking at doing their brakes for the second time. The 992 AM leaders, so they thought they were going to have to make a second stop, so they're making that second stop now under code 60 and saving themselves time with that second set of front pad changes. So it has turned out to be a much heavier pad wear than everyone was expecting, so much so it's actually beginning, I wouldn't say catch out, it's beginning to worry the GT3 runners, and so we have now seen two of the leading cars do those pad changes, and RPM Motorsport to their second set of pad changes on the 992.
Yeah, Krone Racing they're in the luxurious position where they can play on very much on the safe side now with the brake changes. They can, you know, if they're hesitant at all, do we need one, do we not, they can just take it because they've got the gap, provided of course that there's no problem with while doing the brake change. We've seen other cars have delays while completing the brake change. So interesting that it's been the 992s particularly that have suffered from it. So the
925 Porsche, they're also doing their brake change as well now, so they're all playing safe at the front of the 992 various grids. So we have both Van Berlo and RPM Racing, the leaders, putting some new pads on, and I expect we'll see a couple more as they run round, because they are now of course getting through the fuel. The fuel, interesting, the fuel was a bit blocked, I think because of the loss of those two pumps we had. I'm not sure they came back up again. I think there was a couple of cars had to drive through the fuel stop without stopping. But now it's clearing out again, and we're waiting for the next set of cars to come.
Also, interestingly, the red ant penalty, there is no red ant penalty showing on the timing screen now, so I think that may well have been, yes, it's showing as served now. So yeah, so that's all corrected itself. That's good. That would be a shame if that was more of a technical failure out with of their control. They served their penalty fair and square, and that's all evened itself out. In fact, the only penalties that are hanging over any car right now are the 19th placed Ajith Kumar car and the 20th placed Red Camel Jordan's car that have 10 and 12 seconds respectively. So up at the front, everybody's penalties are all served and ready to go. So it's Jeff Michiels then who leads for Haas RT Audi from Jörg Dreisaw in the Proton Huber competition car, who's I don't think they pitted under that code 60 because their tyres are showing the same age, and unless they came in for a quick splash. Maybe they came in for a 25% splash, possibly.
Yeah, of course. And of course, we may get that home guard car back to the pits, but then it's not just about recovery time, it's about repair time as well, isn't it?
Yeah, very true. Yeah, we don't know what the problem is, no idea for Home Guard Motorsport. It just seemed like the car just came out of turn 8 and out of Quercia and just said nope, no thanks. So more pit work going on. Nick Damon, they're keeping you busy.
Yes, they are indeed. Seven Azure Racing, just one car back from me, if you can see it on the camera. They are the purple Porsche people eater. They are doing brakes as well, front left brakes. The Simpson Motorsport, the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi, that came in, scored as 5th, but they have not decided to do anything apart from the normal stuff, which is a driver, some fuel. I don't think they did a driver, they used just fuel and tyres. Delay to get going, because they're having a problem. They're obviously having a problem finding neutral. And they're trying to bump start it. This reminds me of trying to get my Triumph Dolomite going in the morning. in the early 80s. There we go. Started a bit easier than that. You have to get I need a downhill slope to get the Triumph Dolomite going. So they are now away, looking up. We're now left just with the Escuderia Fallon team, who are really on a recovery drive. They're just doing some stuff. It's the Sebleju Racing Triple Eight is taking a bit longer on that front brake than the others have. Not quite sure why, because it's not really perplexed the others. I think possibly they may have just... It isn't you can just suddenly get these brake changes wrong. We're using spreaders and you're trying to get the pad back, and it just suddenly just go wrong and just take longer than it should. I'm not sure whether they're trying to also do a rotor or a disc, but yeah, it's just not gone particularly well. One of these, they did the rotor as well, so they're just losing a bit of time. But I think they really now they're battling against how long it takes for Holmgaard to fix their car if they can.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you'll be making your way down there, Nick, to find out exactly what the extent of the issue is that's brought that car to a halt. We've said this before, we've said this so many times. They were on, you know, we were speculating as to whether or not they could even bring that lead or challenge for the lead of 992. They were, you know, as you would say, Nick, trundling round and round, just getting on with the job. Yet the Van Berlo Motorsport team, they were going to be hard protagonists to get on terms with. The pace across their driver lineup was very, very tricky. It was very hard to compete with. They would have to have been massively quicker to gain that ground that there has been lost. The gap is down to 4 laps now, and Tracy Krohn now at the wheel of the RPM Racing Porsche. He's gaining ground as the Holmgaard car continues to be towed back to the pits. Era Motorsports Ferrari, Ryan DL back into the pits, into the fueling area. Is this that might be just a top off, Nick, do you think? Anybody at the...
I don't think I know.
You know, right.
It's just a top off.
Going to see a lot of that.
Another 25% of fuel.
Try not to get too excited.
Not only, I suppose because you're only going very slightly slower down the pit lane, which is a 40-kilometre limit compared to the 60-kilometre limit of the Code 60. And taking fuel as well, it must still work out beneficial to do that run down the pit lane and take the quarter tank. So, because that's something they'll all have timed, they'll know that's better than waiting. As the Holmgaard car now comes in, just for FYI, the camera's off for lunch.
Yeah, okay. Nick, it's going to be your painting pictures with words. Then we're going to go green in within 1 minute. But if you have got the Holmgaard car with you,
here he comes. The Holmgaard car is arriving now on the back of an Isuzu pickup.
Is that your cameraman returned?
Oh, he's back again. He decided not to go for lunch. There we go. Yeah. So obviously he said that's it, I'm going, and then he hasn't gone. So what can you do? He's obviously just determined to provide the best possible service. So I think, unsurprising, there's absolutely no indication of any problem whatsoever on this car, which immediately makes you think drivetrain. Because the car actually looks remarkably clean for something that's done best part of 9 hours. But they have no sort of issue that we can see. But they'll wheel it in, and we'll get a clue quite quickly over what they start looking at and what bits of it they open up and take out.
It's never good if it's not apparent.
Well, the bonnet isn't actually anything. The bonnet's just getting strapped back. So to me, it says everything about gearbox or drive. And that's not. And obviously, I'm not going to. This is not CSI.
Well, the Kumar car didn't
Italy,
it? The Kumar car did exactly the same.
True.
Just pulled off to the, off to the side of the track, and then was recovered, and it was
driver staying
quickly
on board.
Established.
But I think they're also not quite so sure. Oh, started the engine.
They've lost second place in class, by the way. They will continue to drop down the order. I'm not going to make the pin even harder to bear by announcing that. They are dropping down the order. They've dropped down to 3rd now. And it's that Sebleju car. They're a little bit off 4 laps before they lose to that, drop another place to that car.
Well, yeah, so I'll carry on observing, but the engine did start up. So it's not an up and downy issue. It might be a roundy, drivey-wivey issue. Is that painting picture of the word?
Vortex continuing to circulate in that GTX class. They've had a good run so far. I'm not gonna hex it by saying anything other than that. They are continuing to plod round, and they've only got themselves to beat. But a 12-hour motor race is a thing to beat. It's a big ask from, as we are seeing, attrition becoming a factor now, with about 90 seconds away from the 3 hours to go mark. And it is we're getting towards that vital part of any long distance motor race, the last couple or so hours, with Jeff McHale's in the lead in the Haas RT Audi. He's got 1 lap lead over the Proton Huber Porsche, who has got 2 laps over the Renault Mercedes, who's got a lap on the Utah Audi, who has got a lap on the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. And then perhaps the closest battle in GT3, 41 seconds separating the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi from the Era Motorsport Ferrari. And we've got Ryan DL now at the wheel, last time by 1:36.8, just getting up to speed in that car after that code 60. Let's head down to the pits. Who have you got, Nick?
Martin Vidal Ramerson from from the Holmgard car, 902. Martin, what was the problem?
The car suddenly just died on me. I lost power through T5. There were nothing up to that point, just suddenly lost power. I was able to start the car, go down the straight into T9, then the car just died again, and I was not able to start it then.
So it's an engine issue rather than a drivetrain issue or a gearbox issue?
Not sure, no misfires, no smell of oil, anything, so right now we're thinking about it's an electronic problem maybe, but they're working on it.
And as we all know, the electronic problems are the worst.
Exactly, yeah.
Well, hopefully you and your teammates will get out very soon. Bad luck.
We hope so.
So there we are. It is actually some sort of ignition issue by the sound of it. They certainly aren't looking, Joe, at anything drivetrain-wise. They've not had a look at the drive shafts. They've not had a look at the gearbox. It is a fact that the car will start, but it won't run. So they've obviously picked up some sort of electrical problem, but they are, of course, attacking it as the only way you can attack a modern car with a computer.
Yes, the laptop is plugged in. That's always the first thing that we see happen, just to download some fault codes, see what exactly is wrong.
Vortex is in the pit lane, Joe. Do you know that? It's just lounging about on the pit apron.
I hope it's not in there with a problem, because I've just been saying how great a race they've run.
Well, the engine cover's off. There's some peering going on. But I'm not sure the engine was about to go back on again. There was a computer plugged in. They got almost got knocked off the side of the car by an over flamboyant swish of the engine cover. But they're now thinking that's okay. It's not been in for long. This. Most it could be in for about 2 or 3 minutes. As this very grubby car. It's a nice looking car, but it does seem to pick up dirt. It's obviously the aerodynamics suck on the bits of rubber onto it. It does get very scuffed up very quickly. And away it goes. And you can probably hear the Chevy thundering down the pit lane. No one seems overly concerned, but it's Philippe. Let's move Philippe Bonnell. Let's see if I can grab a quick word with Philippe. Philippe, what was the problem there? Anything at all?
I don't know yet, but I think it's a problem of between, I don't know the word of the piece, between the gearbox and the engine.
All right. The clutch.
Clutch, exactly.
Well, we're all learning. Aside of that, it's unfortunate it's happened, but it does seem you've had a pretty good run so far this race. It's been quite solid, the car. The car's gone well.
Sorry, can you repeat?
It seems so far the car's gone pretty well this event so far.
Yes, we don't have any problem for this race, as that's completely different between the last race in Mugello. No, we work a lot during the last months in the south of France, in Castellet or in Les Denons, about the clutch and the gearbox. So finally, actually, we found a very good new gearbox from DMA, and we are completely satisfied by this new gearbox. Okay, for the moment, no problem, except the clutch right now.
And that's what this is about. This is, you're here on your own. Therefore, you can use this as an extended test and find out these things, can't you?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Because you are the only SBX car, you can use this race to find out any potential issues.
Sorry, I don't know.
That's okay. So it's good to have this race. So if there are issues, you still win.
Yes. You are alone in the GTS category, so we hope to be on the podium.
I hope so too. Thank you, Philippe Benoit. I think we got there eventually. Philippe's, but do you Lebanon, which is a test circuit quite near Maycourt. Maycourt obviously has quite a big
Lebanon,
centre of.
They race at Lebanon, mate.
They do. Well, I'm about to give my Lebanon story.
Oh, go on.
I have been round Lebanon, and I was driven around there in a Subaru Impreza by Philippe Massa. When Felipe was just beginning his career, it was his first year in Sauber, and he was doing some laps around. And so I've been around Lebanon with Felipe Massa before he was famous.
That's a scary little circuit, Nick, because it's got some massively steep climbs and even steeper drops. It's on iRacing as well. Yeah, it's on iRacing.
It's a free track, I think.
It's a mega little track.
Because I'm quite rare, and I really like Maycourt. I liked going there, apart from the lack of hotels. I like the track. I like the layout and things I've driven it in. But I seem to be quite rare on that.
No, I like iRacing on Maycourt.
I've got a Maycourt story as well, if you want to.
Yeah, go on.
So, when I was doing the post-race press conferences, do you remember the year that Heinz-Harald Frentzen won remarkably at Maycourt? Yeah. So we're sitting down there doing the conference, and it's live to 9 or 12 million, many people anyway. So there's somebody knocking at the side door, and we're trying to stop this idiot knocking at the side door. This idiot knocking at the side door. Then this idiot Frenchman barges in to a live unilateral conference. Do you know who it was?
Go on.
Jean-Marie Balestre.
Of course it was.
Many years after he was anybody important, but he just barged in.
Was he important at the time, though? Was he head of?
No, it's long
retired.
After Max took over. But he was important in French motorsport, obviously, and certainly important as far as he was concerned.
Yes.
There was a lot of waving, and he could. It's like, oh, for goodness sake.
So the gearbox that you were referring to with, sorry, who was the Philippe Bonnell.
They've obviously identified that there was a weakness in that final element of drivetrain. There's obviously no weakness in the Chevrolet engine, because that's been running for a million years and a million applications. Yeah. But they were fine. They needed to improve the gearbox, and they found a new gearbox, obviously sequential, and a new.
It's a Sadev box they've gone to, isn't it?
Yeah,
which is
it's good. Keep it in the French family. But,
no, to Dumas there, he just mentioned.
Dumas, yeah. But I think one of the reasons that Philippe was so keen to tell me that is a little bit of advertising, because they are still trying to commercially sell these vehicles, and that's why they continue to improve them and continue to develop them. And as we've said, the leap in performance between the 01 and the 02 was remarkable, and now they're kind of nailing out the reliability issues. It's still coming a force, and they're not. I know we've been a little bit funny, but they aren't having the ridiculous favourites anymore. The car's going well. The drivers are trying to do the best they can, and it's looking like a very, very useful addition to the SBX class. And if they can sell 3 or 4 more of them, it'd be great fun.
Well, we had 2 at Spa.
No, we had 2 at Dubai as well. We had Leonor Amanucci's daughter driving one. I think it's Selene.
Yes.
Yeah. So they kind of rolled out all sort of 8 of their friends and team drivers. But when it was launched, I want to say Barcelona a couple of years ago. The car was launched. They have plans to sell 8 to a dozen of them to privateers and other interested parties.
Well, hopefully they do. And we'd love to see as many of them as possible here in the Michelin 24-hour series.
Peter, I've got to mention we're getting towards. I mean, we're a little bit away from it, but some thought has to be put on the Spirit of the Race Award, and there are a few contenders for that in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Just a thought. I'm just throwing that out there. Don't have to.
Do you want to put?
No, I just want us to start thinking about it. So.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't have, when you have a contender, shout up. Fire us in your thoughts, everybody. There are a few contenders. It's not just about facing adversity. It's not just about repairing your car. There's, you know, this is endurance racing that goes on. There might have been something else that attracted your attention. You know, the spirit of endurance racing, the spirit of motor racing, the spirit of, you know, competitiveness, or, you know, might have been, you know, showing respect to another competitor, lending them a drive shaft or something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm with you now. Yeah, I'm with you.
That didn't happen at this race. I'm just using that as an example.
Yeah, I'm with you now. I mean, yeah, okay. We'll have a think on that one.
Have a think.
Yeah.
It's not hurting, is it?
It's like a computer overheating. It can only do something.
I'm going to take this plastic shirt off now because the sun's shining in this box. And football shirts tend to be plastic these days.
Yeah, the sun is just starting to come down now here at the Misano World Circuit Marco Simoncelli, and it's now starting to shine right in our window here at the commentary box. So we're having to crank the aircon more than it's had to work all day at this moment, even though the temperature outside is absolutely lovely at the moment. And yeah, a little bit of behind the scenes. We're about to see. Oh no, I'm not. Oh, I am. We see Joe Bradley undressing behind me.
Do you want me to take your mind off by talking about the pit lane?
Please.
Yeah, just to say that the wind has overall dropped from earlier on. It's a very pleasant evening. As expected, the wind does drop towards the evening. A couple of drivers did say the wind was just affecting the cars. Some GT3s are quite heavily aeroed, so they will get affected by the wind. But it's now dropped down to varying from nothing to a gentle breeze. But it's a very, very, very pleasant evening now. Realistically, what I want to be doing is sitting in the pit lane, have like a table and chairs and some beers as well. And so as the cars go by, I go, oh, there's the Haas car, have a bit of beer. There's the Aero Motorsport car, and I can do the reporting part of it, you know, quite easily. So if you could arrange that, it'd be fantastic.
So I want to see that you're rid of the checkered flag.
No, because I'm doing more relief work for the couple of hours. I've covered for all sorts of things.
Yes, you have, Paul. Ryan,
and I do thank you, by the way.
Yes.
Thank you, Nick. You are a star.
At the moment is absolutely flying. He's just set that car's best lap of the race on multiple occasions and knocked the lap time down to 1:33.219. So below the previous lap record, not quite on what Klaus Bachler's pulled out of that Proton Huber Porsche, but that's but definitely the Aero Motorsport car climbing up the order, up into the top 6 now, and only 16 seconds behind Andrei Soloksev, and at the moment Ryan Dale lapping 3 to 4 seconds a lap quicker. So that might well see the Aero car moving up into the overall top 5. Where they're really wanting to get to is the Pro-Am leader right now, which is Jörg Dreishoff for Proton Huber competition, but there's a small matter of about 3.5 laps between them, albeit the Aero car has been on, it's 32 minutes into a stint, whereas Jörg Dreishoff is 1 hour and 4 minutes into a stint. So actually Proton Huber may be coming into the pits fairly soon. We're not sure if they got a top up in the last code 60 or not, but even then they would still be in within sort of 15 minutes or so. So that could just narrow the gap a little.
Huber. They are suiting up one of their drivers. I'm just leaning my head in to see who that might be, and it is Konstantin Dressler, who'll be coming back out again to complete that 6 hours they need to do. So they'll be definitely getting in when the car comes in, and it'll be quite soon, because there's no point getting a driver all suited and booted in these temperatures too early.
No, very true, very true. Now that's interesting, because then they've got all their driving time done, so they can basically relay between Ryan Dalziel and Nico Verdon to the flag. So that could make Pro-Am incredibly exciting between those two teams to see who wins in Pro-Am. And indeed, if you win in Pro-Am, you're not going to be far away for the overall. If anything happened to Haas RT at the front, it would be game on, very much so. So RAFA Racing, they are sitting 8th. That lengthy brake change really cost them a lot of time. Cost them at least a lap, if not 2 laps. I would say maybe a lap and a half. at the moment, but they do sit in third place in AM with the two Audis, the Jutta car and the Continental car, a little bit further up the road. Whether they're going to need brake changes or not could well decide the outcome of that AM class battle.
Still undecided whether GT3 cars are going to need to change. We've seen only one car change brakes.
The Hofer car, yeah.
The Hofer car, yeah.
Yeah. But then...
And the Haas car.
The Haas changed brakes as well, did it?
On one side only, yeah, left-hand side.
Okay, so the Haas car,
left front,
which of
left
course
front.
is an Audi. So that then means...
I don't know, sorry, during that last greens I didn't see, I don't know whether they, because it was in the pits at the same time, whether the Scuderia Praha team did as well.
Okay, now what we need to know is if Jutta or Continental Racing by Simpson, whether they've done any brake change work or if they've still got it to do, because that could be really pivotal in the outcome of the AM class fight. At the moment, Chantal Prinz she is 38 minutes into her stint, so he's still got plenty of time at the wheel. I would imagine handing over to either Max Partel or indeed her husband Alex Prinz for the run to the flag, or most of the run to the flag, of course, with the maximum stint time 2 hours, with there's 2 hours 46 minutes to go. So that's something also that the teams have got to figure out, how they're going to play this last part of the drive time. And of course, it very much depends on as well how code 60s fall or have fallen in terms of when you pull a driver out. It might not quite happen exactly how you imagine it.
Yeah, it's getting. This is when your race engineers and your strategists earn their dollar. This is how. This is the point in time when people like Krista Donker and the Paul Truswells earn all that money they're making. I'm sure they'll agree with that. Worth every penny as well.
Yes, I'm sure.
Both of those names.
Yes, definitely. Speaking of Krista Donker's car, the Haas RT machine moving through. So in the lead at the moment with Jeff Michiels at the wheel. But the Era Motorsport Ferrari on the move as well. 134 flat last time by, which is 2.8 seconds quicker than the car up ahead, which is only 4.6 seconds up the road. That's the Continental Racing Audi, which isn't a change for class position, but would be a change for position overall. Nick.
And coming to my feet is the number 73 Proton Huber competition. Dreslau is going to get in, and they've had a quick change RT to the back of the garage. It's going to be Konstantin Dressler getting in. This is a driver. It has already taken fuel and tyres, and there's no concept of even potentially doing a brake pad of any sort. I think he's going to. I think they rather treated him to do a clean windscreen as well. Wow, very privileged. Car down, fired up, and go, and that was again a very good stop. But Proton Huber certainly, I think, very, very impressive in the speed of driver change and tyre changes. I would be pretty certain that if you aggregate all the pit stops I've seen, they're by far the quickest as a team, and they've made no errors, it appears, in that element.
You know, the quickest in qualifying as well over the lap, weren't they? That car started this morning. It's a long time ago this morning now. It's got the field for, and they've kind of been in contention, but they've kind of slipped. I mean, all right, I'm talking 3 laps deficit now to the leader, which can ebb away in the blink of an eye, can't it? And have we got a change yet? Has the Ferrari gone ahead of the Simpson Motorsport Audi? I think that was it there, Peter. We've just had a change for position. As into 5th place has gone Ryan DL. It was kind of a very simple move, wasn't it? There was no real sort of aggressive sort of defending, very clever driving from the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi of Andrei Solikovskev.
So next up then on the target acquired list for Ryan DL then will be Tim Muller, who's quite a bit further up the road in the Jutta Audi, and in a reasonably similar position in terms of stint, in fact almost identical actually. So that will need to be run down on pure pace alone, but Ryan definitely in the groove right now in that Ferrari. She's put in a personal best going through sector 2 actually while making that overtaking manoeuvre, so Very, very impressive stuff there from Ryan DL. 1:33.4 last time by, so he's multiple seconds quicker than those ahead of him.
Now, there's the change on the timing screen then, and with a lap time of 1:34, he's going to start catching Tim Muller in the Utah Racing Audi. He's ticked one Audi off. He's chasing down another Audi. Now, Tim, 1:37.6 last time by, 1:34.1 for Ryan DL. So it's going to take a while. He's got to unlap himself and then come back around.
Yeah. Exactly.
So we'll keep an eye on that. Out of the corner of our eyes as to see when that happens, and once he comes up behind the number 71 Utah Racing car, the Audi R8 of course, we'll keep an eye on Ryan DL getting by. Nice neat driving there from the Ferrari.
Ryan is so experienced. I think what he's done in his career, you can see why Aero Motorsport have him on board. You know, winner of the, I mean, in 2012 he won the Le Mans 24 hours in LMP2. He won Sebring 12 hour, very nearly won Daytona overall that year as well. Won Petit Le Mans that year, so won 3 major endurance races in a year in an LMP2 car. He's been a
what team was that with? Remind me.
That was with Starworks, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, right.
Yeah. With Peter Barron.
Yeah.
The Acura prototype. And then in Daytona, I think it was at Action Express when they nearly won that. But it was Starworks for the others. So, you know, that's just one of many things that Ryan's achieved in sports cars. Been a staple driver in the IMSA paddock for a very, very long time. But been with ERA now for probably for about 5 years. He's been part of the ERA project with bountiful success. But at the front is Jeff McKeels, who leads the way for Haas RT with their Audi R8 LMS Evo 2. The young star who was racing in a Ferrari Brands Hatch a week or two ago in the GT World Challenge, where he's had podiums in class in the past, wins in fact he's raced in Spanish F4, Italian F4, Emirates F4 as well. So he's only 19, so this is I'm sure this is quite a cool moment for him right now with a win in grasp. He'll be hoping to just hit his marks and hand the car over in one piece.
You kind of think there's an added pressure, isn't it? Because it can only go one way. You're leading the race. You've got a relatively comfortable lead, but you've got to, with 2.5 hours remaining, you've got to keep that pressure on yourself, on the team. You can only beat yourself, so to speak, and you've got to keep that flow going. You've got to keep the focus, keep the concentration. You can't back off. For another 2.5 hours, you've got to just keep that thing going round.
Keep pushing. Well, let's get down to Nick in the pits.
Yeah, it's not good news, I'm afraid. Our friends at Vortex are back in again, and the car is actually now in the garage, and they're stripping off all the easily removable side pods, the rear wheel cover. They've bent back the wing, so they're going to continue looking at this drivetrain issue they have. As a man sits astride a very hot Chevrolet V8, which is quite brave. But yeah, they're taking everything, and I think they're going to start working out what exactly is the drivetrain problem. They obviously have postulated as a clutch issue, but then it could be clutch actuation rather than the actual plates itself. So that's what they're going to be doing. And we're going to get an ERA Motorsport stop soon, guys. So they are ready. Nico Verdon is ready, but I don't see anyone in the fuel station.
That was going to be my question, Nick. Are they going to take Ryan DL out and plug in Nico again? I mean, you're plugging in like for like there, aren't you, Peter? It's two very, very fast drivers.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on the lap times and be able to tell them just who was the fastest when we get to see them on the podium.
Yeah.
Another 1:33 lap time from Ryan. 1:33.7 to be exact. He's only 7/10 off the best time for that car. Was that Ryan's time as well?
Yeah, he's had a few personal bests in the stint for the car. So, yeah, they're definitely doing his job up into the top 5. Imagine if, I guess Kyle Tilley's listening in on the way to the airport at the moment, or in the airport, waiting on his flight up to Spa for the Classic tomorrow. He's done his driver time earlier on. So 2 hours 37 minutes to go. Basically an IMSA WeatherTech Championship sprint race to go from here.
Yeah, that's the way I always look at it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As the Haas RT team, they've just got to hit their marks now. This has been building over the last 5 or 6 hours, where they've just slowly but surely just relentlessly kept the pace up. They've made the right calls during the Code 60s, and they've just slowly but surely just grabbed control tighter and tighter. Yannick Verdon, he's been busy behind the wheel of the Mercedes AMG for Verdon Racing.
Second place at the moment, Peter. He's inherited that second place with the pit stop of Konstantin Dressler's Proton Huber Porsche. That he will have to give back, though. He's done 42 minutes, so he's about 20 plus minutes away from that pit stop, and then that second place will be handed back to the Porsche, the number 73. And again, we're getting towards that element of the race where we'll be able to see just who's going to be in the right place at the right time.
And will Code 60s play a factor? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. We've had, I think, 5 Code 60s in total, 5 or 6, so not many. Certainly when you compare what we had at Mugello, where we had 5 in about half an hour at one point, it was crazy with because of the gravel traps at Mugello. As soon as you went off the circuit, you were into the deepest gravel traps ever, which meant we had to call Code 60, get the track recovery crew in, and that then meant that we were under Code 60 a lot. So
here, Peter, we've had a few cars spin off and just go over the curb onto the hard surface, whereas at other places that, like you say, would have been into the gravel trap. So that's mainly, I mean, that, and plus that has helped with the Code 60 recovery times as well.
Yeah, it has. It has a lot. And yeah, like you say, we haven't been under Code 60 for very long when they have come out. Very, very, very true. Marcel Van Berlo's been doing a good chunk of driving time as well in this latter portion of the race. He's been at the wheel for 1 hour and 18 minutes, so he's really stretching the tank out on that race-leading car in 992. And I would imagine handing over to one of his sons, Kai or Glenn Van Berlo, for the certainly for a portion of the run to the flag. Still 2 hours 34 minutes to go, so if you did hand the car over now, the driver that got in could not finish the race, because unless you want to swap them back and forth again, which wouldn't be very sensible, but the maximum stint time, of course, is 2 hours at the wheel. It's Konstantin Dressler in the Proton Huber car, just coming up behind the Van Berlo Motorsport car, and manages to squeeze by. Nick Damon.
The Era Motorsport is happening. The Era Motorsport stop is happening in front of me. Ryan Dielazan, Nico Verdon. As I look to my left, the RPM Motorsport, also known as the Krone Racing Porsche, that's also just filled up with fuel. That's coming in for a stop too. Full service and fuel. I reckon this is absolutely brimmed to its 120 litres. There's a couple of runs through during Code 60. No way was that car empty. It's the Era car when it came into the pits. So they've then put a full fill in there and sent Nico out. Do you think they're thinking they can do it at one more stop? I'm not sure, but they certainly are looking to maximise their strength of speed and see what they can do from there. Just looking back at the other way, the RPM stop, and that is also a full service and driver change. Again, a little bit of consternation with the belts, which we saw earlier with Tracy, but they are getting towards the end of that one now. So that's back to a quiet pit lane again. I think what we do, is it the Haas team we've got in, or is it Simpson by Simpson? I can't quite tell the colour scheme. It's an Audi anyway in the pit box. It's Haas. It looks like he's going to drive right through, because Chris doesn't seem very interested in welcoming him, yet waving him down in a round of applause. This is just fuel only. As the Haas car goes past, Chris Verdon waves him down. That is a car sent, and they're obviously looking to get towards the 2-hour time limit for that particular driver. Let me, whilst I've got it, let me see if I can go with Ryan and see what he's kind of walking this way, looking like he really wants to talk to me. He's walking the wrong way now. And I dropped his paper. Ryan, so you've reached the bit now where it's just you and Nico to the end. How far up do you think you can get?
I have no idea. I haven't looked. I think we're in second right in class. I passed somebody else overall. So I don't know. We're obviously a few laps down, but seems like we're pretty fast right now.
So you went through the pits twice during the last Code 60. Had you worked out that actually even a quarter of a tank was better under Code 60 than just running around?
I guess so. I don't know. We have smart people here, so I'm assuming if they made that decision, it was the right thing to do.
So I take it when you came in there, was that like a stop on time or a stop on driver stint, or just because you wanted to give a maximum full tank to Nico?
I think it was mainly driver stint, but we were also out of fuel too, so it was because we only took the 25 on the last one. But I think we're in good shape. I don't know if we need a splash. I don't know if we're in like a 2 stint plus at this point, or if we need a code 60. So I'll go back and see what the smart guys say.
Good idea. Thanks, Rod.
Cheers.
Yeah, it's a little bit uncertain right now for Air Motorsport what their schedule is pit stop wise. It depends on the code 60s as well, of course. And the thing is, code 60 is fine, but you can only put in 25% if you're a pro or a pro-am car. They are a pro-am car, so sometimes it's not ideal. Sometimes getting the full fuel fill is nice, and then that means you don't have to come back in at all. But there's so many different ways to look at it with the way that the code 60s work.
Just looking at the timing screen, the Air Motorsport Ferrari is kind of playing snakes and ladders. It got all the way to the top row, and then it went all the way back down the snake to the bottom row. After gaining those places, it's now having pitted, come in and relinquish those places to the Hofer car, to the Scuderia Praha car, to the Continental Racing by Simpson. And it's back to where it was, and Nico now has to get out there and start lapping again and going as fast as he can, and he's going to spend this stint regaining that ground that he's just lost in the pit stop, and then he'll regain it, and then he'll lose it again. So the rate of gain is perhaps not as great as we perhaps perceived initially.
Well, it was certainly lap time to those around was strong. Really depends how. Really depends. Did you have that in your headset as well?
Yes, but you jump out your chair.
Yes, I nearly did again. I wish they would stop doing that in the truck if they could stop.
I'm sure they're not doing it deliberately.
No, I really hope. Yeah.
But the fact
it's quite uncomfortable.
You literally jump off your seat. We just had a lot of static in our headsets for a moment.
Very anxious.
And Pete absolutely just gets such a shock. I must be cool, mate, because it doesn't affect me like you.
You've had a harder life than me. You battle harder than your life. That's for sure. 2.5 hours to go. Hopefully we don't have any more of those statics in our ear.
I hope they do, because they're hilarious.
Really
to see you jump out your seat.
It's not very pleasant. So the gap at the front of the field, as it stands right now, is only 9.3 seconds, because Yannick Redon's been pushing on hard. Now, Jeff Michiels, he's been at the wheel for 47 minutes, tyre age 28 laps, exactly the same as Yannick Redon. Stint length's pretty much the same as well. The only thing is the last pit stop is that, of course, Haas have just come in again, haven't they? So they've had a little splash again, so they're actually looking really good right now. They just left Jeff Michiels on board, that's what it was. Of course, he had to jump the Haas pit stop not that long ago. They've just left the same tyres on, put it up with fuel, so that puts them in a really, really good spot right now at this Haas RT. So although the gap is coming down right now, it's not exactly as close as that looks at this moment in time.
992 still being led, as we said. They've got a flag on it, haven't they? It's gone out to 7 laps now, and I actually don't know how they're doing that. It's just, every time I look at the timing screen, they haven't just gained a few seconds, they've gained chunks of time. And now 316 laps completed to Philip Hamprecht and the RPM Racing Porsche in second place, 309 laps. They've got 3 laps on the third place 992 car, which is the Sebelju Racing Porsche. Now remember the story of their race. They had an issue with contact with the Aston Martin, had a repair job on the front suspension, the steering was broken, etc. And they were completely out of it, weren't they? They were way down. But they've had a great run. It's been a recovery drive from the very outset, and they're there. They're on the third place. That's the overall step of the overall 992 class podium, but they're also second in the 992 AM. So they're going to get 2 sets of trophies. And just to round off the 992 update, the 911 Racing Porsche, Moritz Hoem at the wheel. They're in third in the AM class, 4th overall. And then the next car up in 992, that's the Mulder Motorsport. Zavidris at the wheel of the Porsche, number 921, 5th in 992.
Yeah,
but what a recovery drive.
Quite, I mean, and also the great work by their pit crew to not panic under the pressure of the incident, and to get that repair done and get the car back out going again. Really, really impressive. So yeah, they're definitely in the mix. I mean, if we're throwing nominees for the spirit of the race, I'm going to throw Venture Engineering in there, because they're in a class by themselves in GT4, and we had a great chat with them yesterday with Neville and his son Chris and their pro driver, if you like, and Matthew George, and they're just so positive about it, and how, yep, no problem, we're just going to do a 12-hour race sim, we're going to prepare for the next one. And Chris Jones made a very good point. He said, I said to my dad, I said, part of winning a championship is going to every round and to be there and to compete and to attend. And they've done more than attend. They won Barcelona last year. They won the opening round in Mugello, and then they've come back from a big crash in Spa. They could just say, "No, I don't like that." No.
Well, that's a very good contender, Peter, because they could have tootled around this track at half race pace and took the trophies, but no. They've pushed themselves. They've pushed themselves to the extent where they tripped over.
Yep.
And they had Neville Jones in the car. They wanted to push that envelope and push the regs to see how far they can, how close they could get. And whether or not they'll admit that that wasn't deliberate, by doing so, even if it was by accident, that Neville stayed in the car a bit too long. It's commendable that they were pushing that envelope and pushing the regs and going through their driver stints and their driver rotations and strategies, and preparing and learning to go forward to Paul Ricard and Barcelona. And what they're still learning this series. They made their first appearance at Barcelona last year, wasn't it? Was it Barcelona?
It was Barcelona.
I first met them. And then they came out for the European season, Mugello, Spa, and they're in it for the... And it's just... That's commendable. And that is very much a spirit of the race, isn't it?
Yeah, and spirit of endurance.
Spirit of going racing.
Yes, exactly. Is that, you know, this is not a cheap endeavour at all. This is an expensive thing to do, and it takes real commitment and sacrifice, to be honest, to do this. There's lots of other things you could spend the money on. And coming along, it's so easy if you think, well, we're only car in the class now, we won't go. Well, no, they've turned up, and they've done it with a smile. They've done it with positivity, which I'm a big proponent of. Into fueling then comes the Red Ant car. So this is the stagger we were talking about. Yannick Redan almost got into the lead of the race, but 3 seconds away from Jeff McKeel's for Haas RT, but he needed to come in for fuel. So that then really creates a look at what the actual gap is, and really it shows that Haas RT are in a good position. If they can execute now between now and the next 2 hours and 24 minutes, they will have an overall race victory to add to their tally of race victories here in the Michelin 24-hour series. And as we said before, only 2.5 years as a race team.
Yeah. A lot of experience, though.
Of course, yeah. But you've got to form a group of people. You've got to buy a car. You've got to prepare a car. You've got to get a premises. There's so much that goes into it. You know, there's so much as well. I'm speaking to preaching to the choir, as I say to you. You've been there. You know what that's
well, I know the effort that goes in. I know the energy that you have to be part of inside of any of those garages. But you know, there's a reason why my column for the 24H Series magazine is called "The Soap Opera Behind the Garage Door," because I can assure you there are several soap operas kicking off at every race weekend, at every race week, behind every garage door. It's an absolute drama. Even when everything's going right and everything's going well, it's an absolute drama. There's some great stories that we can tell.
There's still, even at this latter point of the race, there's some personal best lap times being put in. Moritz Oma for 911 Racing has just put in that car's best lap of the race, 137.7. So, you know, as we get, and particularly as I think the sun goes down and as it goes behind the low rolling hills here near Misano, we might see the track cool off a touch, and then we'll get some really strong lap times. We might even see that that lap record lowered even more, particularly if Klaus Bachler gets on board that Proton Porsche, because he just seemed to just fire in purple sector after purple sector every time he was in the car, seemingly.
Give us your ideas. Give us your ideas of contenders for the Spirit of the Race award. And like Peter has just described there, you know, his what's the word? You're putting forward nomination. His nomination is for the Venture Mercedes for addressing this race. They're the only car in the GT4 class. That's not going to be the case at Paul Ricard for round 4, and it's certainly not going to be the case at Barcelona for the 24 hours and the way they've addressed the race. But and it's not necessarily about car teams facing adversity either. It's not necessarily about a team that's put a car back together and they've continued in the race, and there's always lots of them. So give us a few ideas of your own if you've got them, and the live chat is still going strong on the YouTube, on the 24H Series YouTube channel.
So more penalties being served for Redon Racing. 10-second penalty for them. I'm just going to double check what that's for. Track limits again. So they keep getting track limits. Well, we saw they were breaking track limits with the go-kart, the Misanino go-kart track last night. So I suppose on the racetrack, it's really just keeping up the form.
Yeah, nothing. It's becoming a pattern of behaviour, isn't it? I think is how you would put that.
I don't think they've hit any cones though, which is nice. Diana Binks is now down in the pits.
Yeah, Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, the number 69, is just being pushed up the pit lane. So I guess there's a problem firing that up after refueling, because the team members have had to run down and push it up onto the pit apron, and it's just landed here now. So they are actually taking that car, that GT3 car, that Audi GT3, sorry, into the garage at the moment. So there's clearly a little bit of an issue there. So I'll just investigate when I can. But yes, they're taking that straight in.
Oh no,
now.
that's really heartbreaking for them, because they're in that such tight battle for GT3 AM honours with the other Audi, the Jutta number 71 car, but also the number 11 Hofer car. So for Hofer, things now looking a bit better after that delay with the brake change. They now are up into second place in the GT3 AM category, and critically as well, it's another set of overall points as well in there, because they are very much in contention for the overall GT3 championship as well as the AM subclass.
Into the pits, Peter, as Ian has just reported.
This is the Continental Audi, so the Simpson mechanics going to work. The engine cover is off. They're going to remove the rear wheels as well.
Rear cover off, removing rear wheels. What did they think it was?
Not sure.
No, they're not sure yet, are they?
Yeah, no.
Right, okay.
But it had been in fuel, and then it had to be pushed from fuel. It's Andrei Soluksev, who brought the car in, looks a bit despondent, unfortunately.
As you would, and that's the thing, isn't it? We take it for granted that the cars are going to come in, fueling, restart, continue on. But sometimes, you know, these cars now, they've been running since 9 o'clock this morning onto the grid. The race started at 9:30. Here we are, coming up to 7 p.m. They've been running hot. They've been pounding round, and all that heat soak, when the cars do stop, the fueling can affect those parts like starter motors and wiring looms. I still can't quite tell what they are about to fix there. It looks like it could be, I mean, the rear end is where all the attention's at, Peter, and that it's a mid-engine car. The rear wing's coming off by the rear body, the rear bumper deck, the rear deck's coming off too, and that could be a gearbox.
Oh dear. Oh no,
that's looking like gearbox to me.
If that is the case, oh no, if that's the case, after 9 hours and 40 minutes of racing, Diana might have more for us.
Go on, Di.
They're telling me it's a clutch issue at the back, so that's what they're looking at now.
Oh dear, well, jet transmission, yeah, with the clutch. Oh dear, that is such a shame for Continental Racing by Simpson. You think when things run so well for 9 hours and 40 minutes, you're in a good spot, in a podium spot, and then a clutch problem.
Yeah, Rory's asking if I know the result yet. Yes, Rory, you might have noted around about the time of the second half into extra time, I went I went very quiet, and yeah, how I haven't screamed into this microphone, I do not know.
Milner Motorsport also obviously had an issue in refueling because the team are pushing the car all the way up the pit lane to the garage. That's the 921 Milner Motorsport Porsche 992. So an issue with them. So I will head up there to find out what's going on. But as I turned round from the Simpson garage, I could see the same sort of situation arising. So from what I can see now, we're just on nearly there at the car. I'm just looking to see if they're going to take it in to the garage area. But at the moment, it's on the pit apron. But I think, yes, it is. It's going into, they're taking the rear cover off that Porsche 992 as well, and about to put that back into the garage. So that's 2 or 3 within a few minutes, isn't it?
It's getting there, isn't it? It's that time, isn't it? 2 hours to go over a 12-hour race. This is when problems can hit you with 20 minutes of a race, but you know what? These cars are tired now. They've been worked hard.
They have, and you think it's not just the race today. They've been working hard all week, haven't they? And they would have been prepared for today.
They've had a bit of TLC.
Yeah.
Last night after qualifying, things would have been checked. But yeah, fundamentally, they've got mileage on the motors, mileage on the gearbox, mileage on the running gear. And, they've been worked hard here. Misano is a track that loads up the left and the right. I had a stat, actually, with how many lefts and how many rights we had.
There's a lot more rights.
There's a lot more rights,
a lot more. I mean, you think the big heavy loading flat through turn 3, then more braking and turning through 4, 5, and then again, this is all right-handers, of course. Then you've got another big right-hander at 10, Carboni, 11, 12, 13, 14, all right-handers, braking, turning, and it's definitely, it must really punish the front left tyre as well on a front engine car, and indeed probably the whole left side on rear and mid engine cars too. So what a shame for Milner. They've just not had a good season. They've had pace, but the races have just not gone their way at all, unfortunately.
And they just lost power completely, so they've had to take it in to find out why. They don't know yet. They're sort of shaking their heads a little bit, and they're in actually a very tight garage as well. But the team are going to work on that to see if they can find out what the problem is.
What a pity! What a pity for Milner Motorsport. That's not what we'd like to see at all.
6 right-handers and 10 left.
Must be the other way around.
Can't be right. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to count them.
Okay. Yeah, if it was clockwise, that would be quite a thing. So, Chantal Prinz for RAFA Racing now, after the demise of the Continental Racing car, now moves into 2nd in AM and 5th overall at the moment, and only 5 seconds behind Yannick Verdon in the Redan Mercedes. In fact, actually, just on that's changed around, actually, just as I say that. Hasn't quite updated on our graphic yet. Nico Verdon has gone up into 5th, so he's gone past Chantal Prinz, who's now in 6th place, but still 2nd in class. Now is Nico Verdon in that Aero Motorsport car. You called it snakes and ladders, Joe. That's a good way to put it. It dropped down to that. He's now climbing back up the ladder.
I know.
Again.
He's climbing back
up. He can dodge the snakes.
He's going up a few ladders now, isn't he?
Yes. Yeah.
And then, all right, he's only done 19 minutes of the session, of the stint, I should say. The car's ahead of him. The Red Ant car, 332 laps. That's 3 laps ahead. But those 2 cars, Tim Muller in the Utah car, the Red Ant car, hasn't the Red Ant car just been into the pits?
Yes, so it's early on in its stint.
Right,
yeah,
so I'm saying Yannick Verdon has done an hour and 2.
Yes.
Has he had a pit stop in there?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, he's had fuel fairly recently. Yeah. So he's doing a double, and then I guess handing over to Kobe De Bruyke for the run to the flag.
Right. Yeah. So
or Kenny Hire maybe.
Yeah, we can keep him in for almost an hour.
Yeah. Pretty much to the end of the tank, and yeah, so Red Ant's strategy is certainly neatly aligning at the moment. So they're sitting in 4th, but at net they're further ahead than that after their pit stop. So what's interesting though in the Pro-Am battle, where you've got Verdonk and DL pushing as hard as they can. Verdon in the car right now. He's just moved past Chantal Prinz to go into 5th, according to our timing screen. But the thing is, he's actually struggling to match the pace in certain laps as Konstantin Dressler. He's actually not gaining any time on Konstantin Dressler in the class leading Proton.
We spoke to the red camel car, and with Fabian Dance at the wheel of that 909 at the back of the field, it was just going to be a case of getting some time in the seat, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly so. Exactly so. Well, we're heading into the really into the kind of twilight now, as the sun's starting to come down now here. The shadows lengthening at the Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli is 911 into the pits with their Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. Di, who is not there. Di's camera is there.
I am. I just couldn't get my microphone on quickly enough. Sorry. Yeah, I'm here. In fact, I've got to say, this 911 Racing have been very quietly going about their business this whole race. I mean, the car is looking in very, very good condition. Now, every time they come in for a pit stop and change driver, it's all very slick. The team are running around doing the full service, changing tyres quite methodically and polishing that car as much as possible. But it's not looking like some of the others that are a little bit worn at this point in the race. But taking the time, just strapping the driver in now before they head back out onto the race. But they're all quite relaxed down there. I can hear you giggling.
No, I'm giggling with Nick trying to get out of the way of the sun. The sun's right in our eyes now in our little box dive. And Nick's just taken over from PMAC. Peter's gone off to grab some dinner, and he's kind of squirming down behind the screen.
So the 911 Racing's just gone out. Van Berlo Motorsport by Bas Koeten, the 925. They're just waiting for that car to come out of refueling. They're going to have a driver change in that car, as well as a full service and tyres.
So 911, as Di has just described, back in the race. That's the third place car on the 992 AM podium. They will be they are on target with just over 2 hours to go. They're on target to meet Nick Damon, who will be taking us through our podium presentation. Hello, Nick. Did you have a lovely dinner?
It was very nice, yes. Yes, it was. I was trying to keep it quite light, obviously.
Why?
Well, because, you know, one is getting larger these days.
I see. The fight continues.
Yes.
Fight continues. That's the car that is third in the 992 AM class, the green and red car. Continuing to move round. That is the number. Where's the number gone? It's the 911. That's where I was trying to say. Currently 12th overall in the scheme of things. Ralph Hoym at the wheel. Into the pits has come the leading 992 car. That's the 925 numbered Van Berlo Motorsport. Bas Koeten's the team underneath that. That's Bas Koeten just going in to help strap the driver in. The pit stop coming to a conclusion. Last element of the stop is doing up the driver nets, then slamming the door. Door slammed, off it goes. Still a sense of urgency there, Nick. Even with that lead that they've acquired, they've got 3 laps lead on the rest of the 992 field, yep. And yet they still go about their pit stop as urgently as that.
Well, I think you can't drop your focus, can you? You drop your focus, you're likely to drop the ball, as they say.
Exactly. That's my attitude as well.
I think you said earlier, every single one, even these teams who are weekend warriors, have rehearsed every element of these standard stops. And you can't then say, oh, let's slow it all down, because you've rehearsed A to B to C to D. and that person, you've got tyres being handed to other tyres, and people need to know. So I think it's really important that they carry on at full speed. I think you've got to push the whole way through.
You absolutely have. If you start dropping out of rhythm, and that's why that team there, the Van Berlo Motorsport, Glenn Van Berlo on his outlap at the wheel of the number 925, continuing on his way. Alexander Prinz, I can tell you, is now at the wheel of the number 11, RAFA Racing Mercedes. That car has dropped to second in the ARM class. Well, actually, it's maintained that second in the ARM class, 7th overall in GT3. Just dropped behind the Scuderia Praha Ferrari now. Nico Verdon continues just ahead of them by a lap, and he's still got 3 laps to make up to the Red Ant car. So it's back to where we were, and Yannick Verdon is lapping in the 1:35.8s. Yannick Verdon, Nico Verdon is lapping in the 1:34.5s, 1:34.6, 1:34.5. Oh, that's very close. Verdon's only making up a 10th a lap last time.
He's got 3 laps to make up, and that's not doable by pace. It's doable by other issues for other teams, but you've got where we run now 2 hours and 6 minutes, and you've got to make up effectively 5 minutes just in pace against people who are good. It's not going to happen.
No, it's not. No, not 3 laps. 3 laps.
I mean, they're sitting there ready to pounce.
Not with 2 hours to go.
They've got as far as they can go on pure talent, and they have no weak links as such to put in, because they will have a combination of Ryan, DL and Nico to the end. But it's going to be interesting to see how much further they can get. And obviously they're second in class, so it's not the end of the world. But we've already seen. It's weird how we have little flurries of problems, isn't it? It's never like what? It's like one car and that fires another car, then 3 cars have little problems, and that's very likely. I don't think they're going to have 4 cars who have issues, but it's a good chance to pick up a couple of places in the next couple of hours. It's not a big problem; it's a small problem. Will take time to pass them. It's not like you're dropping a drive shaft. It's just having a control alt deleting sitting on the side of the track for a couple of seconds.
Yeah. I'd prefer to have a drive shaft, because at least it's discernible.
Problems, isn't it? It's never like
the electronics fault with
Home got back out again. They still they are, aren't they? Yeah, because they had an electronic issue.
Yeah, they're back up.
Yeah, they had electronic issues.
They've dropped down to 5th.
36 minutes off last time round. Yeah,
off the class podium completely now, and that was so cruel, and on that car ground or halt. Nick, I need you to think about your Spirit of the Race contender, your Spirit of the Race nomination.
I think it's been said, and I think that
it's a good idea from Peter, wasn't it?
I think, I think it is almost the absolute description of Spirit of the Race. Yes, we've seen some fine comebacks. So changing a gearbox in 45 minutes, for Ajith Kumar is pretty impressive. But actually coming out and doing a 12-hour race properly with everything that implies, both hard work, both the cost and everything else, is absolutely the spirit of endurance. We effectively decide that we think that the future races are so important. We're going to put so much effort into these 12 hours. Diana, was that you calling up?
888 Seb Lejeune Racing came in, very quick pit stop and driver change. Stefan Perrin has jumped in behind the wheel now, but they're all giving themselves a bit of a cheer. That was a good, clean stop, driver change and tyres. And just behind me, further down the pit lane, the Venture Racing GT4, number 421, they're getting ready to greet their driver here. Well, greet the driver on. They're already on the pit apron waiting. I can't see if there's going to be a driver change, but I think I did spot. Yes, I did. Yeah, they're going to do a driver change here as well. So they're just waiting to receive the car.
Okay, Neville Jones is currently in that machine, which I think is kind of within the commentary booth, which isn't everything. Please write in on the YouTube chat or onto the on X who you think should win Spirit of the Race. But I'm kind of struggling to find something that more symbolises it.
It is a good one. It's a very, very good nomination.
Because normally we have a massive row about this. We all have.
We do. Yeah. We all have.
And you never choose mine. I get the hump.
Do you really?
Very good idea. I'm in the pits. I know what goes on.
Yeah, we always see the adversity. The car that has been nominated by Peter Mackay for very good reasons, different reasons to what we've had so far, and it is that number 421 Mercedes. The Venture Racing is the Venture Racing team is the team that is behind this car, which looks like it's going for a brake change, both front and rear, new pads going onto that GT4 spec AMG GT Mercedes.
And whether you need them or not, you do the practice.
Absolutely, yes. Go ahead, Di.
Yeah, you're quite right, Joe. I know you can see pictures, but for anyone that can't see pictures, they absolutely are changing those brakes and pads. They're sort of quite quietly going about their business, as we know that this team do. Everyone's working methodically to do what they need to. Neville is actually strapping in. Yeah, I'll try and get Neville, actually, because we've spoken. I don't think we've managed to speak to him for some time. So let me just see how this pit stop.
Yeah, it'd be great to hear from Neville.
Finalised.
You got him?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Not yet.
Because some of you can just walk across and there they are, feeling, they think, oh, I can't escape. I'll have to do that. So yes, this is the 421 car, the winner, as it keeps saying. I don't know where they put the.
No, not yet. It's a contender. It's a nomination.
No, I'm talking about the overall. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
the winner of GT4.
It's quite funny when they put the class results up. They get winner. They've got that from the winner as well. They go, you never know. You could get disqualified. You don't know it's one.
Well, that is true. It's got to pass through tech. It might be a GT3 car in disguise. I know it's not. Aaron Thompson messages in, which manufacturer is the lead car? Well, that's an Audi. It belongs to the Haas RT team. Jeff,
at some point, you think Audi might reconsider the move away from customer racing, and perhaps consider it wasn't the wisest thing to do. I mean, they do have customer racing support. It's been wound down considerably. And of course, their stable of very, very good factory drivers have all been redistributed to much joy to the other, to the other companies have picked up all sorts of top Audi drivers. Audi, of course, currently just in the last year of preparations of joining Formula 1. They'll be on the Formula 1 grid next year, taking over the Sauber team, which is quite a big job.
That brake change just coming to a conclusion now for the Venture Mercedes. That will continue. I'm not sure if Di mentioned which driver is taking over that car, whether or not it's going to be Matt or Chris that will take over. It's Chris Jones.
Neville, who's just getting a drink, so a much-deserved drink, and coming out to the garage. Neville, we've been desperate to talk to you for some time. We keep coming to the garage, but you're always behind the wheel. You clearly are having a very good time.
I'm enjoying it today. It's really good, but I'm a bit tired now. I think I'm done for the day now, so I'm going chill.
You've been putting in some good times, and the performance has been fantastic. So we'll just let the car go off, but you must be pretty satisfied.
The start of that stint wasn't very good, but towards the end it was much better. Yeah.
What was the problem at the start of the stint?
Just me.
Just blame the tyres or something.
Yeah, and after, just still learning the car. It's really good. The car's awesome.
How does it feel to drive it round here at Misano?
I think it's my favourite circuit. It is really nice circuit, yeah.
What is it about it that makes it your favourite?
I think it's because it's quite tight in places. Okay, I might not be fast, but I enjoy that. Coming from, I used to do car rallying, so I'm used to tighter stuff, and yeah, it's nice. But the bit at the back, flat out corner, that you do as you go through at my age.
And what about sort of managing the traffic? I know we've, there's a fair amount of spaces and gaps here on this circuit, but is that enjoyable?
It's a challenge. You know who the people you've got to watch for, but it's a challenge. Yeah, it is. I quite enjoy it, but you know who you've got to watch out for. The big problem is when they disappear into your blind spot and you don't know where they've gone. So if it's two of them and they split, yeah, that's the problem.
Well, you're clearly enjoying it. It's great to see.
It's good fun. I'm looking forward to chilling out now.
OK, I'll let you go and sit down. Thanks very much.
Neville Jones there, finding the backstretch there through the kinks a little bit. Oh, but being a former rally driver, of course, he'd like that. He'd prefer that lined with trees and a gravel surface, of course,
far too easy
at those speeds.
Stuff. I mean, surprised he's tired. He did more than his 2 hours, didn't he, earlier on?
He was what?
He did more than his 2 hours earlier, didn't he?
He did, yeah. They can't get him out of the car.
Extra minute.
Yeah, he's loving it.
Nightmare for him.
Great to have Venture along as well. It's another father and son team as well, which we seem to have a plethora of here at Misano for this one.
Yeah, we've got father and son, we've got father and daughter as well, of course.
Father and daughter as well, yeah, absolutely. Father, daughter and son-in-law.
Yes. Yeah,
we're talking about the Horford team, of course. Michael Kroll with his daughter Chantal, I should say. and her husband, Alexander. Of course, Chantal, formerly known as Kroll, would have been familiar as our 24H Series ladies champion, as well as Hofer becoming teams champion twice on the trot, I believe.
Yeah, that was the glory days, the Gullwing Mercedes.
Yeah, it was.
The previous version of the big GT3 car with them, when they had not just Kenneth Hire, who has driven them quite recently, but now has jumped ship to Red Ont, and of course Christian Franken, who that was
Christian Franken,
Christian now who does most of his work in driver coaching, a lot of it Zandvoort.
Kenneth, of course, goes wherever Mercedes tells him to.
Unlike his father, just went on the track whether he was allowed there or not.
Yeah, a great story. Yeah.
Hans Hire, who is Kenneth Hire's father, just look him up. Unbelievable.
Yeah, story of the German Grand. Was that the 1978 Grand?
It was
earlier.
You all know what year it is, because you're good at that sort of thing.
I know.
I don't argue with you. Well, once you got, I'll argue with you down to about 85, 84, but beyond, I'm not arguing with you. And I'll start arguing with you again about 1969. I don't think you're quite good at that point.
Really?
I think you've imbibed the 70s.
Beyond the 60s. You're.
I'm giving you once sideburns came in.
Flares.
Once flares came in till turbos, you can have that bit. You can have those 15 years or 14 years, and I think it's fine again.
Happening out on track at the moment, Nick, is exactly what Peter and I have been talking about. There may be inside of 2 hours to go, but you've got to still be very, very cagey and very, very wary of what you're doing out there with the faster cars. Getting inside of traffic now is the Yannick Verdon Red Ant Racing Mercedes finds himself in a gaggle of Porsche 992s and just picking his way by, picking his moment, not being too hasty.
What's also going on in there is one of those unique features of endurance racing. It's called clumping. But when you have 17 or 18 cars running on a 3-mile track, you'll still find 6 of them occupying the same 100 yards. And the way they clump with different speeds, you've read something amusing. Is it a broadcast?
It is broadcastable. Yeah. It's a nomination for the Spirit of the Race, and it's been sent in by Tin Plate Geek 2.
Excellent. Oh, well, hang on a second. What happened to Tin Plate Geek 1?
I don't know. No, 2 T-O-O.
Oh, okay.
So he's Tin Plate Geek 2. Spirit of the Race should go to E2P Racing for turning up even though they are suffering from a curse. How many mirrors have they broken or ladders walked under or crossed paths of black cats? I always thought black cats were crossing your path. We're lucky.
It's one of those things where, you know where superstitions fall down? It's where the same thing means different things in different areas. Because, you know, in some countries you hang the horseshoe as a U.
Yeah.
In some places you hang the horseshoe as an N.
Yes.
And the U people say when you hang it as an N, all the luck drains out.
Ah, right, okay.
But it's entirely down to local, which is the lucky way to hang the horseshoe.
Right, okay.
Personally, possibly neither.
So if the black cat goes from left to right, it's lucky. If it goes from right to left, it's unlucky. I don't know.
Sounds to me the black cat goes to Wembley, it's lucky.
Tin Plate Geek 2, that is a very, very good nomination.
Do you not believe that?
What's
that? The black cat goes to Wembley, it's lucky?
The black cat has been very lucky today, yes. The black cat kept it till the very last moment.
I've got a question for you.
Yes.
11 or less?
11 or less?
Points next year.
Oh, mate, I don't want to even think about it. I don't know. I'm looking forward to the championship. I'm looking forward to being back in the championship after next season. That's how confident I am. Unless, of course, we add some superstars to our young superstars. Hey, it's Premiership football for me next year. I can't believe it.
Lucky
it's been a while, Nick. Been a very long time since we were last
in the Premiership of endurance racing, we have the Redont 93 AMG GT3. His team, of course, has migrated from the 992 class at the beginning of this year, choosing Mercedes down to the level of support they could give, and perhaps the more...
I thought you'd stop there.
Yeah, I'll stop there because it doesn't help. But yeah, I think it was a situation where the Mercedes had always gone well within the Cavendish series and therefore is well supported by the factories.
Yannick Verdon, by the way, is clawing back at that Tim Muller Yuta Racing Audi. Just under 6 seconds now is the gap. While we continue to monitor that, Diana, what you got?
Escudero, Farron, who are up this end of the pit lane, and we've not actually had an opportunity to talk to them. Pedro is with, what was your name,
Leonardo.
sorry?
Leonardo.
Yeah, because Pedro said to me in English he can't speak very good English. Obviously, just asked Pedro, he's just, jumped out of the car. We've many hours into the race now. Is he satisfied with his performance?
Que saíste agora do carro, já vamos com bastantes horas de corrida. Como é que achaste que foi a tua performance agora neste último stint?
O carro está-se a comportar bem, tivemos um pequeno problema durante a manhã, mas agora está-se a comportar muito bem. Estive confortável dentro do carro, apesar de ser a primeira vez que corro nesta pista, e estou muito satisfeito de estar aqui.
So we had a gearbox issue in the morning that set us back quite a few laps, but he had for him the stint was quite okay. It's also his first time for all drivers here, so in the end the stint was okay, and we are still in the fight with the Red Ant guys, and we'll see how it goes until the end, but the stint for him was okay, and yeah, he's happy with it.
It's very impressive how you've kept going during the race after the challenges this morning. How has he found the circuit here at Misano? How would he describe it?
Como é que estás a achar o circuito, a opinião do circuito no geral, o feeling?
É um circuito muito técnico. É um circuito que dá bastante satisfação pilotar neste circuito. É técnico.
Yeah, he said it's quite a technical circuit, quite challenging also with the fast right-handers and everything, but he finds it quite enjoyable to drive. So yeah, it's been a good one so far.
Great, well thank you so much, and good luck for the rest of the race. Thank you for chatting to us.
Yeah, thank you.
And it's always good to speak to people who can't speak English. No, it was absolutely great because it's I spoke to the team as well, and the young man on the side is a very good translator. So if you are at a Quentic series, you think, well, we can't speak very good, but just provide us with a translator. We're happy to get the information translated.
Absolutely, we are not put off by speaking people.
We want to hear from everybody.
Yeah, we're across Europe, aren't we? We're an international series,
and we realise that being interviewed can be daunting at the best of times. Being interviewed in not your first language, even more so. But please. Yeah, if you feel perhaps we're in the pit lane, we may have missed you out, just come and say, look, we'd like you to come and speak to us. Driver isn't great with English. Here's somebody else who can translate from whichever language it may be.
And you and I speak a bit of French and Spanish, don't we? If they're serving beer, we do.
Yeah, I can order beer.
You can order beer and sandwiches.
Several languages.
I once ordered a sandwich for my daughter on holiday in probably Ibiza. And it came, and it was basically an omelette in a baguette, which is not what she wanted at all.
Was it not?
No, she didn't want an omelette in a baguette.
Wow, mate.
So I had to eat the omelette in the baguette with the tapas that I'd ordered as well, and then reorder what she wanted.
Do you like an omelette in a baguette?
It's an egg sandwich, isn't it? That's what I would try to say to her. You know, she's probably 10. Top three then, Jeff Michaels, the Haas RT. And then we've got the Proton Huber. That's the Utah racing car of Tim Muller. He's just come into fueling, has Tim Muller. So he's in from 4th place. The Proton Huber competition Porsche is the number 73 in 2nd place. And then we've got Yannick Verdon in the Red Ant Racing Mercedes in 3rd place. So the Proton Huber car started. That's the orange and blue livery car. The number 73, Konstantin Dressler, driving that car around at the moment, and that currently is 1st in the Pro-Am class. He is 1 lap off the leader, which is the Jeff Michaels SRT, lapping in the 134s, about a second quicker than the leading Haas RT, but he's a lap down, so he's got to catch the number 21 Audi, overtake him, and then pull that full lap back, and he's got 1 hour and 48 minutes to do it, and with just 1 second per lap, Nick, I'm pretty sure that's not enough.
No, it's not going to be, unfortunately, but I think it's still a lot of the top 4 positions could still change. I do think that the Haas RT team, I'm just trying to what their stint length is, they kind of have run half an hour longer than the Proton, who, of course, we are in different classes, so it's actually not really first v second v third v fourth. It's actually fourth are winning their class, second are winning their class, and first win their class. The only team not in the top four not actually win their class is Red Hat Racing's Yannick Verdon. Because everyone else, it's nice to stand the overall podium, but you're winning your class.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just a reminder, I'm sure you said that, but currently leading in 992 Pro is the Van Bolo Motorsport. That's Van Bolo family outing, and they have a 4-lap lead over second place, but that's not even their class. That's the AM class, which is Philip Hambrecht from RPM Racing, who are 6 laps ahead of second place, which is a fantastic recovery by Seb Lejeune Racing for a difficult start in that 992 AM class. And just second place in the Pro class of 992, that's Magnus Holmgaard. So the 992 from normally giving us these fantastically close battles, Joe, not this time, just spread out.
Yeah, whoever's writing the script for this one, they've got them round the wrong way, haven't they?
Yeah.
We were watching Yannick Verdon catching Tim Muller. However, the joy of catching and overtaking has been ripped from Yannick Verdon. The rug of that has been ripped from underneath him. As Tim Muller is in the pits.
Is he with Dye?
And I think he is with Dye. And is another brake change for that car, or indeed is that the first one? That's the first one, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm with the car now. Tim has just jumped out, as you were quite rightly saying. He's gone into the garage. The team are changing the brakes on that car and the tyres. But I will go in and get Tim in just a minute. I just want him to get a drink before I chat to him. But I'll be back to you.
Okay, just dive in when you get Tim. It's always good to chat to Tim Muller. He's been another regular in the 24H series for the last few seasons, going back quite a few years, actually.
Herbert, he ran with Herbert.
He did, yeah. He ran with Herbert about 2 seasons ago.
He ran with the car collection team.
Yes, he's ran with a few. He's again, and he's been a sponsor of the series as well, with his shoe company, which name escapes me at the moment.
Bugatti Shoes.
Bugatti Shoes, that's the one. Thank you, Nick.
I did not, whilst I knew who the shoe company sponsor was, I had no idea it was Tim's company.
That's Tim, yeah. That's Tim's company, yeah. So he has been a good partner with the company as well as being a competitor. And we have seen him in various cars over the years, and he's been racing since way before. I call it pre-COVID. He's been with us since before the COVID years. Back in 2020, so yeah, that's a chunk of years, isn't it, to be competing. He'll get a chat with Dye. Meanwhile, his car is being serviced fully. Brake discs and pads. Not sure if we saw discs there though, Nick. Have we got pads?
I don't know whether they've done this as well.
See any discs?
Sometimes they do. It's whether they've gone for a matched pair. At this point, with less than 2 hours to go, it won't be so important.
Yeah.
Because obviously the reasoning of a matched pair is it reduces the initial wear because you've got them bedded in correctly together. And obviously it will improve the ultimate. They've obviously got a starting problem, that car.
They have, or a clutch problem with the clutch taking up the drive. Just helping it on its way, just taking the strain off it. It's not a bad idea at this stage of a race to even do that when your car's running well without showing any signs. It just takes that initial strain off the clutch mechanism and gearbox. Back in the race then, making its way along, and that you might think the car's got a problem. That's how long the pit lane exit is.
Huge.
He's got to be at 40 k's in the pit lane until he hits the green light, and there's the green light, and then we see the car accelerate out, and the car has now got Nikolai Michelin at the wheel of the Utah car, currently leading the AM class, as you said, Nick, and with Nico Verdon.
Just a quick point of order. Remember, it seems like a very, very long pit lane, but you are skipping out the right, left, right of the Variante del Parco, the park curve. So it's not, you're actually not losing much time, even though you're going quite slowly, because it's a lot further on the track.
I think that's actually why they lengthened the pit lane speed limit to that point, or else
if you
it would
go
be
back,
actually quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. You have the whole
so you'd
1993 situation.
Yeah, you would. Yes, it would be a lot quicker to come out of the pits and then be ahead of the car that you were behind, as it had to negotiate through Del Parco, which is a very fast right-hander as well. It's a lot faster than it looks, but then you've got to brake heavy for a very tight turn 2, which is the middle part of Del Parco, and then on through 3, which is an acceleration zone, which we've seen catch so many people out. And then the short blast up to the Del Rio hairpin.
So drone shots for those of you with pictures. showing us the special K car, or the Utah racing machine, flowing through the back part of the circuit and over the start-finish line, completing its first out lap following its last fuel stop. So that'll be picked up fresh tyres that time. Don't think they did. Just trying to see where he is scored. It's now, according to this, the tyres stayed on, so passed over the car but kept the same tyres on. Sounds very selfish, really. For Michelin.
Tim Muller's disappeared on Dye.
Yes, he's run away with the truck.
Yes.
I don't know what to say about that, really. Oh, we can see the lights now. The lights have come brightly on the 71 Utah machine. It's shining into the face of the camera. In fairness, it's still completely light outside, though the sun is getting quite down. Sunset is officially about 47, 48 minutes time. The race has just an hour and 3/4 to run, so we should get 20 minutes, half an hour in full darkness, I would think, Joe, at the back end of the race.
I think we're going to have light in the sky, though, Nick. You know, we're just coming out of spring here, aren't we, into the summer? And
it won't get
sunset is, what did I say? Was 18 minutes past 8?
But it won't get super dark. If it's going to get super dark, it'll be night practice.
I think by, with an hour...
8:38 is sunset.
8:38, so 50 minutes or so.
But it's not dark just because the sun's set.
Yeah, it's not dark because the sunset. The sky does have, is still lit. Whether or not we need to go to the circuit lights, I'm not sure. I haven't had any information saying that. I mean, I suppose it's all weather dependent, isn't it? Whether or not you've got a bright sky or a cloudy sky.
Proton Huber just come through the pits and they've served a penalty from third place.
Thank you, Pedro.
And is this the vortex rejoining or going back in again? It's hard to tell these days.
That is a vortex.
Go back in again.
Let's head down to Dye. It looks like that's in front of you, mate.
Yes, it is. It's they are just pushing it back into the garage now, so they've just pushed that in. The driver's jumping out of that car. They've had a few problems in the last couple of hours with that vortex car, so he's back out. They're taking the engine cover off to have a look, and they're taking the tyres off inside the garage. So there's an engine, I think it might be an engineer or mechanic that's jumped in to the seat, so they've obviously got some additional electrical issues going on
they
there.
had some touch issues as well, so it's kind of everything was going fantastically for 8 hours, and then not so fantastic the last 2 or 3. But this is the point. They're also doing an extended test. That's one of the pots coming off, hydraulic pots. My guess is, from what we know, that's going to be the clutch pot, because that's where they've been having issues. It could be either, because those are the 2 reservoirs for the hydraulic fluid for the clutch and for the brakes, but that
might be a brake issue, because there's only 2 reservoirs there.
Yeah, they've got 2 reservoirs, but I'm only saying clutch because they said they had clutch problems before.
Right.
I mean, it has no reason why it shouldn't be brakes, Joe. But
it was my fault they encountered problems, because I said they were doing a great job.
You sat there wondering whether Black Cats were lucky or not. What we do know is commentators aren't.
Yeah, absolutely not. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. They have done a great job, and the car has lasted well. I mean, here we are, just under 99 minutes, just over 99 minutes of this race left, and the Vortex is our only representative in the GTX class that hasn't detracted from the challenge of getting the car to the finish, which, of course, is what the team has done. So that's a contender for spirit of the race as well.
99 minutes, 99s. No one sent us an ice cream, have they?
No, a gelato.
No gelato or an ice cream?
No,
neither.
We put an appeal out earlier, very much earlier in the race, before half distance.
Holmgaard back in the pits and doing another brake change. The 992 car's absolutely burning through the pads. It looks like everyone's going to end up doing 2 stops at the front of the field, and Holmgaard, of course, were at the front. They lost a few laps with that mystery engine cut. But they're now doing another couple of stops, and they'll go back in again. And they'll go back out in the field and try and gain a couple of places.
So, yeah, that car was going very, very well, wasn't it? And very much in contention. It was different to whether or not it was going to catch the Van Berlo car. Meanwhile, back in the pits is Di.
Okay, I was told you couldn't come to me, but very, very quickly, Magnus Holmgaard is just looking at the Holmgaard Motorsport 902 car. Slight delay getting the brake discs and pads off.
Yeah, the brake discs blow up in the last part of my stint, so we have to replace it.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Would you mind saying that again, Mark?
Yeah, I say the brake discs blow up in the last part of my stint, so we have to replace it. Yeah.
It looks like is it sticking there just purely because it's hot?
Yeah, maybe because it's hot, or maybe because it's run a long time.
So we just got to let the guys do their thing and carry on.
Yes, exactly.
How are you finding the circuit here in Misano, apart from what's going on here with this pit stop?
I find the track very fun and very fast. So, yeah, I liked it. I would like to come back.
Well, it's great having you here. Thank you.
Thanks, Di. Never good. He said the brake disc exploded. That sounds quite spectacular. My guess is it slightly failed because it exploded. You wouldn't have got the car back. If it explodes.
Well, if it shatters into several pieces
inside the wheel.
Yeah, but you can still get the car back. You're just going to lose all your brake fluid out of whatever caliper.
The car's not going to start again in 2 minutes. It just has. I'm sure it failed. I'm sure there's a failure involved, but not perhaps quite as spectacular as described.
He's had brake failure, hasn't he?
Maybe a pad's broken. Could a pad's gone. He's on the metal.
He didn't say that the pedal had gone to the floor.
He said the brake exploded. But then you're allowed a little bit of license, aren't you? A little bit of license to enjoy yourself.
Just better seeing that than.
In fact, if you've said I had a bit of a brake problem, but now it's exploded. We've got these visual images.
I mean, it's not uncommon for a brake disc to break and explode into many pieces. They develop cracks over time, and then they go, and they do shatter into many pieces. The back down the snake will go the Era Motorsport Ferrari. After gaining a lot of ground, this time in the hands of Nico Verdon, it will now drop back behind the other Ferrari in the field. This one, the Scuderia Praha car, coming up swiftly behind it while it remains in the pit lane. Nico Verdon handing over to Ryan DL as Nick Damon hands back over to Peter Mackay, who's going to tell us about his lovely dinner.
Very nice, as
did
always.
You have?
I had some pasta, some mozzarella. What else did I have? And that was it, actually. It was a fairly light dinner, actually.
Yeah. Was any sort of after-dinner wine on offer?
No, they were pretty much closing up. I caught the last of the dinner, actually.
Oh, I'd say I did tell you.
Well, yeah. Yes, you did.
Yeah. The catering is good there, and, you know, Creventic, the organiser of the 24H series, goes about their business very well, and a very high standard of catering is available for everyone to take part in the paddock, whether or not you are a team or a driver with the families or even a fan. I think you can actually sort of buy into that.
So, Era Motorsport serving their penalty here after Ryan DL jumping on board. It was.
Do we know what it's for?
Track limits. Yeah, 2 track limits penalties together, basically. They have been pushing hard.
10 seconds, is it, Peter?
20
10 seconds.
10
20,
seconds.
yeah.
That's it. Served, off they go. So, Ryan Dale will get back out onto circuit and try and solidify that second place in the Pro-Am class Proton Huber competition, going aggressive, putting Klaus Bachler in for the run to the finish. He's been in for 6 minutes, so he can take it to the end of the race from there, as can Ryan Dale with an hour and 34 minutes left on the clock. Maximum stint time of 2 hours, of course, that the drivers and teams have to be aware of. With Haas RT at the moment, they don't really need to worry about that too much. They've got a good gap back. So much so that actually Chris Donker was having his dinner as well. So we obviously trust his team so much. He's like, right, I'm off for dinner.
Yeah,
guys.
Get the car out. It's not going to come back in for an hour, is it?
Yeah, quite right.
And the team's experienced enough at Haas RT to react to whatever problem that car comes into. I'm pretty sure Chris was just a radio message away from that, if he was needed.
Headset on. So I'm sure he wanted to...
pretty much listening to everything that's going on.
Yeah, yeah.
They're currently leading by a lap, Peter. The Red Ant car has just taken over the second place position. And that's because of a pit stop by the Proton Huber car. The Porsche now has Klaus Bachler in it, the number 73. That's the orange and blue one. That was on the pole position this morning after posting a very, very solid 3-lap average from all of the drivers in that car.
Bachler's not finished with the best lap times. He's set another absolute best sector in Sector 1 right now. So we wondered whether, when the temperature started to cool with the track, and the track is obviously more and more rubbered in, it was effectively reset yesterday when we had that really heavy rain. So now that the track's had a day of rubbering in, the temperature now starting to cool. Is this now a bit of a golden hour for lap times?
It's got to be. It absolutely has got to be. The cooler air is going to assist the engines. We always called it the golden hour, don't we? I remember at Le Mans when we used to have qualifying in what would be a 4-hour session in the evening and a 4-hour session in the early evening. As we went dark, in the started about 8 o'clock till midnight, and the pole position times would come in that first half hour or so in that session, just when it was twilight, nice and cool, track temperature a little bit dropped, so it's not as slick. Is that Diana Binks in the pits?
It most certainly is. Era Motorsport, Nico Verdon has just jumped out of the car, but the 81 brought that car back in. Before I ask you about your stint behind the wheel, Nico, do you know what's happening with the car?
No more power steering. I was driving and the car was suddenly I lost power steering, so it was as you probably have seen, it was undrivable. I tried to keep it on track, but yeah, by driving that slow and going off track, it doesn't make sense. I mean, it's dangerous for us, for the others, and yeah, that's why we came in to check. I did several different manipulations on the car to try and fix it, but as you can see, the car is in, so yeah, we haven't solved it yet.
No, I mean, that's clearly very frustrating at this point of the race for you, but as you just said, you know, you did your best to try and solve the issue, but it's unfortunate having to come back into the garage.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, it doesn't make sense to drive like that, firstly for safety, and secondly, you know, it's not worth risking a car for when it's you're not driving in normal circumstances. So and also for the others. So yeah, as you can see, car is in. So hopefully we can get it fixed to finish the race.
Okay. Thanks very much, Nico.
That's gutting. That's absolutely gutting for Era Motorsport. You know, they were just on the fight back. They'd kind of done the heavy lifting early on. They'd got their AM driver drive time done, and they had their hot shoes ready to deploy all the way to the finish. And just when that, just as that's starting to have the benefit, they have a problem with the power steering. Ryan Dalziel still aboard the car, working the wheel back and forth. Of course, he has a lot of experience with this Ferrari 296 GT3. He raced it in the United States for Triarzi Competizione, so knows the car inside and out, and as may have seen this issue before. The crew are pouring over the car right now. Communication back and forward to Ryan as he moves the wheel back and forth. Interesting. This is it's a different car, but it's the second car we've seen with a power steering failure.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the rack or it's going to be the pump. If it was the electrics, it'd be intermittent, wouldn't it? It might be electrics, but it's very, very likely to be the electric pump that keeps the pressure on. I mean, they're taking the opportunity to replace the discs and pads while they're in for this job.
That's smart.
I actually don't know where and how easy it is to get to the steering rack.
Yeah, the thing is that the Ferrari 296 GT3 is it's an incredibly sophisticated car, And as we've talked about many times in the past on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, basically since the car won the Nürburgring on Nürburgring 24 on debut, with the rear clip just getting lifted off. We've never seen anything like it on a GT3 car before, to take the whole rear section off.
Modular, isn't it?
Yeah, and that won them the race, or certainly made sure they didn't lose the race because of a puncture which damaged the bodywork.
It was modular designs that were designed out of the Audi R8 to stop it winning, to stop the advantage it had at Le Mans, because they were changing gearboxes in 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Because the gearbox came with a complete rear modular deck. And that Ferrari's been built in exactly a similar way.
Yes,
front end and rear end.
It has, but does that then translate to when a power steering pump goes? Oh, Chris de Donker's obviously finished his dinner because he's there to greet the car with the lollipop. So race leader in, Haas RT, number 21. Jeff Michiels brought the car in. Didn't see it. Oh yeah, there is a driver change there. So Michiels jumps out. He's got his Ferrari suit on still. Is he? Of course, a Ferrari suit. As a little bit of a oil top up, and then off they go. Very, very slick indeed.
Yeah, that's what you've got to continue doing. Nick and I were just talking about this when you were at dinner. You've got to continue that urgency about your pit stops. You've got to do it with focus. You've got to stay concentrated, and you know, you'll be looking at the tyres still. You'll be looking to see what the tyre wear is like, if there's any changes. The track's evolving around the car. The car's going into the twilight now. The sun's coming down. It's going to be very low. It's going to be right in the driver's eyes at Tramonto, which is the hairpin before the long back stretch towards the Del Caro hairpin. Tramonto is the Italian for sunset, I've been led to believe. And as you can see there, the sun absolutely hurtling towards the horizon right there in the driver's eye view, heading into turn number 10, which is known as Tramonto.
It's turn 8, Quercia, then up towards Tramonto now. And actually, funny enough, it's the first place that goes into the shadow, the turn 9 and 10 at Tramonto.
Do you know what Quercia means, Peter?
No, I don't actually. Is it something to do with wood or a forest?
It absolutely is. It means oak.
Oh, that was a stab in the dark.
Wow.
There you go.
Was it really?
Yeah, well, because the oak that's used to make Scotch whisky cask, it was American oak, it's Quercus alba. If it's European, it's Quercus robur. That was where I got the guess from.
They translate it to English as oak. So I kind of named it the oak hairpin.
So it's like the VIR of Italy. It's like,
yes.
It's a oak tree corner. There's just no oak tree there anymore. I bet there was back in the day.
Do you know what Del Caro is? Which is the turn 14.
To do with a car.
It's wagon.
The car.
So yes.
Ah, yeah, close.
Yeah.
It's Caro.
Wagon curve. Yeah.
It's like in sort of Latin American style Spanish, you would say Caro, but it's Coche.
Yes.
Spanish.
There you go.
So, in a very much Italian car, unfortunately, not prancing at the moment in the Era Motorsport garage. There's a huge number of personnel working over there, and I always feel sorry for the whole team at this point, but the driver must just sit there thinking every second must feel like a minute, and knowing that the time's ebbing away, knowing that your result is fading away, must be so frustrating. Notice there that Ryan Dale's got a bit of black tape on his visor, almost across the entire visor, which is lifted up, of course, perhaps just to try and block the sun out. But this low sun is really quite intense at the moment. But not causing any problems, unfortunately, right now, because they're not out on circuit, as they're pouring over the car. All 1, 2, 3, 4 mechanics all staring into the front of the car, probably where the luggage compartment would be on a road-going 296 Ferrari. And there's still no sign yet. Although, what worryingly, Joe, the toilet roll, the kitchen roll has been brought out here, which means that there might be fluid leaking as well. Didn't jump as much that time.
No, because you were standing up.
Yeah. But this is never good when the kitchen roll comes out.
And the what?
Would you agree?
No. Well, that they may be bleeding the system. They may be just running, replacing the fluid to get some pressure It's effectively hydraulic pressure that is fundamentally how a power steering system works. They're changing the pump. That's the power steering pump. The kitchen roll is to stop the mess going all over the garage floor as you disconnect the pipes, of course. The yellow power steering fluid is effectively hydraulic fluid, isn't it? It's a little bit lighter than the sort of stuff you'd see on a truck. Sorry,
the taste
very bitter.
Oh, right. Okay.
Very, very bitter, yes.
Okay. Oh, dear.
Different, tastes different to petrol, tastes different to engine oil, which tastes different to gearbox oil.
Please don't try this at home, folks.
Do not try this at home.
Please don't. I mean,
not in large quantities, for sure.
For Era Motorsport now, there's 3 cars in the Pro-Am class. They will come home third. They've, they've run a lot of laps, so it looks like second place in Pro-Am is slipping away from them now.
You know what, Peter? You mentioned there that they'd ran their AM drivers in the first half of this race, and I would argue with these guys that is not the optimum way to have run this race, leaving Ryan DL and Nico Verdon out until the second half. However, that's not why they're here. That is not why Era Motorsport have brought that Ferrari. They brought that Ferrari for Dwight Merriman to enjoy some seat time, Kyle Tilley to enjoy some seat time, Ryan DL and Nico Verdon to enjoy some seat time. And they're not necessarily in this to optimize their run, and they've been let down because their strategy would have worked and everybody would have gone away happy.
The strategy was fine. There's nothing wrong with the strategy. It's just they've got unlucky there at all with, and to be honest, if they had a technical issue at the start, the result's the same. I don't think when the technical issue happens is going to affect the difference in the result, but I think it just takes away a case of how well would their strategy have worked out. No, I think that they did it a good way, and you have to run your AM drivers for a certain minimum amount of time, and that's that's the way it is. It's a really tough one for Era Motorsport, but they're here for the full season, and they'll pick up third place points. There's others in the Pro-Am class that aren't here, so that all goes towards it. And it's all about if you have a good Barcelona 24, you go and win the Barcelona 24. It's amazing how that can change the whole conversation straight away.
Yeah, absolutely. Some forlorn and worn-out faces down at Era. They didn't really expect this one. They did not expect this one. This was a run to the flag, wasn't it? And they were going to see just where and how many people they could pick off in the GT3 class with their hotshot drivers Ryan DL and Nico Verdon being recruited in to drive that Ferrari this weekend. I believe we've got Jake Hill back for Paul Ricard. So live to fight another day. They're still on the podium, though. They'll still get to meet and have the privilege of meeting Nick Damon as he takes us through our trophy presentation in about an hour and 45 minutes or so. We've got an hour and 20 of the race to complete before we know how those podiums are going to line up, and it's down to the number 21 Haas RT Audi to continue in this vein of commanding this lead. It's a one-lap lead, which might feel like a lot, but it's not. It can disappear in the blink of an eye. That's why you've got to keep the focus, keep the concentration. An hour and 20 minutes is still a long time. It's not, it's not the blink of an eye for sure, but all it takes is a blink of an eye in one lap. And then it's all up for grabs, isn't it? And that's why I think we've got the Red Ant Racing Mercedes with Yannick Redant keeping up the pressure as he pulls into fueling.
Yeah, they're trying, and the thing is as well, although the track conditions might be pretty optimal right now, the actual where the sun is really, really difficult now for the drivers. It'll be right in their eyes at several points of the circuit. In fact, Mathis Lismont has got his visor down completely. I mean, it's quite unusual nowadays to see GT drivers with their visor down. The exception to that,
you know why he's got his visor down, don't you?
Yes. When you got the most drivers will have them up, but the only exception is the Corvette guys. they'll always have them down because they've got the helmet blower that goes on the top of the helmet.
Yeah.
You know, but most of them they'll have, you know, obviously they'll have the visor up, but Matthias Lismont's got the visor down with the kind of blue tint on it just to try and help with that sun glare.
Yeah. I wish we had that visor, Peter.
We could do with it right now. Yeah, we could do with it right now. The sun is just shining in the window of our commentary position at the moment.
On saying that, I'm glad it's shining in now and not this morning when it was at its hottest.
True.
Because that would have made this little greenhouse if I was good for growing tomatoes and cucumbers.
Yes, it would have. It would have. We'd had the aircon working much harder than it already was. As Verdon come in to complete service as out hops Yannick with, of course, the yellow and green helmet. But given that he's called Ayrton, I think that's only the right thing to do. Full service with new tyres going on as well.
Yannick named after Yannick Dalmas.
I really hope so. That would be very cool.
I can't. Which other Yannick motorsport related?
I think Yannick Dalmas would be the 4-time Le Mans winner. That's a pretty good place to start.
Yeah, I think so. There's Mark Goossens, another sports car legend. Talking of Yannick Dalmas, we are surrounded by them, and Mark Goossens, the team manager now at Red Ant. He's been a part of the Red Ant organisation in Carrera Cup and driver development in that team. We were chatting to them yesterday in the bar, and Bert Redant, to give it the Belgian pronunciation, the team principal and man behind Red Ant Racing, looking for drivers coming through karting, giving them an opportunity for testing in Carrera Cup. Let's head down to Diana, who is still with the 81 Ferrari. How's that power steering going, Di?
They have worked frantically on that car. They've now got it back out onto the pit apron. They took the front nose off and all the bodywork, replaced that, fixed the issue. And as you can see, that's Ryan behind the wheel making his way out there. Nico, did you discover how did they get it resolved in the end?
Can you repeat, please?
How did you get it resolved in the end?
I think they just changed the power steering box. So yeah, obviously cost valuable time, but I think we lost already enough time on track. But yeah, credits to the guys to replace it that quick and to solve it. So hopefully it's fine now, and yeah, we can finish the race cleanly. But for sure, P2 in class is gone.
I mean, it was impressive work by the team. They couldn't have done anything more. No, indeed. But there you see, you know, they're so experienced. They know what they're doing, and it's just a joy to work with every single member of ERA because it's, you know, they're so motivated, and everyone has a position for everything. So it's nice to see. But obviously, you don't want to see that. But we all know it's part of racing. Okay, Nico, thank you.
Yeah.
That's a very fair.
Been around motorsport for a long time. He knows the highs and the lows of the sport, doesn't he? You know.
Yeah.
Doesn't come as any real surprise.
Yeah. It's a painful one. You know, but they'll get to the finish now. Hopefully the car will behave itself now, and they've got an hour and 14 minutes to go. In fact, they might actually not even need to bring the car in. They might need a tiny wee splash, but if you need someone to save fuel, get a Scotsman on board.
Even if he has been living in America for 20 years, he'll still know how to save fuel.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. That's, or at least I spoke to a rally co-driver the other day. He says in Donegal we call it someone who's easy on plant. Someone who's frugal. Which I quite like.
Easy on plant.
Easy on plant. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, tell you someone who's not going easy on plant at the moment is Matthias Lismont at the front of the field for Haas RT. They've won before in the Michelin 12H Series, but it's not been an easy year for them actually. They've had a kind of revolving door of drivers actually throughout the opening few rounds, and this is certainly across the Middle East and European season, but this is them now getting into the Haas RT that we know. The relentless pace, the immaculate pit stops, the perfectly running car, etc., etc. That's what we've come to expect from Haas RT. I mean, right now, Joe, they're seemingly nowhere in the championship prior to this race.
Well, they didn't attend round 1, remember, and scored very few points at round 2. They're on schedule. I daren't say it, Peter, the way our look's been with regards to mentioning people and then something happening to them. I mean, that's not quite accurate what we're looking at there, by the way. So we'll wait for that to reassess itself.
Yeah, so they'd be in line to score 40 points if they finish where they are right now, which would put them on to 46 points, which would mean they would trail the overall leaders of RAFA Racing by 24 points. And Juta and Red Ant Racing would go to within 2 of the top of the GT3 Championship. Scuderia Praha only 4 points behind. So going into Paul Ricard, into the penultimate round of the season, of course, things are looking very spicy and wide open in GT3. And that's kind of been how this race has been. It has been wide open. It's not as if Haas blew everyone away in qualifying and pulled away at the front of the field. It's not been like that at all. They've had to be perfect all the way through to gain what is a pretty small advantage.
Yeah.
So, you know, and certainly not a comfortable one with 72 minutes left on the clock. So it has been wide open. You know, Proton Huber have had they've had the run at the front. Red Ant have been a pretty constant presence towards the front. Juta, Audi, they were actually showed really strong pace earlier on as well. So, you know, and there's different, you know, was it going to be an Audi? Was it going to be a Porsche? Was it going to be an AMG Mercedes? Still could well work out that way. Nick Johnson back on board. He's been a busy boy today.
Yeah, he's had a great run, hasn't he? The RPM Racing Porsche has done what they've expected of it. All their drivers, just reminding me, Hamprecht in the car with these guys as and Tracy Krohn as well. Tracy drove an outstanding stint, not just once, not just twice even. They've had a strong showing from Philip Hamprecht, who was putting in really quick lap times. Nick Johnson goes without saying. So a really strong drive so far. Still not quite over yet. Still an hour and 11 minutes, and it will be a case of just pushing on. They're currently 992 AM leaders, but second overall. So they'll be, you know, if it stays the way it is now, there'll be 2 podium presentations for the RPM team. And just looking at the gap between, they've got 4 laps back to the Sebelju Racing Porsche. Stefan Perrin at the wheel of the 888 numbered car, now in 3rd place overall in 992, but second in AM. And if anything, if we talked about that car early on, very much early on, as the 901 is back into the race, Fabien Dufiot, the Ajith Kumar Racing Red Ant car back in the race, and that has had a full gearbox renewed, hasn't it?
Amazing. That, I mean, how quick they got that job done to get the gearbox replaced and to, you know, get back out on track within an hour. Quite remarkable work from the Red Ant Racing crew that run the Ajith Kumar Racing machine for Ajith Kumar, Fabien Dufiot and Mathieu Detry. And they've been busy in the pits, Red On. It seems like, well, you know, we've had it almost a lap apart, where they service the GT3 car, and then soon after that the Cup car comes in. So they've been kept very, very busy indeed.
Yeah, that's not deliberate though, is it? It's just the way that they're going to, it's going to pan out. That car was in for gearbox renewal. They had one on the truck, which was, remember us saying, Peter, well, if they've got one on the truck, they should put it on the car. There was, I can't remember how many hours were left to go. Was it 3.5 or something?
Oh, more than that.
Yeah, maybe more.
Yeah, I mean, they're sitting 5th in AM right now, but they're only got a couple of laps up to the Scuderia Faron machine. So there's, you know, they could still pick up a few extra points in the AM Championship. Still plenty to be played for.
It's Mathieu Detry at the wheel. That's just triggered the new driver. Looking at the 901, so it isn't who we thought it was. It's Mathieu Detry.
Yeah, so that was just
did say it was Fabian, didn't I?
There. Yeah.
That's adjusted itself.
Nick Johnson, he's also gone, he's got the visor down as well, and the very thick visor strip too. So actually his vision out of the visor is pretty limited. It's like looking through, it's almost like a touring car helmet where he's got almost like looking through a letterbox. The idea is to try and block that low sun away. And I would imagine once the sun goes beyond the horizon, that visor will go straight back up again. One driver I always think who has a completely unique way of having his helmet visor is Nicky Katzberg. He has it like almost all the way up and round, almost like an astronaut. It's like almost right up to the top of his head. His teammates called it the Katzberg full crack, which is, and you have the cool guy half crack, which is what the factory drivers go for apparently.
I see.
And then there's the Katzberg full crack.
Really do slow the car down through those the two final kinks before the Del Caro hairpin. Nick Johnson not hanging about, but not taking any chances, driving very smoothly in that number 907, currently second in 992.
That's a great run.
Yeah, heads across the line. Great stuff from all of that team. All of the drivers, all three drivers in that one. Starts another lap. He's got a gap of 30 seconds or so to... No, he hasn't. 30 seconds or so to catch the Ferrari in GT3. However, he's got... how many laps is that? 57, 6 laps. So he's got 6 laps to gain to get anywhere near the Van Berlos. What a drive that's been for them.
Oh, they've been
6 lap. That's been metronomic.
7th overall at the moment. Yeah, they've been immense. And, you know, it's not as if it's been, you know, Kai and Glenn just going back and forward and their father Marcel's only had a single stint. He's done at least 3 stints in the car, which so he's taken his fair share for sure. They've been flawless, and Baz Kooten Racing, who run the car for them, they were on top of the required brake changes. They'd seen through the early running in the week that they were going to need to do them in the race on more than one occasion, and they've been right on top of that. And that's you know, if that had come as a surprise to them, that could have been a big panic and a problem. So they've been on top of that. The very, very experienced Baz Kooten Racing crew. Now the gap at the front of the field is, it's just under a lap actually. It's 1 minute and 17 seconds between Mathis Lismont and Klaus Bachler. Now, at the moment that you would have, what do we have? We have 1 hour and 5 minutes left, which is in laps, 40 laps, something like that. So Bachler would need to be 2 seconds a lap faster, all being equal on pit stops and things like that. He would need to be 2 seconds a lap faster to run that down. It's 1 minute and 17 seconds actually, to be precise. So
8 tenths slower last time by 8 tenths faster for Bachler.
Bachler was faster by 8 tenths exactly. Yeah. So at that burn rate, the Haas RT Audi are safe, but one mistake and all of a sudden Proton Huber competition are back in. And you know, for Klaus Bachler, he's on the radio, they're going to say, we've got a chance here, Klaus, go for it. Go for it. Why not?
You know he's been given that information, hasn't he? You know, there's a way of looking at this. You are first in Pro-Am. You are second overall in the whole race. And you've got to consider that this car started from pole position, the number 73. Klaus Bachler now at the wheel of that car. That car is completely optimized. It's coming up to 11 hours completed though, with a tired car, the sun going down. The sun is at the horizon now. It's going to disappear very shortly. All the heat is going to dissipate out the track, and it's going to give you a very, very fast racetrack. The air is cooling down. That Porsche of Klaus Bachler is going to be absolutely optimized. If you're going to chase the lead, now is the time to do it. There's just over an hour. And you are going to push the Haas team into beginning to start thinking about you chasing them from behind. And when you can take the focus off driving a steady.
Has about a 25% of a tank advantage.
Right.
It's because there's about 15 minutes in their stint lengths apart. So if you call that a quarter of a stint, 25%. So, you know, how long does it take to fill up 25 litres or so into the car? Quite a while. So the Haas RT team, they do have a little bit of an edge in terms of fuel in the tank at this exact moment. But Code 60 falls away at Proton Huber, and it doesn't for Haas RT. We are absolutely game on. So it very much depends on that. I think without a Code 60, it's even a big ask, even for someone of Klaus Bachler's form that he's in right now. But stranger things have happened as the sun now is just heading over the horizon now. The headlights are twinkling through the, I mean, just gorgeous conditions here at Misano. We've had perfect racing conditions all day. It hasn't been excessively hot. We did race here in July last year, and it was, you know, many of the teams said it was almost too hot. I don't know how they're going to find Paul Ricard in July. That's going to be.
It's going to be pretty hot at Paul Ricard. It's going to be over 30 degrees. We've been in there. We've been there in July before. Creventic are going to be getting out the inflatable paddling pools and filling them with cold water at the back of everyone's pit garage. But that's the challenge, isn't it? If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. It's the challenge of surviving as a driver, the car surviving. And it's the challenge now, Peter, going into this final hour of keeping the focus and keeping the concentration from all of our drivers. And with multi-class racing, you've got to keep the focus of how you were going to get through the traffic. It's easy to trip over a slower car if the car is only marginally slower.
Well, right now, Tracy Crone, who's leading the AM class comprehensively in 992, he's actually coming up behind a GT3 car, which theoretically should be quicker. It's the Circle K due to Audi. Its best lap of the race is 1:33.8. The RPM car, but different class, 1:36.6. So the optimum lap time of the car is several seconds apart. Yet Nick Jonsson is coming up behind the probably the slower driver in the Jutta car, and that's just they're just tripping over one another a little at this moment in time. So that's worth. That's one thing that you're talking about as well, I think, Joe. That traffic. Diana Binks is still in the pits getting the stories for us. Diana, what have you got for us?
Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, the number 69 GT3 car. That's been in the garage, as you know, for quite some time. So they've had to change the clutch and the starter motor on that car, and they're nearly done. So they're going to be going back out, rejoining the race in a few minutes' time. But they've just not stopped. They've continued. So they've done a pretty impressive job. So I think the last few bits to do, but they're aiming to get that one back out onto the track.
So still work going on then at Continental Racing Audi with the Audi Sport technician there as well, chatting to the team. What a shame for them. They were having such a good run too. You know, over an hour and 24 minutes they've been in the pits now, trying to get to the bottom of this, trying to fix this issue.
It's a shame.
Yeah.
Hard graft, that.
Very.
Very, very hard graft. You can see how hard those guys have been working. And even team principal, you know, the team is called Continental Racing with Simpson Motorsport, by Simpson Motorsport. Julian Simpson was absolutely there with these, you know, his sleeves rolled up metaphorically, t-shirt on, absolutely caked in dirt and oil and grease and right in amongst it.
I think he had a short sleeve shirt
He
on
did, yeah.
because he's just not got time to roll his sleeves up.
That's right.
There's no time. Just get on with it.
Just get on with it, yeah. So that job coming to a conclusion, as Di predicted, Di explained, I should say.
Into the final hour then we go. Over 11 hours of racing complete, and this is unlike the other two rounds we've had so far in the Michelin 24 Hour Series. this is a race that has not had an intervention break. We've not done 5 or 6 hours the first day and then parked firmly, and then done the same again the next day for a cumulative total of 12 hours. This has been 12 hours from lights to flag that we will have in 58 minutes and 31 seconds time. And I think it's definitely more straightforward strategy-wise in terms of what you do and whether you fill the car up or whether you put the tyres on at the end and where you are on the lap and stuff like that. It's a little bit more straightforward that way, but in terms of brake changes, in terms of you know, in terms of the actual reliability of the car, it's harder because the car has to run for longer continuously. You know,
brake wear is exactly the same though, Peter.
Yes, I know, but
you're not allowed to service the cars in the interval.
Of course not. But when the car is running constantly, it's got no time to rest.
It's got a chance to cool off or anything.
Exactly. Yeah. So the build up of temperature in the whole car, everything makes a difference. Great work from Continental Racing by Simpson. The Simpson mechanics have got it off the air jacks and then ready to go. Great work from that crew. A shame because the Audi has been a really fast car. You know, at the moment Audi for the Haas Audi is leading the way and looking strong right now. They had a really quick car.
Underneath 90 minutes for that job. 1 hour 27 so far.
The mechanics.
There's Julian there, looking like he's ready to go on stage. Not quite ready to chat to Diana. Like I say, hard graft that.
Yeah, you need
hard graft to do that job in that amount of time.
Yeah, definitely. Off it goes though, the Simpson Audi. So the gap at the front of the field, it is coming down. The last timing point we had, it was 1 minute 12. And in fact, though, Matthijs Lisman has just picked up the pace, in fact, on the last lap.
He's matching him, isn't he?
Yeah, nearly put in the Haas RT Audi's best lap of the race, actually. So getting towards the car and the car's limit now and trying to respond to Klaus Bachler putting the pressure on. So if Klaus Bachler wants to keep changing and keep bringing that gap down, he's going to have to push to that lap record pace that he showed earlier on.
Pit stop time for the Venture team. Chris Jones bringing the car in. It's 12th overall, this car. It's a GT4 Mercedes AMG GT. It's been a challenge for the team to run this car. The only car in GT4, but they didn't shy away from the challenge, and instead of just coasting it for the whole of this 12 hours, they've pushed and pushed and pushed to emulate running a 12-hour race under pressure.
Yeah, and that takes a mental strength in itself to do that as they go. And right now they're sitting, as things stand, in the top 12 overall, given that they've got the least, you know, they're in the slowest class of car, and the fact that they're up there ahead of lots of 992s, a few GT3s, a GTX. They've done really, really well. Have Venture Engineering, a team in the UK which not only run this GT4 car for Neville and Chris Jones, they also run a fleet, a fleet of Aston Martin DBR9s. Yes, those Aston Martin DBR9s. The one of which won Le Mans, and they run those cars. A lot of the team there used to work for Aston Martin Racing and ProDrive, and so know the cars inside out and know how they work. They also run a few Ferrari 550 GT1 cars, which I can imagine coming to work in the morning and you roll open the garage door and those pieces of art, these Le Mans winning machines greet you. That can never be a bad day, surely.
Not at all. Let's go down to Di, who has the Zebulju Racing car with her now. Di.
Yep, 888 Paul Meyer is jumping in. Driver change here, full service, new tyres. Just been to the refueling area, came back out. Stefan Perrin has jumped out of that car, and yep, all good here. They're just changing the tyres, double checking. I think they're looking. I thought for a minute they were maybe going to do some brake changes, but I'm not seeing anything out here, so they're just checking in there. And dropping it down onto the pit apron now.
Yeah, I think if you almost drive it home on the steel now, if you can. You don't want to have to waste too much time with the brake change. Hopefully not. But off they go. Seb Lejeune, quite a fight back to get back into the top 10 after the incident that they had. Quite amazing what they've been able to do. That repair that they were able to do earlier on was so quick. So. Oh, big smoky burnout on the exit.
Yeah, extra points, extra championship points awarded right there for that.
You should have a championship point for every burnout done out of the pits.
Absolutely.
IMSA style.
Bit of deliberation going on there, but the car back out. That's been a recovery drive, and they should be very proud of themselves. 3rd overall. They're going to be on the overall 992 class podium. They are going to be on the 2nd step of the AM podium. So that is an absolutely outstanding time. This was the car, remember, that had that coming together with the E2P Racing Aston Martin. And it had a big repair job on the suspension. That was very, very well done. Very speedily repair as well by the team. And then the 888 numbered car, now with Paul Meyer at the wheel. It came all the way from the back of the field, all the way from the back of the class field, and it's made its way up into that 3rd spot. It will see Nick Damon on the podium. Di is very busy down there in the pits. Di, you've now got the Hofer car, I say, with you.
No, the cameraman's gone to the Hofer car, but I've got Stefan Perrin, who's just jumped out of the Seb Lejeune car to have a chat with. So we'll have a conversation. You've had your work cut out for you today during this race, but you're making progress as a team.
Sorry, I don't hear the question, but yeah, we are now 2nd position of category. It's near the goal. Problem that we have a big contact at the beginning of the race, and we lost many laps. And you know, in the race, laps you lost, you never gain after. But now it's a strange situation because we are so far front and so far near back, and I don't like that to find the pace. And with the sunset. Sometimes with traffic, it's sometimes tricky. But yeah, now we just to check the flag and enjoy the big one.
But as a team, you've worked incredibly hard all day to sort of keep on top and fight back.
Sorry.
As a team, you've all worked incredibly hard to keep going and be here.
Yeah. The beginning of the season was very hard for us. We have 2 big crash last at Spa 12 hours. The team work very busy work every day, every night to be there, and it's important for the team to jump on the podium. And we are running again for the first victory in the 992 AM Cup.
Okay, Stefan, thank you. And you were, we chatted to you a little earlier. You've had a day of it today.
I don't think
You've had a busy day.
C'est vraiment un travail vraiment acharné pour être là.
Oui, c'est un gros travail après Spa pour être présent. Et on pensait que ça allait le faire sans ce petit contact. Je pense qu'on serait bien placé.
He said that it's busy work to be there, and without contact of the first scene, we can maybe fight for the category victory. But it's for the next time for my home race.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Quite a fight back from Seb Lejeune Racing, and their championship campaign marches on with 49 minutes left on the clock. Klaus Bachler is trying with all his might at the moment to try and run down this gap at the front of the field. It's now been reduced another couple of seconds, 1 minute 9 seconds. So it's probably still not quite close enough for panic stations to set in at Haas RT, but if he keeps chipping it away, you just never ever know. One code 60 falls the right way, and all of a sudden it is very much game on at the front of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. We were monitoring the lap time difference between Klaus Bachler chasing down the leader in that second place Proton Porsche, 1:33.5. Mathis Lismont 1:34.1. When they come through, we'll see what the gap is between the number 21, Audi. It's Audi and Porsche at the front of this field for the 12 Hours of Misano. Mercedes in third, Audi fourth, Ferrari in fifth in the form of the Scuderia Praha team. We got the Hofer car, the Hofer Mercedes in sixth place. That's your GT3 top runners. And then the first of the 992 cars, seventh place overall, Peter, for the Van Berlo cars. And you know what, Dad might not be the quickest driver in that Van Berlo Motorsport lineup, but he's not very slow, is he?
No, definitely not. And Glenn and Kai have been the two quickest drivers in the class in across the whole 992 field. So that combination of the solid job being done by Marcel Van Berlo, and then backed up by the pace of Glenn and Kai, that's been the winning combination so far, and they are fueled to the end of the race with Kai Van Berlo on board. They do have 30 seconds of penalties hanging over them, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem. As in comes Scuderia Praha Ferrari, and this has implications for a top 5 finish. Max Partel is now aboard the Hofer Mercedes, so they may well go up to the top 5, but as new tyres going on to the Praha Ferrari. Very quick stop. Brilliant stuff there from the Czech squad. And it's Joseph Kral who brought the car in. I didn't see Joseph getting out the car, so they've got their hot shoe in to try and get the best possible result in the next 46 minutes. Now, where are they going to filter out? Are they going to get back out in front of Hofer? Hofer right now are just come into sector 3. It's going to be tight, actually.
Yeah, they may not, because the Hofer car was ahead of the Scuderia Ferrari. Remember, Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Remember, before they came into the pits, so they will get that back. But no, I think you're right, Peter. 27 seconds. So I was completely wrong on that one. 27 seconds is the gap as Kroll takes the Ferrari out, and the Mercedes and Maxi Partel is 27 seconds behind.
Yeah, so, and with the pace that Joseph Kral's been showing at that Praha Ferrari, unless he makes an error, he'll be able to maintain that gap for sure. He's got the pedigree behind him. I am no doubt about it, will be able to, barring any mistakes, will be able to hold on to that top 5 position. And these are, this is what we're talking about. The two teams joined as we came into this round. Scuderia Praha and Hofer Racing, those two cars were joint top of the GT3 championship overall. So that very much matters in terms of the overall championship fight, which rages on between those two cars. And two so different stories as well between them, with Scuderia Praha, they've got the superstar driver in just Joseph Kral, and a couple of AMs as well. But then, of course, the Hofer car is all AMs. It's very much a family as well.
Yes, absolutely right. Yeah. It's they've got Maxi Partel. Time of the day as well, with the sun now disappeared behind the horizon. We get a chance to see the brake disc glowing red as the light begins to dim. They got some great footage here outside our window and on the live stream as the cars head into Del Parco. We're going to head down to the pits any moment now, where we've got our presentation getting ready for our Spirit of the Race Award. And Peter, it was your nomination for some very, very good reasons that I'll let you explain.
Yeah, I mean, Venture Engineering have come here as championship leaders in GT4. They joined the Creventic series in Barcelona last year. They won the race on their debut, and they've come back for a full season this year. They won in fantastic style in Mugello, and a big crash, unfortunately, in Spa, and that could have put them on the back foot. But they've come here, despite having despite having anyone to race with, they've come here and they've come with such a positive attitude. They want to win the championship, and part of winning the championship is being here, and that's what they've done. And they've done it with a smile, and they've been working hard all day, and they're going to be rewarded with what looks like a top 12 finish. So Diana Binks is with the crew now for the presentation.
I am. I've asked Matt and Neville to come at the front of the garage. Guys, Creventic and the 24-hour series always have the Spirit of Race Award for the team that have gone up above and beyond and kept going throughout many obstacles during the weekend. Peter Fry here would like to present that to you and the team, to the Venture team this weekend. Peter.
Yes, this is the trophy we have. It's not a one-man show, of course, endurance racing. This is Spirit of the Race Award. That means that we appreciate what you're all doing here. Not only you two, because you're behind the wheel, but with the whole team. So this one is also for the whole team. Congratulations, thank you very much. Also congratulations.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, I think if I was going to say anything, as Peter said, it's definitely not a one-man team. There's an awful lot of us here, and yeah, since Spa, a lot of people have put an awful lot of effort into what we've been doing. To help Chris find his feet again, and to turn up here, even though we're the only car, and push as hard as we can to still push the this. So yeah.
Yeah, well, it's impressive today. I think it's gone better than we thought. Chris and I have had plenty of driving time, coached by Matt, and it's been a really good event. I've loved the track. It's a shame other people didn't come and have as much fun as we did. So hopefully they should come back.
Guys, congratulations. Celebrate with the rest of the team. Although I was a little surprised that the boys were so shy to come forward here tonight. I don't understand.
It's quite unlike Lewis. I think he loves talking to you. So,
Lewis, you can't have my number. Stop it.
Why not? Why not?
Because.
Shooters got to shoot, haven't they? Game's game. But anyway, so yeah.
Well done, guys. You've all worked incredibly hard. So you've had the Spirit of the Race Award. Creventic have delivered that to you.
Yeah, I mean, it's from what happened at Spa compared to now, it's a massive improvement. Obviously, the team worked really hard to get the car back out. With this new car we've got, and we've still got half an hour left, but it's looking pretty promising to get to the end. Why are they all laughing at me? Stop it!
That's really funny.
The best.
You're doing a fantastic job, Lewis. Thank you so much.
That's right, no worries.
Well done, Lewis. Yeah, a big part of the Venture Engineering team. For context, folks, if you didn't join us in Spa, Diana was doing a grid walk, walking around interviewing everybody, and found someone who looked like a driver in a driver's suit and said, "Oh, what's your number? What is your race car number?" And poor Lewis thought he was being asked for his mobile phone number. A little bit of crossed wires, but anyway, it gave us all a good laugh. Well done to Venture Engineering, winners of the Spirit of the Race Award, Spirit of Endurance. And come the end of the Barcelona 24 hours at the end of September, coming to this race and doing the job they've done may well be the difference of them winning the championship or not. Possibly. Let's just wait and see. But it's Chris Jones who's at the wheel right now, and it's been a kind of journey back for him as well, because if Eau Rouge is a corner which anyone who follows motorsport knows Eau Rouge, it's arguably one of the most famous, if not the most famous corner in the world. And it's famous because it's so fast, and if it goes wrong big time. And Chris had, just on cold tyres, the car broke away from him really fast, and it was a one-way ticket to the wall. The car was completely destroyed. Now, for a driver to come back, get back in the car and get back on it, that takes a lot of mental strength and a lot of a deep breath and to get on with it. And that's exactly what Chris and indeed all of the Venture Engineering team have done. So well done to them in GT4, and as Neville said, hopefully we'll see a few more GT4s at Paul Ricard for them to have a good old fight with.
Yeah, I think we will. I think we are going to see a few more GT4s join us for Paul Ricard, and indeed the 24 hours of Barcelona, which is always a popular race. The grid is always enlarged somewhat to the normal run-of-the-mill European season. It's a place that everybody likes to visit, the Circuit of Catalunya. This circuit's not over quite yet, though, Peter. We've got just under 40 minutes of this race to go. 1:33.9 for Lismont in the Haas RT, 1:35.0 for Backler. Traffic playing a part in this chase down of the leading two.
It is, yeah, it is definitely playing a part. I think it's a little bit of a tall order, even for Klaus Backler, who's put on a show with the fastest lap of the race, the fastest lap in qualifying yesterday. Even for him, it's going to be a tall order, but just takes one little error and it can turn around with 38 minutes left on the clock. As Neunund Elfin for a pit stop. This is in 9.92 from 11th place. They're right on the fringes of the overall top 10. They're showing particular attention to the front left corner. I wonder if this is more brake work very late on in the race, Joe.
Yeah, left front was where the attention was at. The car's off its jacks now. The 911 racing the number 911 of Ralph Homme is ready and being waved off the apron. The lights are on the car. Car not firing though, being waved off, so he's ready to go, but just seems that the car is not firing or running. I can't see any kind of...
The engine's running. It's like he can't engage.
Can't get the drive then. He can't get the gear.
Oh dear. Yeah, the flat six is purring away nicely. But he's tapping, the brake lights are coming on and off. Oh dear. Do you think they've done a brake change and he's just given them a quick tap to check that they're all good? No?
No.
That's a strange one. Very strange.
No, that was something to do with not being able to engage a gear or something.
Yeah. Huh. Very odd.
They just couldn't get the car moving, couldn't get the... What made you think the engine... What made you think the engine was started?
Because I could hear it in my headphones.
Oh, really? I couldn't hear that. I couldn't hear that.
But the car controller had his palm facing towards the driver, like saying, don't go, which I thought was odd. That's the only reason why I'm saying, was there a reason why he was being held? It's very unusual. Anyway, off they go, nonetheless.
Yes. They are underway.
The track.
Thankfully.
Yes. Yeah. And they managed to find drive and keep going. So Mathis Lismont is leading the race at the moment. One of two teenagers in the Haas RT car. Is Scuderia Farron go to work on their number 949 car? It's been an eventful day for them, to say the least. So, paying attention now to the rear left wheel arch. Is this more brake work going on? I think it might well be, What do you think, Joe?
The cooling something, that leaf blow there is definitely blowing cooler air, and whether or not they're trying to wheel going back on, not quite sure. A small adjustment, a small something has gone on there. Can't see any brake pads or anything that's come off that, so it's not braked, Peter. Something related to... Hard to judge, really. Need Diana ready to make inquiries on that one, but that car has been on a recovery drive pretty much from the outset, hasn't it? The Scuderia Farron, Pablo Bras Silveiro was the driver that was in the car into the pits. Let's see if that has changed now that the car has left the pit apron and gone out. 5th in the 992 AM class, 7th overall in 992. And it's had a troubled run, I've got to say.
It has. And Joseph Kral at the moment pulling away from the Hofer racing car for 5th position. Kral has just set the best lap of the race for that car, 1:32.9, and is going personal best again in Sector 1. While Kral lights up the timing screen, let's get someone down to someone who's lighting up the pit lane. Diana Banks.
Joe was just asking, as I was walking up here, the cameraman's just gone to change his battery. The Scuderia Farron, it was the rear pads that they were changing, so they just had a slight delay getting them off. So that's what I think you sort of caught the end of it, but that's what was happening with them.
All right, that's good. Yeah, I didn't see any pads lying about, so we didn't think that would.
They'd kicked them into the garage at that point.
Yeah, he had us worried again. I thought that tail of wood had not stopped. What's that?
The 909 Red Camel Jordan has just gone back out on track. Did I miss that going out earlier? I
Yeah,
apologise if I
that
have.
car resumed a while ago, but well, there's 35 minutes of that stint being completed by Mathieu Detry, and it was Mathieu who took the car out. So yeah, that car is the one that had the gearbox renewed, wasn't it? Ajith Kumar Racing by Red Ant Racing, Red Ant, the team underneath it, putting the car out. That had a troubled race with regards to losing a gearbox. That put it right out of contention, and now it's off podium contention in either a 992 overall or the AM class, 4th in AM. So not bad really, but it is back out. It's got about 9 laps to gain before it catches the next car in 992. So, and that's a recovering Home Guard Motorsport car, which itself had problems, didn't it? That was the car that ground to a halt.
Did, yeah, had to be towed back to the pit lane, unfortunately, and that took them out of a podium position in 992. Potentially, they were the car really that was the last man standing in, trying to hold down the Van Berlo car. They were the only one really in the conversation at that point. Yeah, technical problems causing them a major delay. So the SRT car 32 minutes away then from glory here on the Adriatic coast at Misano World Circuit. Marco Simoncelli. You look at the names that have won here. You know, the first ever race here, Arturo Mazzario won in an Abarth Azella back in 1972. Leo Kinnunen won in the Inter-Series here in a Porsche 917 Can-Am car. Inter-Series,
yeah, amazing.
I mean,
I can't imagine that car around this track.
It's like flying a space shuttle around a Skeletric
That's
track.
like riding your bike round your bathroom.
Yeah, definitely.
I haven't got a big bathroom.
Speaking of which, a Porsche 935 for Bob Wallach and Henri Pescarolo in the World Sports Car Championship in 1978. Yeah.
I wonder if there's footage of that on YouTube somewhere. There's got to be.
Oh, we've got to go down.
I'm going to look for that. Absolutely.
We've got to imagine the Inter-Series footage of Kinnunen sliding the 917-10 around, trying to.
Might have to use your phone, mate. I'm almost my European data has almost been.
It's been a busy day for
with the Sunderland match.
Yes.
Yeah. Might have to use your laptop.
Okay. that's our homework for the airport tomorrow. I wonder if we could find some Nick Jonsson Swedish F3 footage as well.
Wow, that would be, yeah. I mean,
cool.
we're going back to the 90s there.
80s.
80s. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, tremendous.
Yeah, that's how experienced he is.
Well, the RPM racing car, currently the 992 AM leader, but it's also on the 992 overall podium here. And it is about 5 laps off that leading 992 car. That's the Van Berlo Motorsport car. Kai Van Berlo finishing the race for that team. We've talked about how good a race the Van Berlo team have had, but I've got to also say, Peter, that the RPM Racing, the bright green Krone Aviation sponsored car, they've had a good race too. They've I'm going to say, I daren't say they've hardly put a foot wrong. I daren't say it, because there's still 30 minutes remaining.
You can't.
When can we even say that?
Oh,
can we say that?
Yes,
we'll say that after the checkered flag.
No, but you can't jinx Nick.
I know. No, I'm not going to.
You're going to be all right. No, they haven't put a foot wrong all season.
Yes.
They've been perfect all season, and that's why they've had, you know, they've dominated the 992 AM class, but they've also got very good 992 results, full stop, and beaten a lot of the pro cars. There's only one pro car ahead of them in this race, and that's the race winner, Van Berlo, or race leader, sorry, Van Berlo Motorsport. So they've done what they do. Philip Hamprecht starring always, and Nick Jonsson just plug and play. He drives a race car like you and I put our socks on in the morning, and I think he still drives a race car better than that.
Smoothness is the key, isn't it?
To put socks on, drive a race car.
Well, yes, yeah, to put your socks on, yeah, as well. It's very similar. But smoothness is the key, and it's, you know, the places where you lose time is being ragged into and out of the slower corners. It was Bob Wallach who taught Johnny Molan how to take the Sebring hairpin And Johnny said it was just looking at his data and looking at what he was doing is just, I could not emulate it. And, it's big for Johnny Moorlam to admit that, he was baffled by another driver, but it was the great Bob Wallach. And
that was at a time when Johnny Moorlam was in his early days of driving Porsches, and Wallach was very much...
Moorlam was the king of the Carrera Cup, wasn't he?
Yeah. But Wallach was another... he was top guy at the time, wasn't he?
Johnny just beginning his international motorsport career.
Yeah.
Bob Wallach coming to the twilight of his motorsport career.
I think that probably says a lot about Johnny having, like you say, having the intelligence to go, actually, I'm going to find out.
Well, and Johnny taught me. He said, that the slow bits are where you make the time. The fast bits, everybody's close through the fast bits, but the slow bits is where you make the difference on the brakes, at the apex, the speed you carry mid corner, and then the exits governs your exit speed, which governs this, all the way down the straight. That's next. And if you look at the layout of Misano, there's lots of areas where that is key. There's lots of areas also on this track of where you're braking and turning, and that is not necessarily a fun thing to do, braking and turning. When you first start being taught how to drive a race car, you're always taught to brake in a straight line. Well, there's some places where you just can't, and this is one of those places where you need to brake and turn at the same time, and that is very, very tricky, even in cars that have ABS and driver aids like that.
And as we found out, the equipment doesn't really like it either.
No, as we found out, look at the vagaries of brakewear here.
And this is just a glorious time as the sun is setting. Now got a kind of mixture of palette of colours of light blue and light orange, and the palette of colours coming from the cars as well. The exhaust glowing orange through the early evening sky, and the brake disc glowing as well. It's quite poetic, just like Nick Damon.
Nothing more poetic than Nick in the gloaming. It has to. Just going to say, I do apologise if you've mentioned this in the last couple of seconds. I was having a bit of a crossover with young Diana, but the Haas team was just doing their final stop. It was just fuel only from the lead, and they have trundled down the pit lane. Now walking towards the Slebajou machine that's sitting on the apron with a last-minute problem. Again, looking quite carefully at that far right front right tyre and front left. They're suffering a little bit more from brake issues. I've been walking down the pit lane, seeing a few of the again. That was what this was last time. That's Holmgarth. It's Holmgarth that it had gone. Oh yeah, this has actually exploded. Yeah, this is a brake disc that has actually gone pang. So this one actually has disintegrated. So this is what also happened to Holmgarth, but it does seem this was a bit more serious. There are bits of disc all over the place. Taking the disc out goes to show just how extreme it has been on this side. Now I assume what happens is, what I thought might have happened is they might have gone through the disc pad material, but there's still, as you look down here, you can see there's still quite a bit of left on there. So it's not gone through the old metal onto carbon, so it's just a structural failure. I would think that the people at Porsche will be quite interested in the problems they've been having on these Cup Cars brakes here at
you bet they will.
The circuits, because that's Holmgarth said there's exploded. I think this one definitely did explode. Perhaps Holmgarth has almost exploded. There's certainly a lot more debris. It's taking a lot longer than the Holmgarth stop we saw about an hour ago. But they have constantly struggled on this front left for the 992s. There's been a couple of the GT3s have had a bit of an issue, but not like this constant requirement for change we've seen from these 992s.
They've got a bit of time to sort this out without losing a position. They've got 8 laps worth of time, to be precise, which is about 12, 13 minutes. There's 25 minutes left in the race.
I think the issue is caliper damage. Okay. They are trying to unwind something. It's got kind of lock wires. Yeah, they are looking to. Are they actually trying to cobble something together with that? Doesn't look very safe. They're trying to cobble something together with they've lock wired the back of the caliper together, which makes you think they've had some quite large caliper failure. They must feel it's safe because I'm sure they've got a spare caliper somewhere. But yeah, okay, fair enough. They've left a lot of debris of destroyed disc on the ground. Wow. So. Yeah, this is certainly an interesting one, that has to be said, for the Porsche engineers to think about after the weekend.
It's funny, isn't it? Because the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup has Ayrton Redon comes through with his dinner as well, past the Sebazou pit. It's interesting because the 992 GT3 Cup machine has been in competition since 2022. There are hundreds of these cars racing in every corner of the globe. In fact, there'll be well over 100 racing every weekend between UK Carrera Cup, North America, Asia, Australia, and that's just in Carrera Cups. That's before you get into where they're used in endurance racing and so on. There's even now a few of them that have been built into rally cars. So that is something that's clearly yeah, I would think you're right, Nick. It's going to be a big surprise and potentially a big interesting topic for the FISAC Monday meeting. That saying, oh, we were at Misano at the weekend and the cars were going through front left brakes like
that's got nothing to do with Porsche, mate. That's got everything to do with whoever's brake disc you've got on there, whether it's a Brembo or a wherever.
It's not a spec. It's a spec part, though.
No, but that's not uncommon. I mean, I don't know why we're getting all frightened about this.
It's a Carrera Cup Deutschland spec part that you have from Porsche.
What on those cars? Yeah. Oh, really? All right, okay. But that's not uncommon. For you're talking about a lot of changes in heat here at Misano. We've just been talking about the braking areas, the tight hairpins, the braking, the gradual braking that's going in, and that's just building up the heat into the brake disc, so you're building up the heat, and then you use it. So through the kinks, you're using the brake, and then you're hammering the brake. They're glowing red, all four, and then they cool down rapidly. And this expansion and contractions, but the cracks develop, and eventually they break. And that's why we've seen teams change discs and some teams not change discs. Because at the pit stop, when you take the wheel off, you're having a quick look to see where the cracks are. And if there are any cracks, and the cracks are tiny things, they're faint things, anything like that, you've got to take the disc off and replace it.
Yeah.
So that's a Porsche part, is it? Did you say?
The wheel, it's put an actual hole into the rim. It's cut edges into all the side of the tyre.
It's like a handle going off, Nick.
Basically, yeah. You're going to need a new one. But luckily, no one was hurt. So that's fine.
Yeah. Just someone's bank balance, of course.
That's racing, mate. That's even when you win, that's damaged.
Nick, forgive me if you've already answered this, but how long had that disc been on the car?
Don't know. That's that question.
Can you ask it?
My guess is from the beginning of the race, because they hadn't been changing discs. They didn't change discs when I saw them doing pads.
And that's why we've seen teams do that for that, and that's from experience, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It'd be interesting to know if there is a recommendation from Porsche of what the lifing is, and of course the lifing.
But that will change from track to track.
Exactly.
Pieces of the disc here and the old pads. I'm not quite sure how hot they are, which is why I'm not touching them. But you can see how it's just snapped and broken. But they don't seem to be particularly thin, to be honest.
No, they're not thin, Nick.
It's a structural crack.
Yeah, it's because of the rapid expansion and contraction due to the massive changes in heat.
Are these ceramic? Are these carbon? Or are these
stainless
metal?
steel? I think.
They're not stainless steel.
Yeah. Well, they're shining up, but they're quite dull normally.
Ah, right. They're not carbon though.
People say steel.
Don't seem heavy enough to cast iron.
Steel brakes. They're not steel. They're iron.
They're too hot to lift. They're too hot to touch. I know that. Even there, that's too warm. Close. Give it 10 minutes.
When we said we've got carbon discs or steel discs.
Yeah.
It's never steel. It's cast iron. It's iron.
Right. Well, it's any old iron now. And it's the only people who are interested in that are step
You haven't got trainers on touching that, have you?
Yeah, they have melted them though. It's fine.
Oh, you haven't?
I've already done that. No, I haven't.
Yeah, don't stand on them.
They're too hot to touch, but not too hot to melt trainers. But we have been there, and I melted someone's leg once in F1. So let's go into that now.
Not your leg, then?
No, it was a mechanic's leg by accident. Well, you shouldn't wear shorts all the time, that's all I can say.
I'll tell you exactly what they are. They're an aluminium 6-piston fixed caliper, one piece, 380mm on the front.
That's the caliper. What's the disc?
Don't know. Not carbon anyway on those. So
Well, it's whether there's some sort of ceramic is the question, isn't it? Because if you look at performance cars rather than performance single seaters, performance cars have ceramic.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they're not ceramic though. They're just
didn't look like it.
They're just cast. They're just iron.
I think it's too expensive for motor racing to use ceramic discs. It's only people who've got more money than sense and stick them on their road cars, which for once is not me. One thing I've not bought stupidly.
Go and ask someone like Evo who wouldn't be afraid to tell you how much a disc costs. And what's used.
I could ask him that. The only thing about that is it's the complete other end of the
right,
pit
well,
lane.
who you got that, that will tell you the cost of that.
I need to find a 992 person, don't I? Oh, we'll go down the other end. We'll go down the other end. We'll go and ask Evo. It's easier. And in fairness, you helped me get my steps up because the catering's been very good. So I have been slightly overindulging in the portions. So I need to walk it off. I'm very restrained normally. I like to think of myself as the most in shape person at Karting Live TV, which is not a great challenge. Mate. Ash is ruining it slightly by doing a marathon this weekend. Yeah. Oh, blimey heck, I need to say good luck to him. Good luck with Ash on your marathon this weekend.
Colby de Bruyker out of the pits then. Or is it Colby de Bruyker? I think it is. He's just clicked the driver ID as he's come out of the pits with the Red Ant Mercedes in third place. 2 laps off the leader, 1 lap off the car ahead of them in that second spot. He's third on the podium with Nicolas Michelin in the Utah car about 3 laps behind them in fourth. And then a further lap down is the Scuderia Praha Ferrari, Josef Kral at the wheel of that Ferrari. And then the number 11 Hofer Mercedes, currently second in the AM category. 6th overall in GT3. They are running 6th in the Hofer Racing Mercedes. And then in the overall running, Kai van Berlo in the Van Berlo Motorsport by Bas Kuiten. It's Bas Kuiten's team underneath the Van Berlo Motorsport banner. That is leading the 992 class. They are on 392 laps. They have got a 5-lap gap before we get the next of the 992 runners, and that's Nick Johnson in the RPM car. That's who we've been talking about.
I've got our answer on the brakes for the 992.
How much?
A lot. A lot. But in the Porsche category, we have, as we talked about, 6-piston aluminium monoblock racing brake calipers with anti-knockback piston springs. They are steel brake discs, 380mm by 32mm ventilated.
They're not actually steel though.
That's what it says in the calendar.
I know, but they're not actually
mounted
steel.
on aluminium disc bells.
It's a question for a team owner. I need to ask. We've just seen the Seb Lejeune Racing team's disc has exploded. So we were wondering 2 questions. 1, what are the discs for a 992 made out of? And secondly, how much are they?
Both I don't know.
Oh, come on.
I know they are expensive, but I think they are from steel.
Is there anybody within your extremely experienced team who could... Yes,
absolutely. You have to talk to them.
We need to know. Right, here we go. We're getting the expert now. Okay, we have a question about the brakes. Okay, 992 discs, 992 what are they made of, the rotors?
I think steel.
Any sort of special steel? Is it cast steel?
I'm not sure. You should ask Brembo, but I think it's cast. It's a cast, but it's steel. It's not cast iron, but cast steel.
And can you tell us how much money they are each? How much does a disc cost?
A complete disc is around €500.
That's not too
bad.
bad.
Less than I thought. See, we found. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You wanted the answer? There we go. Thanks, guys. That's Rick Camel-Jones being helpful as ever. So only €2,000 a set, and they are some form of steel, cast steel rather than cast iron, which makes sense. They didn't seem heavy enough for cast iron, Joe. But obviously, steel and iron are similar properties. A lot of ferrous in both of them. But I have to be honest with you, it's not often I think, oh, that's not very much. I just thought that for the disc.
Yeah.
I think you get charged more for an Audi road disc.
There's a lot of road cars that will be more than that.
Well, Nick used to have an A7 Audi, A7, and they had ceramics.
Yeah, again, I didn't order it with those. I bought it second hand with them, and they were £10,000 a set.
There you go.
But I didn't know. Again, I didn't order those. They came with the car, and I didn't have to replace them
either.
either.
You brake slightly, you would smack your nose off the windscreen, even with your seatbelt on.
They had absolutely no feel at low speed. At high speed, fantastic. Why you would put ceramic discs on a road car, I have no idea.
Yeah.
It's completely pointless.
I drove a Cayenne Turbo Hybrid S. It's the most bonkers car I've ever driven, 700 horsepower, and it had carbon discs. And do you know, I felt it needed them because the car's so heavy. It's like 2.5 tons.
On a road car?
On a road car, yeah. And
ceramic discs or carbon discs?
They're not the same. No.
No.
I'm pretty sure it was carbon.
Yeah, well, the carbon tends to probably carbon against getting hit. The problem with ceramic is the low. I mean, admittedly, these were quite. Yeah, they've probably improvements in the last 5 years. They would have been 10 years old technology from now, but you just had nothing at low speed. And as Joe rightly says, given the fact that my driving is not the smoothest in the first place, that didn't help. But it was quite useful because whilst Joe was tutting and going 10% IC, I said, no, that's the brake's fault. And it was. I was being truthful.
So there we go.
So there's our lesson on brakes then.
There we go. That was very educational.
Yes.
Look, we know how much they cost. We know what they're made of. We know, and I've given you all the information you need when you come to buy a high-performance road car, not to buy ceramic ones. This is a public service as well as a commentary.
It is.
Consumer advice.
And they are very much a consumable at 500 quid a corner.
Yeah. The 701, the Vortex is about. It looks like it may be trying to go out for the last 2 or 3 laps.
That'd be nice to take the checkered flag.
It's gone out on the pit lane, and then there isn't a problem. They're just trying to get it off the dollies.
It's going to take the checkered flag.
Going. How long to go?
12.
14 minutes.
12 and a half.
Oh, 12 minutes. That's interesting. So they are going to try and get the bright orange. They've de-oranged it slightly, haven't they? They've got these kind of running chevrons up and down the side. It's almost like they thought that was too orange. We're going to start putting a bit of design on it.
Yes, we are 12 minutes away from the checkered flag with the Haas RT being chased down and less than a minute now in it. Klaus Bachler continues to chase down the leader, and with 12 minutes on the clock, unless the gods intervene, we should have the Haas RT Audi.
It's too orange. We're going to start putting a bit of design on it.
Yes, we are 12 minutes away from the checkered flag with the Haas RT being chased down and less than a minute now in it. Klaus Bachler continues to chase down the leader, and with 12 minutes on the clock, unless the gods intervene, give it its full title. It's kind of worked, and I'm not sure whether it would have worked so well if we'd had, say, 40 or 45 cars.
I think we'd had a lot more Code 60s. Anyway.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, I think it's pretty narrow and pretty busy in places. I mean, it's known in MotoGP actually for being a hard track to pass, except potentially down into Quercia. That's kind of your one main overtaking opportunity. Otherwise than that, it's a little bit follow the leader, and that's on motorbikes. So that means that in the context of what we're talking about here, it's for multi-class racing can be really tricky, particularly when the majority of the field, you think the field is made up of basically 50-50 GT3s and 992s. Okay, there's 2 other cars that are out with that, but more or less, for sake of argument, 10 992s and 10 GT3s. So and those cars are the ones where it gets most awkward, because in a straight line they're so similar in terms of speed. It's only really in the braking and in the corners where the GT3 makes up all its lap time. And if you've got a really, really good driver in a 992 and someone less experienced in a GT3, then they can overlap as well. So at a circuit like this, that can be a bit of a nightmare, and we've seen several altercations between a GT3 and a 992 today. So yeah, like you say, if you multiply those numbers, so you doubled the entry of those, it would be very, very busy indeed. So the lights glowing on Klaus Bachler's Porsche 992 GT3R, and the exhaust at the rear of the car. It's actually quite cool because the car is painted, it's wrapped in purple and orange, and the exhaust is glowing orange, so it kind of fits in with the paint scheme of the car. Klaus pushing on regardless. 57 seconds now the gap, so he's run down Mathis Lismont as best he possibly can. He's doing everything within his power. It's just going to come up just short. But for this crew, for Proton Huber competition, they've had a rocky season. They were Mugello, they were super quick, and they were actually really competing with the Ferraris. They were really the only car to compete with the Ferraris on pace in the mixed conditions. And unfortunately, an incident caused a lot of damage and lost them a lot of time with repairs. Spa the same, and you know, this is where it's clicked together. Everybody's done their job. You know, it's, yes, Klaus Bachler has maybe stolen the headlines with his qualifying time and his pace, but every single member of the team has done their bit to get the car to be up on the overall podium. And we shouldn't forget an absolutely emphatic win in the Pro-Am class by over 5 laps if they can get it through the next 9 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. From pole position as well, like you said, Peter. They have been very quick, but all credit to Christer Donker and his team at Haas RT, because they have ran a very, very clever race, haven't they?
Yeah, you have to feel a bit for Sandrine Haas, who I guarantee will be watching.
She'll be watching
at the moment. Hello,
Sandrine.
Sandrine. You're missed. Your presence is missed. But she's quite a superstitious person. Because you
mean she's not going to come to the rest of the race?
I remember one time, every time we interviewed her, something went wrong, and she said that's your guys' fault. So
yes.
Maybe now she's not allowed to come to the track anymore. I thought that is definitely not a rule that's going to stick. Definitely not. Hopefully we'll see her again at some of the other races.
I'm picturing her on her, you know, patio or a deck of a house, just sipping on a rum and coke in the Caribbean, and just watching the next 7.5 minutes or so, and watching a team run to the checkered flag. They've done a cracking job here. They've done an absolutely cracking job. All credit to all of the drivers as well in that team.
Yeah, Jeff McKeels, Peter Guelinks, Mathis Lismont, 2 teenagers in that car.
Yeah, talent spotters, aren't they?
Talent spotters, yeah. 2 young Belgians, and you know, it shows you that Belgian motorsport is in very rude health. Clearly in sports car racing, you see the drivers at the front in global sports car racing. You have the Vantor brothers, both of them, and you know, one a world champion, one very, very successful, who's just certainly dominating qualifying in IMSA at the moment. Maxime Martin, who's won everything there is to win. There's so many great Belgian drivers out there, and then more talent being brought up through teams at Haas RT. What Red Ant are doing, trying to spot talent as well. Yeah. You know, that's Belgian motorsport, certainly in the sports car world, is in very good health indeed.
Yeah, great job by everybody.
So many.
992, Kai van Berlo, the Van Berlo Motorsport with Bas Koeten underneath. That's had a dominant run. But to dominate, you've got to do everything right, haven't you? You know, especially in a class of racing, especially in a spec formula like the 992 class, where all the cars are pretty much the same manufacturer, same power outputs, same handling characteristics. It's the attention to detail that the teams apply, and it's the attention to detail of how they go about their racing. And I think what has been the benefit is just how close the Van Berlo family are. The two boys and the dad have been very, very close on lap times. And all right, Dad's not the quickest, but he's certainly not a slow driver at all. He's got a bit of talent himself, as Marcel. And that's how you end up with a 6-lap lead. It was a 6-lap lead in class that I last saw. It's gone out, hasn't it? It's still 6 laps.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, isn't it? And, it'll be all of the Van Berlo family have had success in the 24-hour series before. Marcel, a winner in the 991 class in Dubai 4 years ago. Also, Glenn has had success in the 24-hour series, amongst others. And for Kai van Berlo, you know, he's won at the Rolex 24 Daytona in the LMP3 class with Riley, and indeed at that same year in 2022 at the Watkins Glen 6 hours. He ran Seb Prio pretty close to the Porsche Carrera Cup North America Championship 3 years ago as well. So And he's still involved in American racing with Kelly Moss coaching with their drivers as well in Carrera Cup North America. So, but this will be special, I'm sure, to win with your brother, with your dad, all together, and to do it in such dominant fashion is very, very special indeed.
They're all going to meet Nick Damon on the podium as they go up there to get their trophies presented. We've got the Vortex that is out on the pit apron again. We mentioned, we heard Nick mention that has the car come back in, has it?
It's just literally come back in a second ago. They've it's kind of rocking on its own. Two of its three tricycle legs has gone up properly. It's kind of sums things up there really. But they're leading and chatting. I don't know whether that's indicative of a serious problem or they're just trying to tweak things for a final lap sprint to the end. They are to bring out an extra air jack to get that third leg up properly. The air coming from canisters. So I suppose after a busy day, the initial canister was exhausting its compressed air. And the 701 will go up on its tricycle and hopefully they'll get the thing out for a final lap. A little bit of nervousness down in the Haas RT pit, but I think they've done enough now. Barring disaster, they obviously only have Klaus a minute behind, so it's not in the bag, but it's looking quite baggish.
Yes, the bag is being peeled open and they're just about to place it into the bag, but that's going to take 3 minutes and 23 seconds to be able to do so. And also, as well, up and down the pit lane, some crossed arms and pacing going on, and that's normal. Getting to the end of a race.
Only 3 cars. Not if the Vortex gets out to take the flag, it'll be only 3 cars that have failed to take the checkered flag. Commiserations to the number 921 Mulder Motorsport Porsche team. Big commiserations to the number 65 Vipera Nisa Racing team from Malaysia. And big commiserations to E2P Racing that had that accident damage with their Aston Martin Vantage. They are the only 3 teams. Potentially the Vortex, if it doesn't get out, that would make it 4 cars not making it to the checkered flag. But at the way that it looks, it does look like the Vortex is going to go out there and do a token lap to finish off its race with a checkered flag.
So yeah, that is a good ratio, I would say, given how tough the circuit has been on the machinery. You know, the front left corner under braking has really put the equipment to the test. And Haas RT, they'll be quite glad that they did their brake change in the middle and have made sure that was in hand. So coming round, it will be 1 lap to go when they come around. Just coming around Carvoni at the moment, then through the following corner, 250 kilometers an hour just before they touch the brake, and then you're braking and turning round and round and round all the way into the final sector through this almost little miniature stadium section. And Mathis Lismont is going to have the honor of taking the flag. The first flag he will see will be the white flag for last lap, the last lap board being shown.
No white flag in Europe, mate.
No.
You're not American now.
No, there you go. That was a test.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, well.
He thinks he's on iRacing.
Where's Barney?
Meatballs either. Well, they're getting up early. They've got a minute and a half on the side here for the Haas RT team.
Has the Vortex left?
Yes, the Vortex has gone. Yay!
That's good. That's good. So that means only 3 not seeing the checker flag out of 21 starters.
Oh, now the Killjoy Marshall's getting them off the wall.
Really? Why is that?
Because he's got a hat on and ear defenders and a high vis.
No, I mean, why are they not allowing people on the wall?
No, on the side. Yeah, on the pit wall.
Yeah, is he?
They're climbing up. He's trying to stop them.
Wow.
Because he's probably been to some health and safety demonstration.
Yeah, I noticed it.
He's being relatively ignored, in fairness, in the what are you going to do? And I think he's giving up. It was a valiant effort to be a job's worth, but he's failed.
Yeah, he was not going to stop everybody.
I can say now that if someone tries to sue him, he did try.
We'll come down to you, Nick, no doubt, when Peter takes us across the line. We'll come down to you for the Atmos, but Peter, Haas RT, we've waxed lyrical about how good a job they've done. They're about to take the checkered flag, though.
They are. They've been absolutely imperious here at Misano. The team still in its third year of racing. Amazing to say that. Haas RT are the masters of Misano here in the Michelin 12-hour race. Brilliant stuff from that Audi squad. They are your winner.
And I have the two other drivers. Peter, fantastic result for the team. 12-hour win and leading for so many of the hours at the end.
Oh, it was a crazy drive, but I think this was completely a team effort. We did great pit stops. Kudos to the mechanics. They did an impeccable job. Everything came together. All the drivers, we drove a great race. It was fun.
Great race, Sean? Great race?
Yeah, really. Everything that Peter says, great team, great drivers. You know, we worked a lot. The pit stop guys as well. We trained a lot on the pit stops, and you know, hard work pays off, and finally we did it.
Thanks, Jeff and Peter. I'm going to try and go grab a word with the man who makes it all possible. If I can find him. Here we go. It's Chris. Chris, come here. Let's get Chris. Oh, the tears in the eyes for the win. Yes. Now, I'm sure watching somewhere in a hot beach somewhere is Sandrine. Do you have any words for Sandrine?
Yeah. Would have been great if she was here now.
How big a cocktail do you think she's having?
Oh, it will be a very big one this evening for sure. A very big one, yes.
Congratulations, a great result. In fact, I think the biggest compliment I can give you is you made this seem really easy.
The overall package was good, and I think in Creventic it's not to be the fastest car on track every time, but it's to do the good pit stops, have the right drivers, don't make mistakes.
That seems to be the one. Chris, congratulations, fantastic as a Haas RT team and manager. Me and my camera person are going to meander into Pit Park Ferme now and see if we can pick up some other happy people.
Some very happy people, and you see the effort that goes in all week to this. You know, we cover the qualifying and the race, but there is a lot of preparation that goes into getting the car absolutely dialed.
It's not Chris's first barbecue, and yet tears in his eyes there because he knows, he understands, we understand, Chris, the effort that you guys and girls put into this, and there's a lot of energy goes into putting a race car on a track. Not winning a race, just putting a race car on a track. So when you do win, when it does go well for you, that's the emotion that you feel. You can't help it. It is absolutely awesome to see that.
I would imagine the emotions in the Van Berlo family right now will be running pretty high, because this is something that they have done once in the past at Spa, driving together. Glenn and his brother Kai and their father Marcel, and they have clubbed together today to go racing, and they have dominated a pretty stellar 992 field, I think it must be said. In terms of quality, there's a lot of quality entries in 992, and they were in a class above, and they've done it together. Amazing stuff from them. And also congratulations to the Vortex crew at GTX, a real stalwart. Creventic wouldn't be the same without Vortex.
No, it would not.
Part of it. They even run in orange for us.
Absolutely.
The proper colours of Creventic. And indeed, Venture Engineering, they've strengthened their lead at the top of the GT4 standings, and well, they're going to be tough to beat in the championship to claim that crown, as Mathis Lismont brings the Haas RT Audi growling into the holding area, into the winner's enclosure. He unstraps the belts, ready to get out and celebrate with the crew. And what a reception for Mathis Lismont. Brilliant stuff. I don't think I've heard such a big noise.
Neither have I.
Few people.
Yeah.
It's a crew of 8 people, and a big roar for Mathis Lismont. A big hug from his teammate Jeff McKeels and Peter Quellings. Brilliant stuff from them. Big hugs all round. There is more than a few tears around the Haas RT crew.
Yeah.
It's been a while since they've had a win, actually, come to think of it. They're an ever-present figure in the Creventic paddock, but it's a while since they've been on the top step, and that is exactly where they're climbing to now. I have to say, Mathis Lismont, I love his helmet design. The white and the blue on that, with the blue felt on the inside, love it. Probably not felt now, it's probably much more sophisticated material, but the blue inside.
Some traffic jam issues with the cars going to Park Ferme. A quick word with Mathis. Congratulations, great response and reaction from your team there. That was a win that certainly means something.
Yeah, it's nice for the team. I know what they had to endure last year with having to abandon the race at 10 hours. So this one feels sweet. First time with Haas as well. Hopefully there's some more in the future, we'll see. but I enjoyed it a lot. Really nice track, really nice championship. Yeah, just really nice. Enjoyed it a lot.
Car still feeling good at 12 hours. We saw a lot of teams with brake problems and various other issues.
We changed our front brakes. It was needed, so we changed the front brakes, but for the rest it was fine. Car had 0 issues at all. Yeah, mega performance, to be honest.
Great, thank you. So second place overall and the winner in AM. So a quick word with the Huber team. Got Kraus back there, he's still got a helmet. And so we get the Pro-Am team, sorry, Pro-Am, one in Pro-Am. Thank you for the help there. Fantastic result there for the team. Klaus, an absolute star.
Yeah, that was a fantastic race after the 2 not so good races in the beginning of the year. We're finally there where we think we belong to, and the team is super happy. P2 after 12 hours. What more can you want in racing? Yeah, we're super happy.
It ended up being quite a difficult race. A lot of teams having issues with their cars, needing to do brake changes. Was it actually quite smooth for your team?
Yes, we have an experience. Obviously, braking and at these hot temperatures is an issue, but we never really experienced anything that we really worried about. So, yeah, it's a great car, super reliable. We're very happy.
Great stuff, thank you indeed. Let's see if I can grab a word with the man himself, the man at the hour. Klaus, can you go a quick word? I suppose the camera just here. You did what you could do, but there weren't enough laps to make up the distance.
Yeah, I mean, we tried, of course. In the end, I don't know what was the gap, but in the end, we were a bit too short. We gave everything. Congrats to the 21, to the Audi. I mean, they did a great job today. But we won the class, which was, of course, the first goal. And when we saw a chance that we can also go for the overall victory, for sure we tried everything. But in the end, to be honest, we were quite tight also with the brakes already some hours before the race, and we thought we have also to change it. But luckily we could make it until the end. As I said, we tried everything. We even did not took tire for the last 40 minutes. Yeah.
It must be quite nice, though, as a driver to be going out and told, look, go as fast as you can and we'll work around it and just try and get there.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it was, honestly, I really enjoyed it. I did 4 stints today. Yeah, it was good fun. And in the end also, I mean, to finish this day with class victory in P2 overall, it's yeah, nice, and we really enjoy it.
Great stuff, thank you, Klaus. So we're going to meander across to the left now. We'll find our the friends at Redon. It gives me my first chance of the whole meeting to talk to my young friend, Kenneth. Hi, Kenneth. Congratulations, 3rd overall for the team.
Sorry, I don't...
It's not difficult. It's 3rd overall for the team.
Yeah,
2nd in class.
Yeah.
Entirely down to you.
Yeah, no, really appreciate a good result. We struggle a bit with too many penalties, so it's not so good. No, but the team make a brilliant job. No issue on the car, no scrap, no touching more or less, and yeah, very good endurance race for us.
And how many of those penalties were down to you?
The kids doing a mega job. I do the best I can, because for me it's such a funny story. I know Yannick and Ayrton since they are small kids, so seeing them in Pampers and now driving together, for me it's so much fun. I won with the dad in a time far ago, the 24 years old. So for me it's a family team coming back to a good friend, and I'm really enjoying it.
Great stuff, thank you. Let's go a quick word there, Tim. We had a kind of chat with him last night. Last night we were having beers together. In a few moments we'll have champagne, well, sort of champagne, semi-champagne, probably sparkling wine, on the podium together. So it's worked out quite well for you, isn't it?
Actually, a bit disappointed, to be honest. We're here to win it. Lost some time. All credit to the Haas guys. They were very quick all race long. So we fought for it, but it was not good enough.
Oh, it's pretty good, though. Well done, by the way. Well done for the Red Ant team. We're going to meander down this way. Hopefully we'll be able to pick up some of the other people. There's the winner in the AM class, for Hambrick. Congratulations, a winning class.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was a great race for us. 12 hours through with Nick and Tracy, unbelievable.
Yeah, they seemed like quite a more difficult race than people were thinking. A lot of brake problems on those 992s. I mean, and people changing the whole time. So what looked quite simple ended up being quite complicated.
Yeah, it's almost a race against time, kind of, you know, and yeah, we knew that from the start that we would have difficulties with brake change. We tried to do it with one, but in the end we had to change twice, but it worked in our favor, and yeah, and then we won it, so it doesn't really matter how many times we change.
As I said, Tracy, you won it. A more complicated race than people were expecting, but that green machine was always up front in class.
You know, the car ran well all day long. We had a few little minor interior cockpit problems, but other than that, the car was great.
How much fun is it to when you get together a team like this, you manage to get them onto the podium, then you actually win the class? Because it's not every week, is it? It's not every race. You have to really fight for these wins.
You know, it's surprisingly, this year has been a wonderful year for us, and Lucas and his team have done a great job preparing the car. We've been very fortunate. We were very fortunate last race. We were very fortunate this race as well, but I think there's a lot to be said for being well prepared.
So thank you, Tracy. We're going to meander across to our GT4 winners. Well, they won the thing. Nigel, we can't let you go because obviously you have won GT4 and you've won Spirit of the Race, and it's been how many? Yeah, how would you Neville? Sorry, not Nigel. Neville, how would you sum up the day really for the team?
I think it's been a really good performance. We've Chris and I have done more driving than we've ever done before, and the whole team deserved the award, to be fair. We've had a really good team performance. Although we got nobody to race to, we finished, what was it, 13th? So we did okay.
And of course, on and upwards to races where there will be competition with this big learning behind you.
Yeah. So it's really useful for us to get so much drive time. So yeah, Paul Ricard.
Great stuff. And this week we wonder about, the Van Berlo family over there, who have won, of course, in their class as well. Family Van Berlo, congratulations. A strong class win for the three of you.
Yes.
Okay. Well, it must be nice to win this event with your family.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, last time we did a race with three of us was in 2020. So.
And did you win that one?
We didn't. Oh. So it's actually the first race that we win with three of us. So. Yeah, really enjoyed it. Big thanks to everyone from Bascooter for everything that they executed perfectly. Thanks to my father and Kai for the stints as well. Yeah, now we're going to enjoy it.
Kai, nice to be racing back in Europe again?
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, it never disappoints, especially with these guys. I mean, as Glenn said, it's been 5 years ago. Spa wasn't the most successful one 5 years ago, but this week we executed very well. We were quick in practice, quick in the race as well. Glenn did a great job. My dad did a great job, so fun to share the podium with him.
Great stuff, and I think the podium is the next thing, everyone. So, right, guys, that's the Parc Fermé. I'm getting a kind of a go upstairs from Peter Fry, so I'm going to go upstairs and I'll hand back to you till we start the podiums.
Thank you, Nick. Great job. Great hustle there, getting in to speak to all these class winners who've all got a story to tell after that race. And interesting comment as well from Ayrton Redant, who was saying, you know, I was like, I'm disappointed with third. We want to be up on the top step of the podium. I love that. I love that. They want more all the time. Try to get to the very top. But it's a good result though for Red Hunt Racing. I think on reflection they will be very pleased with that. There's a new project with the AMG GT3 for them, moving up from the 992 class. I think overall is a good story. Likewise for Brodo and Huber, who had a couple of difficult races to start the season, up on the podium and a dominant Pro-Am class win. But Haas RT, we've seen them win in Creventic before. It's been a little while, but they are back on the top step of the podium with that glorious light blue, yellow and red machine. And it was Mathis Lismont who had to take that last stint and bring home that Audi R8. So, final results then here at Misano, with Haas RT coming home top of the shop ahead of the 73 Proton Hooper competition Porsche, and making it three manufacturers in the top three. It's the Red Ant Mercedes. Fourth place and winners in AM, don't forget, the Duta Racing Audi, just ahead of the fifth place car, Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Second place in AM, another solid weekend for Hoffa Racing and the Kroll and Prinz families, with the Van Berlo team in the 992 class, winning the class and coming home 7th overall. Quite amazing. Era Motorsport did a very quick repair of a power steering pump to come home in 8th. Then it was Krone Racing, the winners in 992 AM, in 9th. And in 10th, Seb Leger Racing still getting on the podium despite an exploded brake disc It's quite amazing getting on that 992 podium. Now in L4 11th with Homeguard Motorsport having to recover from the car, grinding to a halt out on track 3/4 of the way through the race. They come home in 12th overall. And your GT4 winners, 13th overall, Venture Engineering with their Mercedes. Ajith Kumar Racing, a story of maybe what could have been for them, unfortunately, a gearbox change having to take place. They were 14th, then it was Scuderia Farron in 15th. Continental Racing by Simpson, again, another big repair for them. That left them 16th. Red Camel Jordan's winner in Mugello, winner in Spa. It wasn't the treble, unfortunately. They come home in 17th position. 18th was the GTX winner, the Vortex, not unfortunately getting to the flag for Milner Motorsport, for Viper Niza Racing, and indeed for E2P Racing with their Aston Martin, rounding out our 21 cars here at the Misano World Circuit, Marco Simoncelli. So after 12 hours of racing, my oh my, were there some highlights. We kicked off in beautiful sunshine on the Adriatic coast and enjoyed it all the way through the race. It was the leading Proton Hoover competition Porsche that tore off at the front, but unfortunately an early issue for the E2P Aston Martin getting together with the Seb Lejeune Porsche Cup car caused damage which would eventually take them out of the running. Turn 4 causing a few issues for several drivers, including Miroslav Weibo in the Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Pit work always a concern, and the hammers even coming out at one point for Red Camel Jordans. Continental Racing had their trials and tribulations, unfortunately, and unfortunately a little bit of work late on. Likewise for Red Ant Racing and Ajith Kumar having to replace a gearbox, while Red Camel also having damage which cost them time. But as the race wore on, it was Haas RT really who started to hold a tighter grip over the race, despite being chased down by several characters, including the Red Ant Racing Mercedes AMG. But in the end, Haas RT held on, and they are your winners of the Misano 12 Hours. So the drivers making their way up towards the podium for the celebrations. So let's get right down. They're ready to go with Nick Damon.
Hello, and it's time for the podium celebrations. Hello, everybody. Nothing. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so we're going to start with the... Oh, we are. No, Peter. Oh, fingers in the ear. That's not a good sign. Close.
But how great is it, Nick, to see so many people down here waiting to see everyone come out?
No, we're ready again now. But it was great, Diane, absolutely. Okay. Okay, so it's time now for the podium, and we start with the overall result, the overall winners, and second and third place, the 12 Hours Misano, sponsored by Michelin. It's the second Michelin 12 Hours Misano, and in third place, it's the 93 Red Ant Racing machine of Yannick Redon, Ayrton Redon, Kobe de Bruyne, and Kenneth Haya. In second place overall, it's the 73 Proton Hoover competition of Jörg Dreislow, Manuel Leik, Klaus Bachler, and Konstantin Dressler. And your winners of the Michelin 12 Hours Misano 2025, Car 21, Haas RT, Peter Gronix, Jeff Michaelis, and Matisse Lismont. And now the anthem. Oh, hang on, wait a second. Get up. And now time for the national anthem from the winning entrant. Congratulations. And now to present the trophies, we have Julien Panizzi and Aurélien Biguet from Michelin. First to our third place finishers, that's Verdon Racing. And next to the second place team of Proton Huber competition. And now our winners. Hassarty. But there are many, many more prizes to come. Yeah, the winners' trophies. The winners also receive special engraved omologato watches. And of course, the overall winner and the GT Pro Championship also receive, yes, now the very big trophy. Can we all hold, now, can we all hold our trophies up high for the pictures? And we're going to rescue the watches. Hang on, we're going to rescue the watches. And hang on, and go, champagne! Thank you, gentlemen. We can clear the... We have many, many more podiums to go. Or podia. Some of that has not been drunk, has been smuggled away for the evening. Okay, we're going to reset the podium for our next presentation, which will be the GT3 Pro-Am class. Okay, it's time now for the presentation for the Pro-Am class of GT3 for the Michelin 12H MISANO. And in third place, number 81, Era Motorsport, Dwight Merriman, Kyle Tilley, Nico Verdon and Ryan DL. Oh, it's a child, that could be worrying. In second place, it's the 56 Scuderia Praha of Miroslav Weibo, Matthias Weibo, Joseph Kral and Denis Wozek. And your winners of the GT3 Pro-Am class, number 73, Proton Huber competition, that's Jörg Dreislow, Manuel Leik, Klaus Bachler and Konstantin Dresler. And once again, to present the trophies, it's Julien Panizzi and Aurélien Biguet from Michelin. First to our third place finishers, who are Era Motorsport. And now to our second place finisher, Scuderia Praha. And our Pro-Am winners, Proton Huber competition. We also have, of course, the specially engraved Omologato watches to be handed out as well. Peter Fry on watch duty here. Very much. And of course, the pièce de résistance. It is the very, very large trophy. Gentlemen, could you hold your trophies high for the cameras, please? Much. And of course, the pièce de résistance. It is the very, very large trophy. Gentlemen, could you hold your trophies high for the cameras, please? The next podium will be for the GT3 AM class of the Michelin 12H MISANO. So for the GT3 AM class, in third place, number 69, Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, Vasily Voladkin, Andrei Solukaves and David Pagosian. In second place, it's the number 11 Hofer Racing of Michael Kroll, Chantal Prinz, Alexander Prinz and Maximilian Partel. And the winner in GT-AM, it's the number 71 Utah Racing Audi of Tim Muller, Nicolas Michelin and Arunis Kekeokes. And once again, we have Julien Aurélien and Aurélien to award the trophies, starting with our third place finishers, Era Motorsport. No? Oh, sorry, third place. Sorry, third place, Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. I do apologize. Well done, David. I misread the piece of paper. So it was the right people got the trophy. It was the wrong name. Then second place is Hofer Racing. I'm glad someone's awake. And our winners, Utah Racing. And Utah Racing, of course, will also receive their specially engraved Omologato watches. As printed by Peter Fry. And the very, very important, very, very large trophy. Gentlemen, you can all gather together and hold your trophies high, please. Oh. And we will now, more pointing. And we'll now rescue the watches. Oh, Chantal straight off with the booze. It's time for champagne, and everyone's drinking it rather than spraying it. Oh, Peter hit there with a side shot. Some quite dangerous champagne work going on there. Our next presentation will be for the 992 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup for the overall. That'll be up in a couple of seconds. So for the 992 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup at the 12 hours of Michelin 12H MISANO. In third place, it's the 888 Seb Lejoux Racing of Sébastien Lejoux, Stéphane Perrin, Jeremy Faligand, and Paul Meyer. In second place, it's the 907 RPM Racing of Tracy Cron, Nicholas Jonsson, and Philip Hamprecht. And your winners in Porsche 911 GT3 Cup overall, it's the 925 of Van Berlo Motorsport by Bascoten Racing. It's Marcel Van Berlo, Glenn Van Berlo, and Kai Van Berlo. And once again, Julien and Aurélien will be awarded the trophies from Michelin, starting with our third place finishers, and that's Seb Lejoux Racing. And now to our second place finishers, RPM Racing. This is the overall, remember, second place overall, RPM Racing. And now to our overall winners in Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, who are, of course, Van Berlo Motorsport by Bascoten Racing. And it's now time for a very quick Peter Fry to come out the back and award those engraved, specially, Omologato watches. And another job for our Michelin men, it's to award the very, very big trophy. Thank you, gentlemen. You can hold your trophies up high and get in together. Raise those trophies. And Peter, if you could rescue those watches. Watch rescuing first, and then it's time, gentlemen, for the champagne party! Our next presentation will be for the 992 AM class, so the amateur side of the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. Okay, and now the 992 AM class of the Michelin 12H MISANO. And in third place, it's the 911 9 und 11 racing team of Jörg Goda, Ralf AM, Moritz RM, and Martin Schulte. In second place in 992 AM, it's the 888 Seb Lejoux racing team. It's Sebastian Lejoux, Stéphane Perrin, Jeremy Falligand, and Paul Meyer. And your winners in 992 AM, it's number 907 RPM Racing. It's Tracy Cron, Nicholas Jonsson, and Philip Hamprecht. And to award the trophies, why, it's those Michelin men, Julien Paniza and Aurélien Biguet, starting with our third place finishers, 9 und 11 Racing. And in second place, it's the 888 of Seb Lejoux Racing. Oh, it's there. And our winners, of course, 907 RPM Racing. And also, of course, their specially engraved Omologato watches presented by Peter Fry. And not forgetting the very, very big trophy, which will be presented by the Michelin again. Gentlemen, once again, you can hold the trophies up high and get together for the photographs. Peter, if you could rescue the watches, please. Peter on watch rescue duty. Gentlemen, you have more champagne to throw over each other. Congratulations to our 992 AM drivers. Next up is our penultimate trophy presentation, which will be for the GTX Special GT cars. So, in GTX, the Special GT3 cars, our winner was the 701 Vortex V8 of Leonard Amadouche, Philippe Bonnel, and Cyril Calmon. And our friends from Michelin will award the trophies to our winners. My friend Peter will award the watches to the winners from Omologato. And of course, there is one more special trophy, the very, very large class winners trophy. And if you could raise your trophies. Are they saying no to the champagne, are they? This is sensible. You can tell this is a mature team. They're going to drink the champagne. Congratulations, team. Well done, Vortex. Thank you very much. Bit of selfie work going on the podium now. Thank you, team. And now it's time for our final presentation, which will be for the GT4, the GT4 homologated cars. Let's just set up the podium for that. So in GT4, the 421 Venture team, they've already won the spirit of the race. It could get no better. The drivers were Neville Jones, Christopher Jones and Matthew George. I think we have virtually the whole team up here from Venture. Congratulations, our GT4 winners! Careful. To present the trophies to the drivers, it is our very good friends of Michelin, Julien Paniza and Aurélien Biguet. The watches are presented, of course, by Peter Fry. The final very large trophy from our friends from Michelin again. What's the watch champagne interface here? Do you need to remove the watches or what?
Yeah, I try.
And now the champagne! Thank you very much, everybody. That was our final presentation for the Michelin 12H MISANO 2025. I hope to see you all at Paul Ricard for the next round of the 24-hour series, the Michelin 12 Hours of Paul Ricard, first week of July in sunny southern France. Goodbye!
Q1Q Pharmacy. Quality healthcare at affordable price.
Summer holidays vandachu, நம்ம GT Holidays vandachu. GT Holidays, South India's #1 travel brand.
Vandachu, the Chennai Silks Mega Combo Sale, Summer Chill Out Sale.